Light Emerging. Barbara Ann Brennan. Introduction. A New Paradigm, Healing and the Creative Process. Since the publication of Hands of Light, my first book, I have continued to study the relationship of our life energies to health, illness, and healing. I have become very interested in the deeper questions of why we get sick. Is getting sick part of the human condition, with some deeper meaning or lesson behind it? How does living a normal life in our culture lead to illness? I wondered what life rhythms were most healthy for us to follow. How do our day-to-day choices and actions affect our health? How does the shifting of our consciousness moment to moment affect our health? I wondered if and how our illness could be related to our creativity and our evolutionary process. I stopped my healing practice to get more time to create the Barbara Brennan School of Healing, and I continued to observe energy phenomena in class and group situations as well as within individual students. As I continued to teach and lecture, a very interesting pattern started to be revealed. At the beginning of the year, my guidance told me I would be lecturing on the creative process. When I finally was able to have several of these lectures transcribed, edited, and put together, I discovered a whole new connection between the evolutionary plan of the Earth, our life task, our creativity, our health, and living in what Hyoen, my guide, calls the unfolding moment. In order to understand the new material, it is necessary to enter into a new paradigm. Webster defines the word paradigm as a pattern, example, or model. It is the way we perceive the world. A paradigm is a shared set of assumptions that explain the world to us and help us predict its behavior. We take these assumptions for granted. We define them as basic reality and don't think about them further. Does a fish notice the water? Most of our notions about the world come from a set of assumptions which we take for granted, and which, for the most part, we don't examine or question, observes Werner Erhard, creator of EST and the Forum workshops. We bring these assumptions to the table with us as a given. They are so much a part of who we are that it is difficult for us to separate ourselves from them enough to be able to talk about them. We do not think these assumptions, we think from them. Medical paradigms determine how we think about our bodies. Over the years, Western medicine has identified evil spirits, humors, germs, and viruses as causes of disease and has designed treatments accordingly. As technologies in medicine advance and as we learn more about our mind-body connections, our medical paradigms are shifting. New paradigms give rise to new possibilities. In the past, the auric field has been known to be associated with health and healing, but in a rather esoteric way. Knowledge of the field has been a mixture of real observations, assumptions, and fantasies. Now, as we learn more about bioenergy in our laboratories and clinics, the idea of a human energy field that is directly connected to our health is becoming more acceptable within the Western medical paradigm. In this book, I present a new view of health, healing, and illness. Part 1 includes a scientific background, based on both energy field and holographic theories of why and how laying on of hands works. In Part 2, I describe what a healer can and cannot do for a person, the basic format of a healing session, and how a healer-physician team can work. Part 2 presents the concept of the internal balancing system, an automatic, usually unconscious, system that keeps us in top shape if we listen to and follow it. Part 2 also shows how we can create dis-ease in our lives and bodies if we don't follow our balancing system. Through a series of interviews with patients in Part 3, I present the stages of personal experience that take place during the healing process from the patient's point of view. I discuss what a patient can do to get the most out of that process, including how to work with a healer and a physician to create a healing plan. Case studies help bring the process of healing into everyday terms. Part 4 gives detailed healing plans and very useful healing meditations and visualizations that will help your personal healing process. Part 5 describes how relationships affect your health in both positive and negative ways. Practical ways of creating healthy relationships are described, as well as the auric field interactions that occur in relationships. Ways to re-establish healthy auric field energy exchanges and connections are given. Part 6 describes the higher spiritual realities and deeper dimensions of creative energies and relates health, dis-ease, and healing to the creative process. Appendix A presents a transcript of a healing session. Appendix B, a list of types of healthcare professionals, what they do, and the national organizations through which you can find them. And Appendix C, a description of the Barbara Brennan School of Healing, which trains men and women healers for professional work and sends out lists of healers who have graduated. Plus the bibliography provides resources for further study and reading. Part 1, an overview of healing in our time. A new idea is first condemned as ridiculous and then dismissed as trivial, until finally, it becomes what everybody knows. William James. 1. The gift of healing. The gift of healing rests within everyone. It is not a gift given only to a few. It is your birthright as much as it is mine. Everyone can receive healing, and everyone can learn to heal. Everyone can give healing to themselves and to others. You already give yourself healing, even though you may not call it that. What is the first thing you do when you hurt yourself? You usually touch the hurt part of your body. You may even grab it to help stop the pain. This physical instinct also sends healing energy to the hurt part. If you relax and keep your hands on the injury longer than you normally would, you will find an even deeper healing taking place. Every mother touches, holds, kisses, or caresses her children when they are in pain. She does the same for her other loved ones. If you take these simple reactions and begin to study them, you will find that when you touch someone whom you love very much, there will be a stronger effect than if you are touching someone you don't know. Most likely you have given your touch a special essence, the essence of the love you have for that person. You see, you knew healing all the time but were unaware of it. When you are joyful, happy, energized, or in any other kind of good mood, your touch will be more pleasant to others than when you are in a bad mood. The energy within a bad mood touch is not the same as that within a joyous one. How you are in any given moment is expressed through your energy. When you learn to regulate your moods and therefore the nature of your energy and your energy flow, you will soon be using your energy for healing. That is what healers do. They simply learn to perceive and regulate their energy in order to utilize it for healing. These personal everyday experiences, which I'm sure have taken place since we were cave dwellers, have grown into the basis of laying on of hands healing. It has been around as long as there have been human beings. The ancients were aware of healing power coming from hands. Each culture explored and utilized this power from within the framework of its knowledge and traditions. In his book Future Science, John White lists 97 different cultures over the face of the globe, each of which has its own name to refer to the healing or life energy fields. Life energy fields have been known in China and India for over 5,000 years. I call the life energy that surrounds and interpenetrates everything the universal energy field, or UEF. I call the life energy associated with human beings the human energy field, or HEG. It is more commonly known as the human aura. Perceiving and regulating the HEG. Many people can perceive the human energy field, and everyone can learn how to perceive it. In fact, we already do so, maybe not consciously, maybe disregarding it, or maybe calling it something else. For example, you know when someone is staring at you when you are not looking because you feel it, or you immediately like a stranger to whom you are introduced, and know that you will get along fine, or you have a vague sense that something good is going to happen, and it does. You are sensing the human energy field with the use of what I call higher sense perception, HSP. HSP simply refers to our senses expanded beyond the normal ranges we are used to, sometimes referred to as the sixth sense. Other terms used for this ability are clairvoyance, or being able to see meaningful things others cannot, clairaudience, or being able to hear things others cannot, and clairsentience, or being able to feel things others cannot. I have been developing, studying, and utilizing HSP for many years. I have found more specific ways to differentiate between the types of HSP. It includes all our normal five senses: sight, hearing, touch, taste, and smell, as well as additional senses. One of these senses, our intuition, is a vague sense of knowing, such as knowing that something good is going to happen but you don't know what it is. Another example of intuition is when you know someone is going to call, you may even know who it is, but you don't know exactly what it is about. Another of these senses is what I call direct knowing. This sense gives us complete and specific direct information. For example, we know a certain person is going to call, when they are going to call, and what they are going to say. Or, if asked a question about something that we think we know nothing about, we know both the overall concept and the specifics of the answer. Usually with direct knowing, we don't know how we know the information. We simply know it. Another higher sense is our ability to sense our own and each other's emotions. We know what each other is feeling, even though we may not communicate it in words. We simply pick up the energy of the other person's feelings. I distinguish between the sense of feelings and the sense of love. So another high sense is our ability to sense love. Sensing love includes a much deeper connectedness to others than does the sensing of the other emotions. It is in a category of its own. In addition to our five senses of sight, sound, taste, smell, and touch, we have intuition, direct knowing, the sense of emotions, and the sense of love. When all of these senses function, we are able to become fully aware of being here now. Our senses serve our awareness, and our awareness brings us into the present. Being in the present is an experience that many people achieve through meditation. This state of being is a doorway out of the bounds of time and space that limit us. Meditation quiets and clears the mind for high sensitivity. HSP rests within the range of very subtle information that our brains normally filter out as unimportant. Consider the analogy of listening to music. When the music is loud, it is more difficult to hear the softer notes within it. If you turn down the volume, the softer notes and subtler nuances become meaningful. You can hear rhythms within the rhythms. The same is true of HSP and the human energy field. You can learn to turn down the internal noise in your head and pay attention to the softer rhythms and subtler nuances of life. When you practice this for some time, you find that these subtler rhythms are the foundations of your moment-to-moment experience of life itself. They are connected to the powerful life energy with which we all function. Put your hand on your child's knee next time he or she bumps it. Let yourself feel your love for your child. Your hand will get hot. Why? Because the healing energy of your energy field is flowing from your hand and helping the knee heal. You will feel the healing energy as heat, pulses, or an electric-like tingling. This type of perception is called the kinesthetic sense. You are perceiving the human energy field kinesthetically, through touch. Since you can perceive the human energy field, you can learn to interact with it and regulate it with your intent. Try changing the energy flow through your body by following these instructions. You can do it next time you feel tired or strained. Lie down, and imagine the nice pleasant sun inside the solar plexus, stomach area, of your body. Pretty soon, you will feel much better, and your stomach will feel warm. Probably even your breathing will slow down as you begin to relax more. If you want to expand this relaxation to include your spirit, remember a wonderful religious or spiritual experience you have had, perhaps as a child. Remember that special, wonderful time when you knew that God, whatever that means personally to you, existed and that being alive was a most natural and holy experience, so natural that it wasn't a concern. You didn't give God a second thought. Let yourself float into that experience and be held peacefully in the arms of the Creator. By doing this, you have changed your energy flow. You have put yourself into a powerful healing state. Feel your energy now. Do you like it? The relaxed healing state you feel corresponds to your energy field as it becomes more coherent, as well as to a slowing down of your brain waves. They can be measured with an electroencephalograph, or EEG. It will probably show that your brain is in alpha rhythm, about 8 Hz, or cycles per second, which is known to be a healing state. A magnetic field detector would show that your energy field is pulsating at 7.8 to 8 Hz. This is a very natural energy state for everyone. Most likely, as a child, in a very natural unplanned way, you let yourself go fully into whatever was at hand. That is what you still do, in those wonderful moments of creative abandon when you have given over to the life energy that flows out of you from an internal source. Then the colors are brighter, the tastes sweeter, the air more fragrant, and sounds around you create a symphony. You are not the exception, everyone has these experiences. Perhaps your best ideas come when you are not even thinking about a solution to a problem. You're trekking in the woods or watching a beautiful sunset, and suddenly it's there. It has emerged from deep within you. Or you look into the eyes of a tiny baby and see wonder, and you are filled with the wonder of the mystery of life. Again, the feelings have emerged from deep within you. They have come from a deep inner fountain that I call the central core of your being. It is from this deep inner source that your light emerges. It is your divine inner spark. Tapping the creative healing energies. All people can learn to tap into this deeper source within them. It takes practice to release the creative energies at will. The process is more one of getting inner obstacles out of the way than one of pulling up the creative energies. Once the blocks are gone, creativity flows up from deep inside like an artesian well. Any artist or writer knows the struggle to get over the creative or writer's block. Once the block is cleared, the painting or writing flows like a stream. It happens to scientists trying to solve problems. All the data are put into the rational mind. The rational mind struggles to find the answer but cannot. After a good sleep, some dreams, and some right brain activity, the answer is simply there. The creative force has been released by an internal process of letting go, getting out of the way, and allowing energy to flow. The creative force is also released in times of crisis. It is then that we walk into the heroic. Everyone has heard of great feats being accomplished under crisis conditions, like a man lifting a car off a loved one after an accident. Or the mother who gets a strong urge to return home and arrives in time to save her children from danger. The release of this creative force brings us to mastery in whatever is at hand. The process of healing is a process of releasing our creative force for the mastery of health and well-being. In fact, from my point of view and as we shall see in this book, much of illness is a result of blocking the natural flow of an individual's creative energies. Why we block our creative energy? As we go through the painful experiences of our lives, we automatically try not to feel the pain. We have done this since childhood. We cut off our physical pain by withdrawing our consciousness from the part of our body that is in pain. We cut off our mental and emotional anguish by tensing our muscles and repressing it into our unconscious. To keep it depressed in the unconscious, or sometimes just below the level of our conscious awareness, we create all kinds of distractions in our lives that take our attention away from it. We may keep ourselves very busy and become workaholics. Or we take the opposite route to couch potato heaven. Lots of us become addicted to drugs, cigarettes, chocolate, or alcohol. Many of us become addicted to being perfect, to being the best or the worst. We project our problems onto someone else and worry about them rather than trying to solve our own problems. We either misdirect or depress great amounts of energy in order to keep ourselves from feeling pain, including what we feel in the moment and being who we are in the moment. We think it works. We think that we can get away with not feeling or being who we are, but it doesn't work. The price is great, but we even deny that there is a price. The price is our life. We think the only possible way to stop all this pain is to stop the energy flow that contains the pain. There are specific energy flows that contain physical pain, emotional pain, and mental pain. Unfortunately, this energy flow also contains everything else. Pain is only part of it. When we stop the negative experience of pain, anger, or fear of any negative situation, we also stop the positive experience, including the physical, emotional, and mental aspects of that experience. We may not even be aware of this process, because by the time we have reached the age of reason, we do it habitually. We wall off our wounds. By walling off our wounds, we also wall off our connection to our deeper center or core. Since the creative process comes from the creative core within us, we have also walled off our creative process. We have literally walled off the deeper part of ourselves from our conscious awareness and our exterior life. Frozen psychic time conglomerates. The pain we have repressed started very early in our childhood, many times even before birth, in the womb. Each time since early childhood when we stopped the flow of energy in a painful event, we froze that event in both energy and time. That is what we call a block in our auric field. Since the auric field is composed of energy consciousness, a block is frozen energy consciousness. The part of our psyche associated with that event also froze in the moment we stopped the pain. That part of our psyche remains frozen until we thaw it out. It does not mature as we do. If the event happened when we were 1 year old, that part of our psyche is still age 1. It will continue to be 1 year old and act as a 1 year old person when evoked. It will not mature until it is healed by getting enough energy into the block to thaw it and initiate the maturation process. We are full of such energy consciousness time blocks. How long, in any given day, does one human being act out of the adult self? Not long. We are continually interacting with each other from different frozen psychic time blocks. In any intense interaction, in 1 minute each person could be experiencing reality with the inner adult, and in the next, either or both people could have switched to an aspect of the wounded child of a particular age. This constant switching from one aspect of internal consciousness to another is what makes communication so difficult. A powerful aspect of such frozen psychic time blocks is that they coagulate together according to like energy, forming a frozen psychic time conglomerate. For example, the energy may be of the nature of abandonment. Consider a man in middle age named Joe. He's really a fictional character, but his story illustrates those of many people I've worked with. To illustrate what happens at birth and can continue to build throughout life, I'm going to use Joe throughout this chapter. He could be any of us. When Joe was born, he was disconnected from his mother because she had a rough time in labor and was given anesthesia. He was separated again when he was a 1 year old and his mother went to the hospital to have another baby. From these two life experiences, the child, who loves his mother very much, expects abandonment from the one he loves most. Whenever any degree of abandonment happens later in life, it is experienced with the same force of devastation as the first time. From such deep trauma, we form an image conclusion. An image conclusion is based on experience, in this case, the experience of abandonment. It is based on child's logic that states, if I love, I will be abandoned. This image conclusion then colors all similar situations. Obviously, 1-year-old Joe is not conscious of having such an opinion. Instead, it is unconsciously held in his belief system and is carried throughout life. In terms of the psyche, the two early events also directly connect to an event when Joe was 10 and his mother left on vacation. When any similar event occurs in his life, his reaction will be from the standpoint of the image conclusion rather than the immediate situation. This causes all kinds of emotional reactions that are over-exaggerated given the present situation. As we will see in later chapters, our image conclusions initiate our personal behavior, which actually tends to recreate traumas similar to the original one. Thus, Joe would have a lot to do with creating a situation where, for example, he is abandoned by a wife or girlfriend. His actions, based on his unconscious negative expectations, have helped set up the situation. Since he unconsciously expects to be abandoned, he will treat his wife or girlfriend like someone who would abandon him. He may place excessive demands on her to prove her love, or even accuse her of planning to abandon him. This unconscious behavior will provoke her and actually help push her out the door. The real, deeper issue is that in treating himself as if he deserved to be abandoned, he has actually abandoned himself. As we shall see, we should never underestimate the power of our image conclusions. Finding our images holds the key to the transformation process into health and happiness. We are full of such images, around which our frozen psychic time conglomerates assemble. We all have a lot of clearing to do. Frozen psychic time blocks coagulate around like energy that composes an image, which confuses someone who thinks these experiences should be as separate emotionally as they are in time. It doesn't work that way. Each smaller segment of the frozen psychic time conglomerate is composed of the energy consciousness that was frozen during a particular past experience. But like experiences are directly connected no matter how much time may have elapsed between them. Through healing work, one of the small frozen psychic time blocks is released. The increased energy released into the auric field then, in turn, automatically starts releasing the other, small segments of the time conglomerate because they are of like energy. Going back to Joe's story, as each time block is released, he experiences it as if it were happening to him right now. Thus, he may be experiencing pain from when he was 30 years old, and as soon as that pain is released, he suddenly finds himself to be 10 years old. Soon the 10-year-old becomes a 1-year-old. Once these pieces of the human psyche that have not matured with the rest of the personality are released, they begin a rapid maturation process. This process can take from a few minutes up to a couple of years, depending on how deep, strong, and pervasive the frozen energy consciousness was. As these energies integrate evenly throughout the head and are released back into the creative process of an individual's life, whole life changes occur. Joe's life begins to restructure itself from the new consciousness that is now active in the creative process. He will no longer abandon himself in an unconscious effort to get taken care of. Instead, he will abide with himself, because he now believes that he is worthy of and can create companionship. Once he has developed this new relationship with himself, he will attract a girlfriend who does not carry the energy of abandonment. Thus the new relationship will be a stable one in this area. Of course it may take several practice runs before the right woman comes along paying from past lives. A great deal of past life research has been done, both through literature search and through hypnotic regression. This research traces the origin of most chronic psychological pain back through previous life experiences. One extensive account is in Roger Woolger's Other Lives, Other Selves. In his past life regression therapy, Dr. Woolger finds that once a client has relived and cleared the pain from a past life experience, they are able to clear similar present life circumstances that other types of therapy could not touch. Past lives are also held within our frozen psychic time conglomerates. They also attract and connect with each other by similar energy. They are not separated by time, so they are directly connected to events in this lifetime as well as other lifetimes. It takes a bit more energy to break into a frozen event from a past life because it has been there longer and is covered with more debris, but it can be done in healing sessions. It happens automatically when the person is ready. According to my observations of the human energy field during healing sessions, past life traumas always underlie the chronic present-day problems that are difficult to resolve. When traumas from this life are cleared to a certain extent through laying on of hands healing, the past life trauma that is buried under them arises to the surface to be cleared. This type of healing work is very effective in transforming a client's life as well as his or her physical condition. Great changes always occur as a result of releasing past life trauma through hands-on healing. In this work, it is always important for the client to clearly relate past life work to present life situations, so that the entire conglomerate is released and is not used to avoid the issues of this life. The origin of pain, your original wound. The origin of pain, from my perspective, is even deeper than energy blocked from personal pain or the phenomena called past lives. It comes from the belief that each of us is separate from everyone else and separate from God. Many of us believe that in order to be individual, we must be separate. As a result, we separate ourselves from everything, including our own families, friends, groups, nations, and the earth. This belief in separation is experienced as fear, and out of fear, all other negative emotions arise. Once we have created these negative emotions, we separate ourselves from them. This process of separating goes on, creating more pain and illusion until the negative feedback loop is broken or reversed in personal process work. How to reverse this vicious cycle to create more and more pleasure and clarity in our lives is what this book is about. The key is love and connectedness to all that there is. Love is the experience of being connected to God and to everything else. God is everywhere, in everything. God is above us, below us, all around us, and within us. The divine spark of God is uniquely individual in each of us. It is God individually manifested. We experience it as our inner fountainhead, or the core of our being. The more we are connected to God outside of ourselves, the more we are connected to and bring forth the individuality of the God within. When we are connected to the universal God and the individual God within, we are completely safe and free. The creation of the mask self to mask our original pain. When we are born, we are still very connected to great spiritual wisdom and power through our core. This connection to our core and therefore to spiritual wisdom and power gives the feeling of complete safety and wonder. During the maturation process, this connection slowly fades. It is replaced by parental voices intended to protect us and make us safe. They speak of right and wrong, of good and bad, how to make decisions, and how to act or react in any given situation. As the connection to the core fades, our child psyche tries desperately to replace the original innate wisdom with a functioning ego. Unfortunately, the overlay or internalized parental voices can never really do the job. Instead, what is produced is a mask self. The mask self is our first attempt to right ourselves. With it, we attempt to express who we are in a positive way that is also acceptable to a world that we are afraid will reject us. We present our mask self to the world according to our beliefs of what we think the world says is right, so that we can be accepted and feel safe. The mask self strives for connection with others because that is the right thing to do. But it cannot accomplish deep connection because it denies the true nature of the personality. It denies our fear and our negative feelings. We put our best into the creation of this mask, but it doesn't work. The mask never succeeds in producing the internal feeling of safety for which we strive. In fact, it produces the internal feeling of an imposter because we are trying to prove we are good, and we aren't good all the time. We feel like fakes, and we become more afraid. So we try harder. We use the best in us to prove that we are good, again, according to internalized parental voices. This produces more fear, especially because we can't keep it up all the time, more feeling of fakery, more fear, in a building cycle. The intention of the mask is to protect us from an assumed hostile world by proving that we are good. The intention of the mask is pretense and denial. It denies that its purpose is to cover up pain and anger, because it denies that pain and anger exist within the personality. The mask's intent is to protect the self by not taking responsibility for any negative actions, thoughts, or deeds. From the perspective of our mask, pain and anger exist only outside the personality. We don't take any responsibility. Anything negative that happens must be somebody else's fault. We blame them. That means it must be somebody else that is angry or in pain. The only way to maintain this masquerade is to always try to prove that we are the good ones. Inside, we resent the constant pressure we place on ourselves to be good. We try to go by the rules. Or if we don't, we try to prove we are right and they are wrong. We resent having to live according to somebody else's rules. It's a lot of work. We just want to do what we feel like doing. We get tired, we get angry, we don't care, we blurt out negative complaints and accusations. We hurt people. The energy that we have held in with the mask twists, pushes, leaks, and strikes out at others. And of course we deny that as well, since our intent is to maintain security by proving we are the good ones. Somewhere inside, we enjoy lashing out. Letting out the energy is a relief, even if it isn't clear and straight, even if we are not acting responsibly when we do it. There is a part of us that enjoys dumping our negativity on someone else. This is called negative pleasure. Its origin is in the lower self. Negative pleasure in the lower self. I'm sure you can remember feeling the pleasure in some negative action you have done. Any energy movement, negative or positive, is pleasurable. These actions carry pleasure because they are releases of energy that has been stored up inside. If you experience pain when the energy first begins to move, it will always soon be followed by pleasure, because as you release the pain, you also release the creative force, which is always experienced as pleasure. Negative pleasure originates in our lower self. Our lower self is the part of us that has forgotten who we are. It is the part of our psyche that believes in a separated, negative world and acts accordingly. The lower self is not in denial of negativity. It enjoys it. It has the intention to have negative pleasure. Since the lower self is not in denial of negativity as the mask is, it is more honest than the mask self. The lower self is truthful about its negative intent. It doesn't pretend to be nice. It is not nice. It puts itself first and makes no bones about it. It says, I care about me, not you. It cannot care both about itself and about another because of its world of separation. It enjoys negative pleasure and wants more of it. It knows about the pain within the personality, and it has no intention whatsoever of feeling that pain. The intention of the lower self is to maintain separation and to do anything it wants to do, and to not feel pain. The higher self. Of course, during the maturation process, not all our psyche is separated from the core. Part of us is clear and loving without any struggle. It is directly connected to our individual divinity within. It is full of wisdom, love, and courage. It has connection to great creative power. It is the facilitator of all the good that has been created in our lives. It is the part of us that has not forgotten who we are. Wherever there is peace, joy, and fulfillment in your life, that is where your higher self has expressed itself through the creative principle. If you wonder what is meant by who you really are or your true self, look to these areas of your life. They are an expression of your true self. Never take a negative area of your life to be an expression of your true self. Negative areas of your life are expressions of who you are not. They are examples of how you have blocked the expression of your true self. The intention of the higher self is for truth, communion, respect, individuality, clear self-awareness, and union with the Creator. The importance of intention. The major difference between the higher self, the lower self, and the mask self is found in the foundation of underlying intent upon which each is based, and in the quality of energy present in any interaction that results from the underlying intent. What is so confusing about a lot of human interactions is that they are different according to the intent behind them. The words that we speak can come from any of the three places of intent: our higher self, lower self, or mask self. The words themselves may say one thing but mean another. The higher self means it when it says, "We are friends." The mask self means, "We are friends as long as I am the good one, and you must never challenge the illusion that I am the good one." The lower self says, "We are friends only to the degree I allow. After that, watch out. Don't tread too closely because I will use you to get what I want and to avoid my pain. If you get too close to me or my pain, or try to stop me from getting what I want, I will get rid of you." In this case, get rid of means anything that it takes to stop the person. It might mean simply not talking to them or overpowering them in an argument or a power play, or it may go as far as getting rid of them physically. Defending or denying your original wound creates more pain. The more our actions that arise out of the core are distorted by the mask, the more we must justify our actions by blame. The more we deny the existence of our lower self, the more we depower ourselves. Denial holds back the power of the creative source within us. This creates a greater and greater cycle of pain and helplessness. The larger this vicious cycle of pain and helplessness gets, the greater the original pain or wound appears to be. It becomes covered with illusory pain of such imagined intensity that we become unconsciously terrified of it and will stop at nothing to defend ourselves against experiencing it. In our imagination, it becomes complete torture and annihilation. The more we justify staying away from it and not healing it, the more completely the original wound is buried and is not at all what we think it to be. From my experience as a healer and teacher, I have concluded that we create much more pain and illness in our lives and bodies by avoiding the original wound through our habitual defense patterns than the original wound created in the first place. Our habitual defense system. In my experience, the way we constantly distort our energy field into our habitual defense system causes more pain and illness in ourselves than any other cause. When I describe the human energy field later in the book, we will see how this avoidance creates dysfunction in our fields, which then creates disease in our bodies. Our habitual defense patterns can be seen in our energy fields as an energetic defense system. Our energetic defense system is our habitual pattern of distortion in our fields, to which we retreat over and over again. It correlates with the mask self. The more we succeed in holding the pain and anger down inside through this defense system, the more our positive feelings are also held down inside. We get dull. Life doesn't go the way we expected, it gets mundane and boring. Eros dies. We get caught in habitual vicious cycles and are unable to create what we long for in life. This also takes a toll on our body. We begin to lose faith in life. Through our habitual process of walling out the pain, we also habitually wall out our deeper core. We have forgotten what it feels like. We have forgotten our essence. We have forgotten who we are. We have lost contact with our essential energies with which we create our lives. It is as if we expect ourselves to create our lives the way we want them to be, when we don't know who the we is that is wanting. The road back to the original wound. The only way to remember who we are, to create our lives the way we want them, to create health and to feel safe, is to connect fully once again with our core. There is only one way to do this. We find and observe our images and release the frozen psychic time conglomerates associated with them, so that we can go to the source of all images, our original wound. We must uncover our original wound. To do this means going through our defense system and clearing the negative feelings and all the layers of imagined pain around the original wound. Once we reach our original wound, all of life is different, and we heal ourselves and our life. This is the transformation process. There are many techniques to find the original wound. Regression using autosuggestion and using body posturing are two. Both of these techniques are taught in the classes during the training program at the Barbara Brennan School of Healing. By using these techniques, we are able to help students go to their original wounds together. In one particular group exercise, the students let go of their defenses by taking the body posture that expresses what they think their wound is. To find the posture of their wound, they need only to bring their attention to the major emotional issues and pain they have now in their life and let their body react to them. This technique works because the pain is connected by like energy in the psychic frozen time conglomerate. By intensifying their body's reaction and by keeping their attention focused inward, the student's pain is brought out and becomes progressively clearer. The result is always a roomful of very vulnerable people in pain. Their twisted and distorted postures clearly show their pain. Sometimes people stand on one leg with the other leg and both arms twisted up in front. Many have their heads bowed, while others lie on the floor curled up like small children. In this exercise it becomes clear that the pain around present life issues is indeed the same as the pain experienced earlier in life. As the present pain is brought out, it also releases the older pain. To do this, the students continue posturing, while maintaining an intent to constantly focus inward and backward in time to the original wound. They automatically regress, layer by layer, through the pain associated with the image around the wound. Even though this pain is strong and frightening, it is basically illusory because it is based on the illusion held in the image. To explain what I mean by illusory pain, let us look back at our example of 10-year-old Joe, who is devastated when his mother goes away for a week's vacation. That is the way he feels, but it is not that situation that really devastates him. By continuing to traverse through the illusory pain that is coagulated around their original wound, the students eventually go into their original wound. As they sink closer to the original wound, they are surprised that their pain decreases. Once they are in their original wound, we ask them to keep its posture while moving close to another person, in order to make contact with another wounded human being. This always brings a reverence into the room. Everyone is wounded. Everyone is equal. The contact with each other creates a great deal of love in the room. After the exercise is complete and it is time for sharing, interesting discoveries come forth. Students are usually surprised to see that their wound is not at all what they thought. They find that most of their pain comes not from the original wound itself but from defending the original wound. Very early on in their lives, they began defending against what they expected life to bring them according to their early image conclusion. Every time they defended against that image conclusion, they added more energy to their psychic frozen time conglomerate. Each time this was done, the illusion of the pain got bigger until they lost track of what the pain really was. All that was left was some unknown terrifying pain that was unbearable. The most profound part of this exercise, according to the students, is to see how much time and energy we waste throughout our lives in defending our original wound. The deepest pain is self-betrayal. By doing this exercise, students can feel their very early decision to not act upon the truth of who they are, not to acknowledge and live by who they are. They can see that they made that decision time and time again throughout their lives, until it became an unconscious habit. That is a regular part of their defense system. This experience gives them great freedom and an entirely different outlook on life. Life becomes a constant challenge to live by the truth and not betray the self. The greatest challenge in life is to stay connected to and express the core of our being, no matter what circumstances we find ourselves in. This pain is not just in a few people, it exists in all of humanity to varying degrees. Some people are more aware of their pain than others. The human condition, living in dualism. Each day we express our core to a certain degree. The degree of our expression is directly proportional to how firmly and clearly we are connected to and allow our core essence to come forth. The areas of our lives that flow smoothly, without problems, and satisfy us fully are those where we are directly connected to our core. Energies that come uninhibited directly from the core create great human works and great human lives. Energies that come uninhibited directly from the core create great health. They are the expression of our higher selves, the part of us with which we are born and that never loses its connection to the core. We are usually quite shy about this part of us. Most of the time we do not show how much we care, how much we love, and how much we long for in life. We cover it, we label it, we squelch it to a reasonable degree of expression, according to internalized parental voices, and settle for less. This is appropriate behavior, or so we believe. Sometimes when we are not vigilant we let go, and out comes the creative force. A sudden act of kindness or expression of love or friendship that happens before we think about it is an expression of this core essence. A moment of close connection is made, and love is released. Then, not being able to tolerate the light and love, we become shy and pull away. It takes only a few seconds for us to catch ourselves in embarrassment and close off a bit. A sudden fear emerges seemingly from nowhere that says, "Oh, maybe I did the wrong thing." That is the parental voice speaking, replacing the core. Under it lies the defense. It really means, if you don't stop this energy flow, you will probably feel everything, including the pain that I am burying for you. So we stop the flow of our life force, we contain it and dampen it. We bring ourselves back to the normal level of safety where we won't rock any boats, least of all our own. This is the human condition. We live in the duality of choice, no matter what our life circumstances. Each moment we choose to say yes to a balanced, powerful, and safe undefendedness that brings about our full experience of life, or we choose to say no. In our no, we defend against true balanced life experience and block out our aliveness. Most of us choose to kill some of our aliveness most of the time. Why? Because unconsciously, we know that to let the life force flow would knock loose the old pain, and we are afraid of it. We don't know how to handle it. So we retreat from the defense and go back to the old, seemingly adequate masked definitions of who we are. The internalized parental voices of the mask get stronger, and we continue to retreat. Who did you think you were anyway? God. Do you really think you can change things? Come on, be realistic. People don't change. Settle for what you have. You're greedy. You never appreciate what you have. Or if your parents had only treated you better, if your husband hadn't done that, if only you would have been born more beautiful, and so on. There are a million ways the mask can speak to keep you in your place. To a certain extent, it keeps you from feeling your pain. But in the long run, it creates more pain and eventually disease. Illness comes from shrouding and disconnecting a part of ourselves from the core of our being. As we disconnect, we forget who we really are and live our lives according to our forgetting, that is, according to our mask, our lower self, and our defense system. Healing is remembering who we truly are. It is reconnecting to our core in the areas of our psyche where we have disconnected from it, and living accordingly. To the exact degree we suppress our positive energies, we also suppress our creativity and our ability to maintain a healthful life or to heal ourselves. It is the work of each of us to reconnect to our core and to heal ourselves. The spiritual purpose of the original wound. We might ask, what is the cause or purpose of the original wound? The original wound is created by the fading of the connection between the newborn and its deeper spiritual wisdom within its core. Why, from the evolutionary perspective of humankind, would this take place? The answer lies in the difference between the core connection in early life and the connection gained through life experience. The early connection to the core is unconscious. The connections to the core that are made during the process of living are conscious. Adults' connection to their core, which is brought about through life experience, creates conscious awareness of their inner divinity. Adults become aware that they are a spark of divine light in the universe. They are localized divinity. This evolutionary process creates more conscious awareness in our species. We are finding out that we are co-creators of the universe. The purpose of incarnation is the creation of awareness of self as divine co-creator of the universe. Following our longing leads to our life task. Each of us longs to be, to understand, and to express ourselves. This longing is the inner light that leads us along our evolutionary path. Taken to the personal level, this means that each of us is born with a life task to reconnect to the core of our being. In order to do this, we must remove the blocks between our conscious awareness and our core. This is called our personal life task. As we accomplish this, the release of our creative energies brings forth gifts from the core that we first receive and then share with the world. The gifts we give to the world bring about the accomplishment of our life task in the world. This world task unfolds only as we release our creative energies from our core. Thus we can accomplish what we wish to do in the world only by attending to our personal transformation process. We are all wounded healers. We are all wounded healers. We are all very reluctant to become undefended, to become unveiled, and to show what we have inside, whether it is positive or negative. We hesitate to show the pain or the wound that we each carry in our own way. We hide it in shame. We think we are the only ones, or that our pain is more despicable than anyone else's. It is just very difficult for us, unless we feel very safe. This is our human condition. It will take time for all of us to come out. And it will take a lot of love. Let's all give each other plenty of space, time, and loving affirmation. It is through this wound that we are all learning how to love. This internal wound we all carry is our greatest teacher. Let us recognize who we truly are inside. We are our beautiful core essence, despite the layers of pain and anger shrouding us. We are each individually unique, and it is great that that is the way it is. Let us become wounded healers, helping each other to share the truth of our inner being. We can find ourselves within a benign, abundant, life-supporting universe that is holy. We are carried in the arms of the universe. We are surrounded by a universal health field that supports and sustains life. We can reach out and connect to it. We can be, and indeed are always, nourished by it. We are of it, and it is of us. The divine mystery of life is within us, and it is all around us. You are your healer. It is you and only you who will heal yourself. You are completely capable of that. The process of healing a personal illness is, in fact, an act of personal empowerment. It is a personal journey, a rite of passage, designed by yourself as one of the greatest learning tools you will ever encounter. Your healing journey will, of course, include a consideration and use of all the best tools modern medicine can offer you, as well as the best tools holistic healing can offer you. From a deeper perspective, illness is caused by unfulfilled longing. The deeper the illness, the deeper the longing. It is a message that somehow, somewhere, you have forgotten who you are and what your purpose is. You have forgotten and disconnected from the purpose of your creative energy from your core. Your illness is the symptom, the disease represents your unfulfilled longing. So above all else, use your illness to set yourself free to do what you have always wanted to do, to be who you have always wanted to be, to manifest and express who you already are from your deepest, broadest, and highest reality. If indeed you have discovered yourself to be ill, prepare yourself for change, expect your deepest longing to surface and to be brought to fruition. Prepare yourself to finally stop running and turn and face the tiger within you, whatever that means to you in a very personal way. I suggest the best place to start to find the meaning of your illness is to ask yourself, what is it that I have longed for and not yet succeeded in creating in my life? I suggest that you will eventually find a direct link between this unfulfilled longing and your illness. It is within this fundamental picture of health and healing that you can regain your health. I speak here not just of the health of your physical body, because that is actually secondary, but of the health of the spirit, the health of the soul. It is within this framework or metaphor of reality that all life and health issues can be dealt with. For life in the physical is to be lived in love, to develop our higher qualities, and to become one with the divine. No matter what the circumstances of your life right now, that is what life is about. No matter what the pain, the problem, or the disease, it is a teacher. It is a teacher of love and a teacher that reminds you that you are divine. It is the process of your light emerging. 2. The 4 dimensions of your creative energies. Understanding the nature of your creative energies, what they do, and how they function helps release your creative energies for health, healing, or creating something new in your life. It is also important to understand the relationship between your creative energies and the natural ebb and flow of the universal creative process within you. The life energy fields are the vehicle for the creative process. It is through life energy fields that your life situations, events, and experiences, as well as your material world, are created. The creative forces have several dimensions. Our language is too limited to adequately describe the differences in these dimensions, which are experienced personally as you go through the creative process. For lack of better ones, I use the terms energy and dimension, in a non-scientific way, as I move through these explanations. As more individuals become consciously aware of these creative experiences, I'm sure that we will add the words we need to communicate better about them. From my perspective, there are at least 4 dimensions within each human being. Each of these levels can be perceived with HSP and can be directly worked on for healing by a trained healer. The first dimension is the familiar physical world. Our physical world is held intact by underlying worlds of energy and consciousness. Directly under the physical world is the dimension of the universal or life energy fields in which the aura or human energy field exists. This level is the energetic framework or grid structure upon which the physical world rests. Everything that is created in the physical world must first exist or be created in the world of life energy. Every form that exists must first be formed in the structured levels of the energy fields. This dimension also carries the energies of our personality. Every feeling that we have exists in the level of the life energy fields. The physical body expresses the fluid levels of the field in such things as smiles of love, or frowns of disapproval, the way we walk, sit, and stand. Beneath a human energy field lies the heric level, in which we hold our intentions. Our intentions have a tremendous importance in the creative process. When we have unconscious, mixed, or opposing intentions, we fight against ourselves and disrupt the creative process. When we learn to align our intentions not only within ourselves but with the immediate group of people with whom we work, then align the intentions of our immediate group with the larger group that serves it, and so on, we tap into tremendous creative abilities. Beneath the heric level is the dimension of the central core of our being, or what I call the level of the core star. This is the level of our inner source, or the localized divinity within us. It is from this inner source that all creativity from within arises. 4 dimensions of humankind. The full natural creative process requires the emergence of energies and consciousness from the core star up through all these 4 dimensions. Permanent change in any one dimension requires a change in its foundation, which lies in the dimension beneath it. Therefore, from the perspective of healing, if we wish to change our bodies or any part of them, such as an organ, from an unhealthy state into a healthy one, we must work with the underlying energies that are the foundation for our bodies. We must work with each of the 4 dimensions. In order to do this work, we will first explore each of the 4 dimensions. We begin with the auric level, the human energy field. This life energy field has been explored, investigated, and utilized for different purposes throughout history. This exploration began long before we learned the scientific method and has continued ever since. Present-day scientists call the measurable energy fields associated with biological systems bioenergy fields. On the other hand, the terms aura and human energy field are used by healers to describe these life energy fields. It is important to make a distinction here because bioenergy fields have been measured in laboratories, while the aura or human energy fields are known through personal and clinical observations done by people using higher sense perception. In the first case, measured information is limited by the state of the instrumentation, while in the second, information is limited by the clarity and consistency of the HSB observer. From my perspective, bioenergy field measurements correlate strongly with HSB observations. There are a few experiments that clearly correlate the two. They will also be discussed here, but first the scientific perspective. The physical world and its bioenergy field. The energy fields associated with the human body have been measured by devices like the electroencephalograph, EEG, electrocardiograph, EKG, and the superconducting quantum interference device, or SQUID, a very highly sensitive magnetometer. Many studies have shown that a dysfunction or abnormality in the bioenergy field will leave room for infection in the body. For example, Dr. Harold Burr at Yale found that by measuring the energy field, which he called the life field, of a seed, he could tell how strong the plant would be. He found that a weakness in the life field of a living creature would predate disease. Other researchers like Dr. Robert Becker, an orthopedic surgeon in New York, have measured patterns of direct currents of electricity that flow over and through the body. The bioenergy field is directly related to the functioning of the physical body. Dr. Becker showed that the pattern, shapes and strengths of the body's complex electrical field change with physiological and psychological changes. Dr. Hiroshi Motoyama of Tokyo, founder of the International Association for Religion and Parapsychology, has electrically measured the state of acupuncture meridians. He uses the results to diagnose for acupuncture treatment. Drive. Viktor Inyashin of Kazakhstan University is one of the many scientists there who have measured the energy field with light-sensitive devices for many years. He is able to show the state of acupuncture points through coronal discharge photography. This photography uses a very high frequency, high voltage, and low current sent through the subject. The high frequency does not harm the subject because the current is low and high frequencies only travel over the skin of the subject. There have been a few experiments to show the correlations between the measured biofield and the perceived human energy field. The best that I know of are those done by Dr. Valerie Hunt at UCLA and by Dr. Andrea Puharich in his private laboratory. Dr. Hunt's experimental results show direct correlations between the frequency and wave patterns of alternating electrical currents measured on the body surface and specific colors perceived by an aura reader. Dr. Hunt has performed the same measurements with 12 different aura readers using HSB. And in each case, for each color read she found a specific waveform and frequency pattern. Dr. Puharich was able to consistently measure an 8 Hz, 8 cycles per second, magnetic pulse coming from the hands of healers. He found that healers who produce a more intense signal have a greater effect of healing. Dr. Robert Beck, a nuclear physicist, traveled the world measuring the brain waves of healers. He found that all healers exhibit the same brainwave pattern of 7.88 Hz during the times they are giving healings, no matter what their customs or how opposed to each other their customs were. Beck tested charismatic Christian faith healers, Hawaiian kahunas, practitioners of Wicca, Santeria, radiesthesia, and radionics, as well as seers, ESP readers, and psychics. They all tested the same. He then asked to what drummer they were marching. And indeed, why? He found the answer in the fluctuations of the Earth's magnetic field. It fluctuates between 7.8 and 8 Hz. These fluctuations are called Schumann waves. Upon further investigation, he found that during healing moments, the healer's brain waves became both frequency and phase synchronized with the Schumann waves. That means the healer's brain waves pulse not only at the same frequency but also at the same time as the Earth's Schumann waves. It could be assumed that healers are able to take energy from the magnetic field of the Earth for the healing of patients. This process is called field coupling. Dr. John Zimmerman, founder and president of the Bioelectromagnetics Institute of Reno, Nevada, has extensively studied the literature of many works on field coupling and correlated it with healers' experiences. It is clear that what healers call grounding into the Earth is the action of linking up with the magnetic field of the Earth, both in frequency and in phase. He has found that once healers have linked up with the Schumann waves, the right and left hemispheres of their brain become balanced with each other and show a 7.88 Hz alpha rhythm. After they link with the patient for some time of laying on of hands healing, it has been shown that patients' brain waves also go into alpha and are phase synchronized with the healers, as well as right-left balanced. The healer has, in effect, linked the client with the Earth's magnetic field pulses and has thereby tapped into a tremendous energy source for healing. The human energy field, the vehicle that carries your energy. As a healer and sensitive using higher sense perception, I have observed the energy field around people for many years. After many studies of the energy fields of many plants, animals, and humans, I have concluded that the human energy field provides an energy matrix structure upon which cells grow. What I mean is that the energy field exists before the physical body. A phenomenon that supports this idea is the phantom limb effect. The phantom limb effect occurs when people who have amputated limbs still continue to feel them. The residual feelings are usually explained by irritation of the nerve endings that have been cut. However, the phantom limb is still visible with HSB in the auric field of the patient. Since feelings are carried in the auric field, it makes sense to the HSB observer. In one case, a friend of mine, Dr. John Pierrakos, founder and director of the Core Energetics Institute in New York City and author of the book Core Energetics, was working with a patient who was suffering from the phantom limb effect. The woman kept feeling that her missing leg was tied up under her so that she sat on it each time she sat down. Dr. Pierrakos could see the auric field of the limb bent up into the same position she felt it to be. He worked with her field to straighten the energy leg so that it was in normal walking position. This relieved her symptoms. Later, he checked with the surgeon who had removed the leg. It turned out that the surgeon had tied the leg in that position for surgery. I believe this client was feeling her energy field. This means that the basic energetic structure for the limb was still there. Thus, the field exists prior to the physical body. This is a fundamental difference from many scientific researchers. They assume that the field emanates from the body, rather than that the body is created by the field. If the field is indeed proven to exist before the physical, this implies that someday we may regenerate limbs as salamanders do. Coronal discharge photography offers further evidence to support my hypothesis that the field is primary rather than the physical. It is called the phantom leaf effect. If you cut part of a leaf off just before taking a picture of it in this way, the whole leaf, including the missing piece, appears on the photographic plate in a brilliant display of color and light. Since the picture of the entire leaf appears, it is concluded that the picture of the missing piece of the leaf is caused by the energy field, which remains intact even though the physical aspect is missing. Thus the energy field could not arise from the physical, rather, the physical arises from the energetic. This conclusion makes the energy field much more important to health and the growth process than was previously suspected. Since the physical body arises out of the energy field, an imbalance or distortion in this field will eventually cause a disease in the physical body that it governs. Therefore, healing distortions in the field will bring about healing in the physical body. Healing is a matter of learning how to heal the field by restructuring, balancing, and charging it. Furthermore, as I showed in Hands of Light, energy events within the auric field are primary to and always precede a physical event. They precipitate it. That means that any illness will show in the field before it shows in the physical body and can therefore be healed in the field before it is precipitated into the physical body. The auric field is a quantum leap deeper into our personality than is our physical body. It is at this level of our being that our psychological processes take place. The aura is the vehicle for all psychosomatic reactions. From the viewpoint of a healer, all disease is psychosomatic. A balanced functioning of our auric field is necessary to maintain our health. Yet the auric field is not the source of the event. It is the vehicle through which the creative consciousness from the core reaches the physical. All of the healing that I do and teach is based on a knowledge of the structure and function of the human energy field and the configurations that lie beneath it on deeper dimensions. In Hands of Light, I described the human energy field thoroughly, its anatomy and physiology, and its place in the disease and healing process. I also taught healing methods based upon it. I will briefly describe the human energy field again here and expand on areas briefly mentioned in that book. 7 levels of the human energy field. The human energy field is composed of 7 levels. See Figure 2.4. Many people have the erroneous idea that this field is like the layers of an onion. It is not. Each level penetrates through the body and extends outward from the skin. Each successive level is of a higher frequency or a higher octave. Each extends out from the skin several inches farther than the one within it of lower frequency. The odd-numbered levels are structured fields of standing, scintillating light beams. The first, third, fifth, and seventh levels of this field are structured in a specific form. The even-numbered levels, the second, fourth, and sixth, are filled with formless substance/energy. The second level is like gaseous substance, the fourth is fluid-like, and the sixth is like the diffuse light around a candle flame. It is the unstructured level of the energy field that has been related to plasma and dubbed bioplasma. Remember, these are not scientific terms we use here because experimentation has not yet proven what it is. But for lack of a better term, we shall use the word bioplasma. The bioplasma in all 3 of the unstructured levels is composed of various colors, apparent density, and intensity. This bioplasma flows along the lines of the structured levels. It correlates directly with our emotions. The combination of a standing light grid with bioplasma flowing through it holds the physical body together in its form, nurtures it with life energy, and serves as a communication and integration system that keeps the body functioning as a single organism. All of these levels of the human energy field act holographically to influence each other. These levels, or energy bodies as many people call them, cannot be considered less real than our physical body. If all of your energy bodies are strong, charged, and healthy, you will have a full life in all areas of human experience. If your energy field is weak at any level, you will have difficulty having experiences that are associated with that level, and your life experience will be limited. The more levels or bodies that you have developed, the fuller and broader your life experience will be. We have the tendency to assume that all life experience is the same as it is in the physical dimension. It is not. Rather, life exists on many vibrational levels. Each level is different according to the makeup of energy consciousness in that level. This gives us a wide variety of life experience from which to learn. The 7 levels of the auric field correspond to 7 different levels of life experience. Each level is different in vibrational frequency range, intensity, and composition of bioplasma. Each therefore responds to stimuli according to its makeup. It reminds me of how exciting it was, in applied mathematics, to derive equations of fluid motion under different conditions. I was surprised to see that the same equations worked for air in fluid motion as for water. The difference was that certain factors in the equations were more influential than others as the medium changed. The same was true for the equations that describe the movement of air close to the surface of the earth and the movement of air higher up. Air movement close to the ground is more influenced by the friction of the trees and shrubs than the air mass above it. As you move up away from the ground, it is necessary to decrease the friction factor in the equation that describes air movement. Results show a shift in direction of airflow. This shift of direction is called the wind shear. I'm sure you have noticed that clouds at one level usually move in a different direction from the clouds at a higher level. Micrometeorology describes short-distance movements of air in small local conditions that were very different from the macro movements of air across the oceans, where the motion of the Earth comes into play through the Coriolis force. Yet the same equations function for all. Different parts of the equations become more influential with different conditions. I applied the same ideas and general principles when trying to make sense of auric field interactions. The energy consciousness of the auric field flows differently and is influenced by different factors on different levels of the field. That is, the composition of the energy consciousness of each of the field levels is unique, different from all the other levels. Each responds differently to different factors. Another way to surmise what is going on is to say that the bioplasma of each level of the field probably has its own frequency range, intensity of charge, and composition. So it most naturally responds to stimuli accordingly. Another type of study, used in astrological as well as Earth observations, influenced the way I looked at the auric field. It is common practice for science to build instruments that filter out extraneous wavelengths and then to make observations within only a narrow wavelength band. Observing the sun in this way yields pictures of the solar atmosphere at different heights. That is how we get pictures of sunspots, or of solar flares, which look very different from the energy deeper within the sun or in its outer layer, the corona. The same principles can be very useful in auric field observations. By changing one's HSB to different auric vibrational levels, different levels of the auric field become more clearly defined. Once these levels are clearly defined, it is easy to work directly with them. The following description of the configuration of the levels of the auric field, and the life experience associated with each, arises from my observation, study, and experience during 20 years of healing and 13 years of teaching. Figure 2-4 shows the 7 levels of the auric or human energy field. First level of the human energy field. Within this level you feel all physical sensations, painful and pleasurable. There are direct correlates between the energy flow, field pulsation, and configuration in the first level of your field and what you sense in your physical body. Wherever there is pain in your body, there is a direct correlate of dysfunction within the first level of the auric field. Robert Becker, MD, performed experiments that showed that a local anesthetic given, say, to make your finger numb so that you can have stitches, stops the stream of subatomic particles flowing along the sensor nerves of the finger. When the energy flow resumes, you are then able to feel again. I have observed the same phenomenon in the auric field. Numbness correlates to no flow of energy along the lines of the first level of the field. When a healer works to start a flow of energy there, the feeling sensation returns. The first level of the field tends to be fine, thin, and of a light aqua blue color for quiet, sensitive people. It is thick, coarse, and a darker blue-gray for strong, robust people. The more you connect to your body, take care of it, and exercise, the stronger and more developed the first level of the field will be. Athletes and dancers tend to have a very highly developed first layer. It has more lines of energy, they are thicker, more elastic, more charged, and bright blue. If your first level is strong, you will have a very strong, healthy physical body and enjoy all the pleasurable physical sensations that go with it. This includes the pleasure of feeling your body, the feelings of vitality, of physical activity, physical contact, sex, and sleeping. It includes the pleasures of tasting, smelling, listening, and seeing. This means you will most likely continue to use all the functions of your first level, thereby keeping it charged and healthy. Using it will tend to recharge it. On the other hand, if you don't take care of your body, your first level will also become weak, the lines broken, tangled, or undercharged. They become thinner and sparser in the parts of your body that are the least cared for. If your first level is weak, you will experience your physical body as weak and will not like to connect with all of the pleasures of sensation associated with it. You will then tend to keep it weak from lack of use. Most likely you will be connected to some of the lines of energy but not to all of them. In fact, some won't be experienced as pleasure at all. Rather, you will experience them as something you have to put up with. For example, you may hate physical activity of any kind. You may love to eat, but not to be touched. You might like to listen to music, but not to have to eat to keep your body going. Second level of the human energy field. The second level is associated with your feelings or emotions about yourself. Every energy movement there correlates to a feeling you are having about yourself. Bright colors of cloud-like energy are associated with positive feelings about yourself. Darker, dirtier shades are associated with negative feelings about yourself. All colors can be found in this level. These clouds of energy flow along the structured lines of the first field level. If you allow the feelings about yourself to flow, whether they are negative or positive, the aura keeps itself balanced. And the negative feelings and the negative energies associated with your feelings are released and transformed. If you stop yourself from having emotions about yourself, you stop the flow of energy in the second level that corresponds to those emotions. And your second level becomes stagnant, eventually creating undercharged, dark, dirty clouds of various colors related to the inexperienced feelings toward yourself. Wilhelm Reich, MD, called bioenergy argon energy. He named the undercharged energy found in the field on the unstructured levels door, or dead argon energy. The dark, stagnant clouds act like stagnation in other parts of your body. They clog up the system and disrupt healthy functioning. This stagnation will also eventually cause stagnation in the first and third levels of the field, which are adjacent to it. Most of us do not allow all our feelings about ourselves to flow. As a result, most of us have stagnated energy in our second levels and have interfered with our health to varying degrees. If the second layer is strong and charged, you enjoy your emotional relationship to yourself. This means that you have a lot of feelings about yourself, but they are not bad. It means that you like and love yourself. You enjoy being with yourself and feel comfortable with yourself. If both your first and second levels are charged, you will love yourself and feel good about yourself when you are also enjoying all the physical pleasures that your body brings to you. If your second level is weak and undercharged, either you will not have many feelings about yourself or you won't be aware of them. If your second level is charged but is dark and stagnant, you will not like yourself, possibly even hate yourself. You are holding down the negative feelings about yourself, so you may be depressed from disliking yourself. Third level of the human energy field. The third level is associated with our mental or rational world. The lines of structure in this level are very delicate, like the finest thin veil. This level's light lemon yellow energy lines pulsate at a very high rate. Its brightness, fullness, and energy flow along standing lines of light that correspond to our mental processes and our states of mind. When this level is balanced and healthy, the rational and intuitive mind work together in harmony as one, and we experience clarity, balance, and a sense of appropriateness. When the first three levels of our field are synchronized, we feel self-accepting, safe, and appropriate and have a sense of personal power. If your third level is strong and charged, you will have a strong, clear mind that serves you well. You will have an active, healthy mental life and be interested in learning. If your third level is weak and undercharged, you will lack mental agility or clarity. You will probably not be very interested in academics or other intellectual pursuits. When our thoughts are negative, the pulsations in the field are slower, the lines become dark and distorted. These negative thought forms are the form that corresponds to our habitual negative thought processes. They are difficult to change, because they appear to be logical to the person experiencing them. If your first and second levels are weak and your third is strong and energized, you will tend to be someone who lives more in the mind than in your feelings or body. You will be much more interested in problem solving by reasoning things out than by considering your feelings in any decision. This will automatically limit your life experience. Negative thought forms are also squeezed into action by stagnated emotions from the second and fourth levels just adjacent to them. In other words, when we try not to feel negative emotions about ourselves, second level, or about another person, fourth level, we stop the energy flow in the second and fourth levels. The energy flow in the third level then becomes distorted by this squeeze. Another way to understand this is to remember that the natural state of energy is constant movement. When the movement of energy is stopped in the second and fourth levels in order to stop negative emotions, some of that momentum is transferred into the third level. The momentum that moves into the third level causes mental activity. The activity is distorted because it is not free to move naturally and it is squeezed in by the energies just below and just above it. I think the habit of maintaining negative thought forms is supported in our culture. It is more acceptable in our society to have negative thoughts about people and to malign them behind their back, than it is to express negative emotions to their face. We don't have an appropriate model in which to do this. It would be much more appropriate to look inside and find the negative emotions we have toward ourselves. Usually, we have negative feeling toward another because interacting with that person evokes some sort of negative feeling toward the self. Fourth level of the human energy field. The fourth level of the field carries our whole world of relationships. From this level, we interact with other people, animals, plants, inanimate objects, the earth, the sun, the stars, and the universe as a whole. It is the level of the I-thou connection. Here are all our feelings about each other. The energy of the fourth level seems thicker than that of the second, even though it is a higher vibrational level. In contrast to the energy of the second, which is like colored clouds, the energy of the fourth is more like colored fluid. It too contains all colors. If the fourth level has undercharged energy, or what healers call energy of low vibrations, this energy will be experienced as dark, thick, heavy fluid. I call it auric mucus. It acts just like the mucus you accumulate in your body when you have a cold. This auric mucus has a very strong negative effect on your body, causing pain, discomfort, a feeling of heaviness, exhaustion, and eventually dis-ease. The energy of the fourth level can be extended across the room to another person. Whenever two people interact, Either overtly or covertly, great streams of colored fluid like bioplasma reach out from each to touch the other's field. The nature of the interaction corresponds with the nature of the energy consciousness of these energy streams. For example, if there is a lot of love in the interaction, there will be a lot of sweet rose energy that flows in soft waves. If there is envy, it will be dark, gray-green, slimy, and sticky. If there is passion, the rose will have a lot of orange in it, with the stimulating effect. The waves will be faster, with higher peaks. If there is anger, it will be harsh, sharp, pointed, penetrating, invasive, and dark red. The fourth level contains all the love and joy, as well as all the struggle and pain, of relationship. The more we interact with someone, the more energetic connections we make with that person. If you have a strong, healthy, and charged fourth level, you will tend to have a lot of strong good relationships with others. Your friends and family will make up a big and important part of your life. You may like to be around people a lot and may be in a human service profession. Love and your heart are foremost in your life. If your fourth level is weak and undercharged, your relationships with other human beings may be less important to you. You might be a loner. You may not have many intimate relationships with people. If you do, you may have trouble with them and feel that relationships are more trouble than they are worth. You may feel overwhelmed by others because many people will have a stronger fourth level than you, so your field literally gets overpowered by the energy in their fourth level. We are born with cords in the auric field connecting us with our parents and ourselves, much like the umbilicus. These cords develop, as the aura does, through the stages of childhood development. See Hands of Light, Chapter 8. These cords represent our relationships with each parent. Each is a model of how we will continue to create relationships to either the men or the women in our lives. Each new relationship develops more cords. See Chapter 14. The 3 types of auric field interactions in relationships, for a more detailed description. The first 3 levels of the aura represent the physical, emotional, and mental experience of our world in the physical body. The 4th level of relationship represents the bridge between the physical and spiritual worlds. The higher 3 levels represent our physical, emotional, and mental experience of our spiritual world. They are the template for the 3 lower levels. That is, the 7th level is the template for the 3rd level, the 6th is the template for the 2nd, and the 5th level is the template for the 1st level. Each higher level serves as a pattern for the corresponding lower level. 5th level of the human energy field. The 5th level is the level of divine will. It is at first a bit confusing when you learn to perceive it because on the 5th level everything appears to be reversed, like a blueprint. What you normally experience as empty space is cobalt blue light, and what you normally experience as solid objects are composed of empty or clear lines of energy. It is a template for the 1st level of the field. There is an empty slot or groove in the 5th level into which each blue line of light of the 1st level fits. The 5th level holds the 1st in place. It is as if space is filled with formless undifferentiated life. In order to have life take a specific form, it is necessary to first empty space to make room for it. The 5th level contains not only the form for your body but the form of all other life. The 5th level of the field contains the unfolding evolutionary pattern of life that manifests into form. Divine will is divine intent manifested into pattern and form. The personal experience of this level is the most difficult to explain because we lack the words in our vocabulary to describe it. This divine will exists within you and all around you. You have free will to either align yourself with this divine will or not. Divine will is a template or pattern for the great evolutionary plan of humanity and the universe. This template is alive, pulsating, and constantly unfolding. It has a powerful, almost inexorable feeling of will and purpose. To experience it is to experience perfect order. It is a world of precision and a level of precise tones. This is the level of symbols. If you are aligned with divine will, your fifth level will be strong, full of energy. Its pattern will fit the universal pattern of divine will, a pattern that also can be seen with HSP on this level. You will feel great power and connectedness with all that is around you because you will be in your place with your purpose and synchronized with all places and purposes. If you open your vision to this level, you will see that you are, in fact, co-creating this alive, pulsating template that determines world order. Your place in the universal scheme of things is determined and created by you on a deeper level within you, the Herrick level. It will be discussed in greater detail later in this chapter. If your fifth level is strong, you are one of those people who understand and maintain order in your life. A place for everything and everything in its place. Your house is neat, you are on time, and you do your job very well, no matter how detailed it is. Your will is functioning very well. It is aligned with divine will, whether or not you have ever heard of such a thing. You know order as a universal principle. You may be connected to the greater purpose or pattern in your life. If, on the other hand, you are not aligned with divine will, the pattern of the auric field on your fifth level will be distorted. It will not fit with the great universal pattern, and you will not feel connected to what is around you. You will know neither your place in the universal scheme of things nor your purpose. In fact, the idea that there is such a thing may not make any sense to you. It will feel as if someone is going to lay a trip on you and define your place for you. Of course, from this perspective, your place will not be something you will like or be comfortable with. You are probably intimidated by clear will and precision. You will probably either deny the importance of clarity, order, and place or rebel against it. If you have doubts about your self-worth, you may experience the fifth level as impersonal and unloving because on this level your purpose, not your feelings, is most important. If you have negative feelings about yourself as you bring your conscious awareness to this level, you may experience yourself as just another cog in the great wheel of life. All the above is the human experience that results from the fifth level of the auric field being out of alignment and distorted. If your fifth level is not strong, you will not be orderly in your life. You are not interested in keeping everything neat and clean. In fact, it would be pretty hard to do so. Order may seem like a terrible hindrance to your freedom. In fact, you may even judge those who do keep order and say that it blocks creativity. You may not have much of a relationship to divine will or the greater purpose to your life. You may have difficulty understanding complicated systems or overall patterns of things. If your second and fourth levels are weak, and the first, third, and fifth are strong, you may very well overpower your creative freedom with a dictatorial form of order. It's time to spend more time enhancing your emotional life. However, if you can let go of your negative feelings and get through your resistance to such a perfect world by considering the possibility that you are co-creator of it, you have taken the first step to finding your purpose and your place, and everything can change. You will begin to feel very safe because you are a part of a great divine plan. You can experience yourself as a spark of light within this great, alive, and pulsing web of light. You, in fact, generate the web from your light, as does everyone else. If you open your HSP on this level, you can feel and see the plan. You will experience yourself and the world to be clear light, almost like empty space on a cobalt blue background. Contemplation of this level and meditation on the great evolutionary plan help greatly to align your life with its purpose and ease your development. It means surrendering to who you are, not to what seems right according to social norms. Thus, in fact, you are not a cog in a wheel, rather, you are a fountainhead of creativity unlike any other in the universe. Sixth level of the human energy field. The sixth level of the field looks like beautiful streamers of light radiating out in all directions, extending about 2.5 feet from the body. It contains all the colors of the rainbow in opalescent tones. It is unstructured and is of very high frequency. When the sixth level is healthy, it is bright and charged. The beams of energy stream out from the body in beautiful full straight beams of light. The brighter and more charged this level is, the more we are consciously aware of it in terms of human experience. This is the level of feelings within the world of our spirit. It is the level of our divine love. Sitting in this level of conscious awareness brings a great calming effect to the body for healing. It contains the ecstasy within our spirituality. It is experienced as spiritual love, as joy, elation, and bliss. We reach this level of experience by silencing the noisy mind and listening. We reach it through meditation, through religious or fine music, chanting or reverie. Here are great feelings of expansion where we commune in brotherhood with all the beings of the spiritual worlds of various heavens as well as all of humanity, plants, and animals of the earth. Here each of us is like the halo around a candle. We are mother of pearl opalescent light beams stretching out from a central light. If your sixth level is weak with not much energy, you will not have many spiritual or inspirational experiences. You may not even know what people are talking about when they discuss it. When the sixth level is undercharged and unhealthy, it is very difficult for us to experience anything on this level. We may have vague feelings either that God is sick or that God/heaven/spirituality simply doesn't seem to exist. Therefore, those that do experience it seem to be in fantasy, living in a Pollyanna world of their own making. When this level is unhealthy, it is dark, thin, and undercharged and its beams of light sag. This is usually a result of lack of spiritual nourishment. Lack of spiritual nourishment can be caused by many things, such as not being raised in an environment that includes it, so that it simply doesn't exist, having had a trauma about religion that results in rejection of that religion and of spirituality generally along with the religion, having had a trauma of some other personal nature that results in the person's rejection of God and religion. In the first case, the sixth level is simply undercharged, and the person doesn't know he or she needs spiritual nourishment. In the latter cases, not only is the sixth level undercharged, it is separated from the other levels of the field. One can actually see a gap between the levels, and the normal communication channels between the levels are closed. If your sixth level is much stronger than all the other levels, you may use spiritual experience to avoid life in the physical. You may develop a childish view of life and expect life to take care of you as if you lived only in the spiritual world. You may use these experiences to make yourself special and prove that you are better than others because you have them. This is only a defense against the fear that you have to be in life in the physical. This defense doesn't work for long, and you soon will have a rude awakening that will throw you into disillusionment. Disillusionment is a good thing. It means to dissolve the illusion. In this case, it will bring you back into life now in the physical. You will learn that the physical world exists within the spiritual world, not outside of it. The key to experiencing the spiritual world is to charge the sixth level of the field. This can be done through very simple meditation, like sitting quietly for 5 to 10 minutes twice a day and focusing on an object such as a rose, a candle flame, or a beautiful sunset. Another way is to repeat a mantra, one sound or a set of sounds with no apparent meaning. Seventh level of the human energy field. When the seventh level of the human energy field is healthy, it is composed of beautiful, extremely strong golden lines of energy that scintillate at a very high frequency. They are interwoven to form all the physical components of your physical body. They extend out from your body 3 to 3.5 feet. At this distance, the seventh level forms into a golden egg that surrounds and protects everything within it. The outer edge of this egg is thicker and stronger, like an eggshell. It regulates a proper flow of energy out from the entire aura into the space beyond. It prevents energy leakage out of the field, as well as penetration by unhealthy energies from the outside. The 7th level serves to hold the entire field together. I am always amazed by the tremendous strength that exists at this level. The 7th level golden threads of light also exist throughout and around everything. These threads knit everything together, whether they be the cells of an organ, a body, a group of people, or the whole world. The 7th level is the level of divine mind. When it is healthy and we bring our conscious awareness to this level, we experience divine mind within us and enter into the world of the universal divine mind field. Here we understand and know that we are a part of the great pattern of life. Experiencing this truth of the universe makes us feel very safe. Here we know perfection within our imperfections. On this level, with HSB we can see the golden grid system of truth as it interweaves itself through the universe. Here, with HSB we will eventually learn to communicate mind to mind. In the not too distant future HSB will be completely normal. Now we can sometimes access the universal mind for information beyond what we would be able to obtain through what are commonly regarded as the normal senses. If the 7th level is strong, charged, and healthy, your two major abilities will be to have creative ideas and to clearly understand broad overall concepts about existence, the world, and its nature. You will create new ideas, and you will know where they fit into the great universal pattern of ideas. You will know how you fit into this pattern. You will have a clear and strong understanding of God. You may become a theologian, a scientist, or an inventor. Your ability to have a clear, integrated understanding may lead you to become a teacher of broad-scale, complicated subjects. If the 7th level is not strongly developed, you will not come up with many creative new ideas. Nor will you have a good sense of the greater pattern of life. You won't know how you fit into it, since you won't know there is such a thing as this pattern. You may experience that nothing is connected and that the universe is random and chaotic in nature. If the 7th level of our field is not healthy, the golden lines will be dull and weak. They will not hold their form and will be thinner in some places than others. They may even be torn open in some places, allowing energy to leak out of the system. If the 7th level is unhealthy, we do not experience divine mind or the connectedness of the truth held in the universal mind field. We will not understand the concept of perfection within our imperfections. Our imperfections will be very hard to tolerate. In fact, we may go into denial about them, claiming or striving for a perfection that is impossible to achieve in the human condition. We will not have access to the universal divine mind field. It will appear that our minds work in isolation and have very little to do with creation. If your 7th level is stronger than all the rest, you may have the problem of making all your creative ideas practical. The best way to strengthen the 7th level of the field is to continually search for higher truth in your life and to live by it. The best meditation I know to help strengthen the 7th level of the field is to use a mantra that repeats, "Be still and know that I am God." Doing this mantra brings energy to the 7th level and eventually brings the meditator to the experience of knowing he or she is divine mind and God. It takes good functioning of all your bodies to bring your creative ideas into manifestation on the physical plane. This includes your health. If you want to have good physical health and a full life, it is necessary to clear, charge, and balance all your bodies and therefore all the areas of human experience. Therefore any healing process must include focused attention to and nourishment for all 7 levels of your field. The chakras. Chakras are the configurations in the structure of the energy field with which healers work. Chakra is the Sanskrit word for wheel. According to my HSB, the chakras look much more like vortices, or funnels, of energy. They exist on each of the 7 levels of the field, and chakras 2 through 6 appear on both the front and the back of the body. We label the chakras by their number and a letter, A for the front of the body and B for the back. Chakras function as intake organs for energy from the universal life energy field, which we can also call the universal health field all around us. The energy taken in and metabolized through each chakra is sent to the parts of the body located in the major nerve plexus area closest to each. This energy is very important for the healthy functioning of the auric field and the physical body. In Eastern tradition, that energy is called the prana, or the chi. If a chakra stops functioning properly, the intake of energy will be disturbed. This means that the body organs served by that chakra will not get their needed supply. If chakra dysfunction continues, normal functioning of the organs and other body parts in that particular area will be disrupted. That part of the body will weaken, as will its immune defenses, and eventually disease will occur in that part of the body. There are 7 major chakras. Each funnel has its wider opening on the outside of our body, about 6 inches in diameter, 1 inch from the body. The small tip is inside our body near the spine. The vertical power current lies through the center line of the body. It is the large channel of energy into which all the chakras release the energy they take in from the universal life or health field all around us. The energy from all the chakras laces up and down through the vertical power current. Each color is woven together, somewhat like a rope made of beautiful pulsating light of all colors. The vertical power current is about 1 inch wide in most people. However, in healers who have lifted to a high altered state of consciousness to heal, it can become as large as 6 inches in diameter. The 7 major chakras are located near the major nerve plexuses of the body. The first chakra is located between the legs. Its fine tip seats right into the sacral coccyx joint. It is associated with the kinesthetic, sense of body position, proprioceptive, sense of body movement, and tactile, touch, senses. It is related to our will to live and supplies the body with physical vitality. It supplies energy to the spinal column, the adrenals, and the kidneys. The second chakra is located just above the pubic bone on the front and back of the body. Its tip seats directly into the center of the sacrum, through which we sense emotions. It is related to our sensuality and sexuality. It supplies our sexual organs and our immune system with lots of energy. The third chakra is located in the solar plexus area on the front and back of the body. Its fine tip seats directly into the diaphragmatic hinge, between thoracic vertebra 12, T12, and lumbar vertebra 1, L1. It supplies the organs in this area of the body, the stomach, liver, gallbladder, pancreas, spleen, and nervous system, with energy. It is associated with our intuition. It is related to who we are in the universe, how we connect to others, and how we take care of ourselves. The fourth chakra, in the heart area, is related to love and will. Through it we sense love. The front aspect is related to love, the rear aspect to will. To keep this chakra functioning well, we live with a balance of love and will. Its fine tip seats into T5. It brings energy to our heart, circulatory system, thymus, vagus nerve, and upper back. The fifth chakra is located in the front and back of the throat. It is associated with the senses of hearing, tasting, and smelling. Its fine tip seats into cervical vertebra 3, C3. It supplies energy to the thyroid, the bronchi, lungs, and alimentary canal. It is related to giving and receiving and speaking our truth. The sixth chakra is located on the forehead and the back of the head. Its tip seats into the center of the head. It supplies energy to our pituitary, lower brain, left eye, ears, nose, and nervous system. It is associated with the sense of sight. The front part of the chakra is related to conceptual understanding. The back part is related to carrying out our ideas in a step-by-step process to accomplish them. The seventh chakra is located at the top of the head. Its fine tip seats into the middle of the top of the head. It supplies energy to our upper brain and our right eye. It is associated with the experience of direct knowing. It is related to the integration of personality with spirituality. In general, the front aspects of the chakras correlate to our emotional functioning, the back to our will function, and the head chakras to our reason function. A balanced functioning of our reason, will, and emotion is necessary to maintain our health. Since the amount of energy flowing through a given chakra denotes how much that chakra is used, it also denotes how much the reason, will, or emotional aspect associated with that chakra is used. In order to create a balance of our reason, will, and emotions in our lives, we must balance, equalize, and synchronize our chakras. In this book, we will describe how healers work with the human energy field during healing sessions and how you can work with your own field for self-healing. Later, we will relate the personal healing process to each of the 7 levels of personal life experience found within each of the levels of the field. Self-healing can be accomplished by filling personal needs that are associated with each type of life experience on each level. For more specifics about the aura and its chakras, please refer to Hands of Light, Parts 2 and 3. The Hierarch level, the level of your intention, your purpose. The Hierarch level is 1 quantum leap deeper into your nature and 1 dimension deeper than the aura. The Hierarch level is the foundation upon which the aura rests. I call it the Hierarch level because it is the level where the hara is. Hara is defined by the Japanese as a center of power within the lower belly. While the aura is related to your personality, the hierarch level is related to your intentions. It corresponds to your life task or your deeper spiritual purpose. It is the level of your greater incarnational purpose and your purpose in any given moment. It is here that you set and hold your intention. The hierarch level is much simpler than the auric field, which has a very complicated structure. See Figure 2-1. It consists of 3 points along a laser-like line that is on the center line of our body. It is about 1/3 of an inch wide and extends from a point about 3 1/2 feet above our head, down deep into the core of the earth. The first point above the head looks like an inverted funnel. Its wide end pointing down is only about 1/3 of an inch wide. It represents our first individuation out of the Godhead, when we first individuated from God in order to incarnate. It also carries the function of reason. It carries our reason to incarnate. It is through this place that we connect to our higher spiritual reality. I call this place the individuation point or ID point. If we follow the laser line down into our upper chest area, we find the second point. It is a beautiful diffuse light. It corresponds to our emotion. Here we carry our spiritual longing, the sacred longing that leads us through our life. It brings the passion we have to accomplish great things in our life. This longing is very specific to our life task. We long to accomplish it. It is the thing that we want to do more than anything else in life. It is what we have come for. It is the longing each of us carries within, that lets us feel why we are here. I call this point the seat of the soul's longing, or soul seat, or SS. The next point on the line is the Tiantian, as it is called in Chinese. It is the center from which all martial artists move when they perform. It is from this center that martial artists draw power to break concrete. It appears to be a ball of power or center of beingness, about 1 1/2 inches in diameter. It is located about 2 1/2 inches below the navel. It has a strong membrane around it, so it looks a bit like a rubber ball. It can be gold in color. This is a will center. It is your will to live in the physical body. It contains the one note that holds the physical body in physical manifestation. It is with your will and this one note that you have drawn up a physical body out of the body of your mother the earth. It is from this center that healers can also connect to a great deal of power to regenerate the body, provided that the healer grounds the Herrick line deep into the molten core of the earth. When their Herrick line extends down into the earth, healers can gather great power. When used in healing, the Tiantian can turn very bright red and become very hot. This is what is meant by being grounded on the Herrick level. When this happens and the Tiantian turns red, healers feel intense heat all over their body. When you have set a clear intention on the Herrick level, your actions on the auric and physical levels bring about pleasure. We will discuss dysfunction in the Herrick level, that is, your intention and your life task, with relationship to health throughout this book. For example, illness can be caused by unclear, mixed, or opposing intentions and disconnection from one's life task. Many people, especially in the modern industrialized part of the world, walk around in great spiritual pain because they do not know that they have a life's purpose. They do not understand why they are in pain. They don't know there is a cure for this kind of spiritual pain. The disconnection from their deeper life's purpose shows in the Herrick level. It can be healed from this level. The core star level, the level of your divine essence, the source of your creative energy. The core star level is a quantum leap deeper into who we are than the Herrick level and is related to our divine essence. Using HSP, on the level of the core star, everyone looks like a beautiful star. Each star is different. Each star is the internal source of life within. In this inner place, we are the center of the universe. Here is localized the divine individuality within each of us. It is located 1 1/2 inches above the navel on the center line of the body. See figure 2.1. When one opens one's vision on the core star level and looks at a group of people, each looks like a beautiful star that radiates out infinitely yet permeates all the other stars. Our core is the most essential nature of our being and is completely unique to each individual. It has been there within each of us since before the beginning of time. Indeed, it is beyond the limitations of time, space, and belief. It is the individual aspect of the divine. From this place within each of us, we live and have our being. We recognize it easily as that which we have always known ourselves to be since birth. In this place, we are wise, loving, and full of courage. This inner essence has not really changed with time. No negative experiences have ever really tainted it. Yes, our reactions to negative experiences may have covered it, or shrouded it, but they have never really changed it. It is our most basic nature. It is the deeper goodness within each of us. It is who we really are. It is from this place within that all our creative energies arise. It is the eternal fountainhead within each of us from which all our creations come. Your creative process and your health. The prime focus of this book is to help you understand the creative process originating within your core and its significance, especially with regard to health and healing. This creative process that originates within our core always begins with 2 ingredients. The first is positive intention, or divine intention. The second is positive pleasure. Everything you have ever done in your life began not only with good intentions but also always with pleasure. Every creative act you have done began within your core consciousness and upwelled through the deeper levels of your being until it reached your physical world. All the creations in your life take the same course. Every creative act takes the course in its journey into the physical. It manifests first as consciousness in the core, then as our intention in the Herrick level, then as our life energies in the auric level that later well up into the physical universe. When these energies flow directly from the core through the Herrick level of our life task, through the auric level of our personality, and through our physical bodies, we create health and joy in our lives. It is upon this creative process that this book is based. It is with the light emerging from our core that we create our life experience on all levels of our being. When we block the creative energies arising from the core star, we eventually create pain in our lives. The work that lies before us is to unveil our course so that our light and creations can emerge in joy, pleasure, and well-being. In that way, we can create a world of harmony, peace, and communion. 3. A new view of healing, the holographic experience. In order to begin to understand and live holographic experience, we must take a look at our current way of understanding, which is not holistic. The metaphysics underlying our scientific models. Like the traditional belief systems of primitive cultures, our culture of the Western scientific world is also shaped by its built-in assumptions. Many of these assumptions have remained unspoken and unchallenged until recently. What we consider to be our basic reality depends on the underlying metaphysics upon which we rest our science. Dr. Willis Harman, in his book Global Mind Change, notes 3 basic metaphysics, M1, M2, and M3, that have been used during the history of human evolution. He defines them as follows: M1. Materialistic monism. Matter giving rise to mind. In the first of these, the basic stuff of the universe is matter-energy. We learn about reality from studying the measurable world. Whatever consciousness is, it emerges out of matter, that is, the brain, when the evolutionary process has progressed succinctly. Whatever we can learn about consciousness must ultimately be reconciled with the kind of knowledge we get from studying the physical brain, for consciousness apart from a living physical organism is not only unknown, it is inconceivable. M2. Dualism. Matter plus mind. An alternate metaphysic is dualistic. There are 2 fundamentally different kinds of basic stuff in the universe: matter-energy stuff and mind-spirit stuff. Matter-energy stuff is studied with the present tools of science. Mind-spirit stuff must be explored in other ways more appropriate to it, such as intersubjective exploration. Thus there develop, in essence, 2 complementary kinds of knowledge. Presumably there are areas of overlap, such as the field of psychic phenomena. M3. Transcendental monism, mind giving rise to matter. Yet a third metaphysic finds the ultimate stuff of the universe to be consciousness. Mind or consciousness is primary, and matter-energy arises in some sense out of mind. The physical world is to the greater mind as a dream image is to the individual mind. Ultimately, the reality behind the phenomenal world is contacted, not through the physical senses, but through the deep intuition. Consciousness is not the end product of material evolution, rather, consciousness was here first. Most of our cultural conditioning and heritage is based on the M1, mind out of matter, metaphysical model, which supports a mechanistic science. Our future is already seated in the M3, matter out of mind, model, which leads to a holographic science. Our old scientific mechanistic model in healthcare. To move into a holographic model for our healthcare, we must first explore our old ideas about health, healing, and medicine and find how they have limited us. Our old ideas come out of the old scientific, mechanistic model upon which our cultural conditioning is based. This old model, based upon the M1 metaphysics, mind out of matter, contains the unspoken rational set of premises of this scientific age. Dr. Harman lists these assumptions. 1. The only conceivable ways in which we can acquire knowledge are through our physical senses, and perhaps by some sort of information transmission through the genes. Or we can learn through empirical science, the exploration of the measurable world through instrumentation which augments our physical senses. 2. All qualitative properties are ultimately reducible to quantitative ones. For example, color is reduced to wavelength. 3. There is a clear demarcation between the objective world which can be perceived by anyone, and subjective experience which is perceived by the individual alone. Scientific knowledge deals with the former, the latter may be important to the individual but its exploration does not lead to the same kind of publicly verifiable knowledge. 4. The concept of free will is a prescientific attempt to explain behavior which scientific analysis reveals is due to a combination of forces impinging on the individual from the outside, together with pressures and tensions internal to the organism. 5. What we know as consciousness or awareness of our thoughts and feelings is a secondary phenomenon arising from physical and biochemical processes in the brain. 6. What we know as memory is strictly a matter of stored data in the central nervous system. 7. The nature of time being what it is, there is obviously no way in which we can obtain knowledge of future events other than by rational prediction from known causes and past regularities. 8. Since mental activity is simply a matter of dynamically varying states in the physical organism, brain, it is completely impossible for this mental activity to exert any effect directly on the physical world outside the organism. 9. The evolution of the universe and of man has come about through physical causes. There is no justification for any concept of universal purpose in this evolution, or in the development of consciousness, or in the strivings of the individual. 10. Individual consciousness does not survive the death of the organism, or if there is any meaningful sense in which the individual consciousness persists after the death of the physical body, we can neither comprehend it in this life nor in any way obtain knowledge about it. These are the assumptions upon which our industrialized society and our healthcare system are based. In some cases of healthcare they work beautifully. In others, they do not. In some areas of our lives, like the ability to purchase consumer products, they work for some of us. For some of us, who live trapped in poverty, they do not. To find more effective solutions for social problems and the diseases that plague the 20th century, we must look deeper into our assumptions about reality. In our culture, philosophy is based on the old mechanistic model of physics, which in turn is based on M1, mind out of matter, metaphysics, which maintains the world is made up of basic building blocks of matter such as electrons and protons. These tiny things or parts constitute everything that there is. Therefore, if we divide the world into these things and study them, we should understand the world. Thus, we have been taught to trust and live by the rational mind. Our social system, schools, and medical system all emphasize the importance of solving problems rationally to understand the way things work, and then to find the cause of problems. To do that, we divide everything into separate parts and study them. Unfortunately, in the past 40 years or so, we have placed more and more emphasis on rationally dividing our world into separate parts and studying those parts as if they were isolated. Yet research shows that isolation simply is not true. For over 20 years our experiments in physics and biology have shown that everything is connected. It is impossible to separate the experimenter from the experiment. It is impossible to separate the individual from the whole. Yet in daily life we continue to think that things can be broken down and taken apart to be understood. Why isn't the old way working? When we think in the mechanistic way we make statements like this: when are they going to do something about it? They are destroying the planet. We'd be better off if executives, or workers, weren't so greedy. These statements separate us from others by creating a fictional they or them onto whom we can shift responsibility for a problem or situation rather than do what we could do to change the situation. After all, we are co-creators of whatever situation we find ourselves in. We have dealt with our own health and disease in the same way. We separate our organs from each other as if they were not working together in the same body. We separate our disease from ourselves. We separate our body parts from our emotions about them, as if there were no effect in doing so. We compartmentalize them all with statements like, I caught your cold. I've got a bad back. My stomach is giving me trouble again. I hate my hips, they are too big for me. We even try to get rid of the symptom rather than focusing on the cause of the problem. This can be very dangerous indeed. We make statements like, Doc, I want you to get rid of this knee problem once and for all. My head hurts. I need some aspirin to take the pain away. I'm getting rid of my gallbladder so it will stop bothering me. Many times, we see illness as primarily caused by the invasion of some outside thing, like a microorganism or a tumor that needs to be removed. The major way of ridding ourselves of disease is to take a pill or have surgery. Prescribing the right medication to get rid of pain or to kill the invader is based primarily on research and drinking that is founded on the premise of the world being composed of separate parts. These views do not deal with the cause of illness. The wonders of modern medicine are astounding, and yet as a people, we seem to be growing less able to personally maintain our health. When we finally get one thing fixed by the doctor, something else goes wrong. Sometimes the side effects from treatment lead to another ailment. Yet we tend to consider these ailments as separate occurrences. We have divided the world into so many parts that we get confused and begin thinking that the doctor is responsible for our health. A great deal of pain has arisen out of the kind of thinking that sees a human being as a collection of separate parts rather than as a whole, integrated being. Such separatist drinking also leads to the abdication of responsibility for one's health to the doctor. We think a doctor can fix body parts as a mechanic fixes the parts of a car. I have been witness to a lot of this pain. Out of compartmentalization comes confusion. Many patients who have come through my OCE have been through a long list of healthcare professionals, including physicians, therapists of all kinds, healers, psychics, acupuncturists, dietary specialists, and herbalists. From these treatments they have had minimal results, primarily because of the contradictory and confusing analysis of their condition. The patient simply doesn't know what to do or whom to believe because compartmentalization leads to contradiction. Because of our cultural conditioning, we ask for a physical disease diagnosis. This is the equivalent of asking for basic building blocks of matter that don't really exist. We don't just ask for it, we demand it. And we get it. A concrete presentation of the facts of a physical disease diagnosis limits our ability to see the greater picture clearly because we take it out of the context of the interrelatedness of our whole being, in which the cause of our disease includes many levels of function and experience. We take it as the full answer and use it to, hopefully, make us feel safe. As a result, we put a lot of pressure on our physicians to take care of our health through diagnosis and treatment. We believe that if we name the disease and know it, we can control it, from a separated, disconnected place. Or better yet, the physician can control it. Indeed, this method works very well for many diseases. It gets rid of the physical symptoms called disease, but it does not deal with the internal cause connected to the deeper reality within us. In the long run, the practice of diagnosis and treatment of physical symptoms is likely to separate us by one more step from ourselves and our deeper truth. I consider this a misuse of diagnosis. The problem isn't the system of diagnosis. The problem is that we stop with the diagnosis and its resulting treatment. We do not use it, as we could, as another piece of information in a large puzzle that leads to self-understanding and growth. Approaching disease from the point of view of separate symptoms also gives too much power to the diagnostic system and rigidifies it. This leads to another, more serious misuse of the diagnosis system. The mechanistic model produces death sentence diagnoses. The pain gets worse and the patient's even more confused when they receive diagnosis and treatment recommendations that include threats such as, if you don't follow our particular treatment program, you will get worse or even die. Of course, physicians should give the information that they know about the patient's prognosis if the patient goes untreated, but physicians shouldn't imply that their way is necessarily the only way. Perhaps there are ways to treat the illness that they don't know about. In other words, the limitations of standard medical treatment techniques should be stated as such, and the door to other possibilities should always be clearly left open, whether or not the physician knows what the other treatments are. Rather than label a patient as terminal, the physician needs to make it clear that it is Western medicine that cannot treat the problem effectively. One of the worst things I have seen newly diagnosed cancer patients go through is the terminal diagnosis. Yes, there are statistics about certain developments in certain diseases that show the probabilities of the course a given disease will take. But in no way does that mean it is true for any particular patient. Unfortunately, a patient who escapes the statistics is considered to have had an error in diagnosis, a spontaneous remission, a well-behaved disease, or even a miracle. This discredits the method that was successful in helping the patient get well. When Western medicine uses the incurable or terminal diagnosis label for illnesses it cannot treat, it creates an additional problem for patients. It teaches patients that they cannot get well. It sets up a pathological belief within patients that they then act upon, thus enhancing their disease. That is, they not only have the disease to fight, they must also overcome the part of them that believes they cannot get well. A disease diagnosis induces a pathological view within the mind of the patient according to the beliefs of a medical system that may not be able to help the patient because within its system there is no cure. In a way, Western medicine covertly says, believe as we do, accept our metaphor of reality, that this illness, as we have diagnosed it, is the true and only reality, as we see it, and is incurable. This covered statement brings us back again to the original issue, the roles our models of reality have in our lives, and our assumptions that they are the only reality. We don't consider the profound effect of this. The issue of models or metaphors of reality. As the bag lady in Lily Tomlin's Broadway hit The Search for Intelligent Life in the Universe says, reality is a collective hunch. What we tend to do is say that any model of reality that we accept is reality. We then get into trouble when what is doesn't fit the model. We blame ourselves or declare things to be impossible because they don't fit into the model. We tend not to see or say that the model is limited. All models are limited. We need to remember that. If we do, then it is probably okay to accept a particular metaphor for reality in an unbiased fashion, for example, in the mechanistic case, that matter is the basic reality. But when it comes to incurable disease, that metaphor of reality is no longer working for us. Then it's time to find a more functional metaphor within which a cure is probable. It's time for the patient to find another medical system rather than go through painful invasive treatments that do not cure. Not only do these treatments fail to cure, they only make the cure by a different system, such as Ayurvedic medicine, homeopathy, acupuncture, macrobiotics, or other such systems, much more difficult. An untreatable diagnosis is a statement about the medical system, not the patient. If given as a statement about the patient's condition, it puts patients at a distinct disadvantage in their healing process. It leaves little if any room for the creative process of healing to come forth from the patient. It leaves no room for alternative care systems. It is far better when a physician says, "I have done all I can do for you. I am, at this time, unaware of any other treatments I can offer. If you wish, I will stand by you and keep you as comfortable as I can. Perhaps someone else knows another way." This is all physicians are responsible for. They cannot take responsibility for other people's lives or their health. Physicians cannot play God. This ought to be a relief to them. Yes, physicians have the light of God within every cell of their beings. But so does every patient. Physicians are likely to have more access to healing power than any given patient at any given time. But patients have complete ability to learn to tap into that power, which also ought to be a relief to the physician. The responsibilities we have placed upon our physicians, and that they have shouldered, are simply neither fair nor realistic. They are based on the mechanistic model. If a physician is supposed to give us a pill or do surgery to take away something separate from us that is bothering us, then he or she becomes the responsible one. It is as if we had nothing to do with it. Moving toward the holographic model, we as patients must take back responsibility for our healing. We must ask our physicians to help us do it. We must establish friendly working relationships among patient, healer, and physician to utilize the best in self-healing, healers, and the great service of healing that physicians offer. A way to begin establishing friendly working relationships among patient, healer, and physician is to consciously move into the new M3, matter out of mind, metaphysics described at the beginning of this chapter. We need to consider that mind rather than matter is the basic reality, and that changes things a great deal. It leads us into holism. The work presented in this book is based upon the M3 metaphysics. Mind gives rise to matter, therefore mind or consciousness is the basic reality. Yet mind and consciousness are still limited terms in our culture. The broad expanse of human experience goes much beyond the mind. So I prefer to use the term essence to refer to the basic nature of human beingness. Essence is subtler and less limited than what we call consciousness. Essence underlies consciousness. Consciousness is subtler and less limited than what we call mind. Consciousness underlies mind. Therefore, it is essence that gives rise to consciousness, that gives rise to mind, that gives rise to matter. That essence is found within the core star level of every living creature. It is found within everything. It is everywhere. Everything is ultimately interpenetrated with essence, consciousness, and mind. M3 metaphysics, then, most naturally brings us to holism and the interconnectedness of all things, a very common experience of the healing state. By assuming M3 metaphysics, we walk directly into the new science of holography, which shows a promising future by giving us new answers to old questions about ourselves and our healing and creative processes. Let's reorient ourselves to holism. What is it? How is it different from what we base our assumptions about reality on now? What would it be like to live within a holographic model of reality? What would it be like if we were to think and live holographically? How would our lives change? Many of us have had experiences of wholeness either in meditation or in things as simple as a reverie on seeing a sunset. These experiences are very powerful. Most of the time, we wish we knew how to make them happen more often. We seem to have a great gap between the spontaneous experience of wholeness and the application of holism in daily life. It is this gap that we will seek to bridge in a step-by-step process in this book. At one end of our bridge is the physical world and our physical bodies. At the other is the expanded experience of holism where each of us is all that there is. So the question set before us is, how do we become holistic? Experiencing the universal hologram. To explore what living within a holographic model would be like, on a personal experiential level, I asked several of my third-year healing students the following question: imagine yourself a hologram. How does that unlimit you? Here are their answers. Marjorie V. In a hologram, we are both the observer and the creator. We are not just a part of a pattern, we are the pattern. A hologram is out of linear time and three-dimensional space. It is the interconnectedness of everything. It is unlimitation itself. It is total surrendering to all experiences, truly feeling one with everyone, everything, and every universe. It is instantaneous present, past, and future. IRAG, imagining myself as a hologram unlimits me because it permits the view that all the universe may be experienced or understood through one cell of my body and one experience of my life. Each part or component becomes a doorway of universal understanding. Sylvia M. If I am a hologram, then I have no limits. I can go into time and space into eternity and back again. I am the trees, the animals, and the homeless, and they are me. Maybe this is where that old saying comes from, all for one, and one for all. Carol H. Imagining myself as a hologram unlimits me in that I recognize the interconnectedness with the whole of creation and that I am a reflection of the Divine Spirit. I also realize that all my thoughts, words, and deeds are experienced throughout the whole, which is an overwhelming thought. Also, I am experiencing all of creation as receiver. Bet B, if I were a hologram, say of alcoholism, I would not only be the spouse of the alcoholic, but the husband, daughter, and son, and the alcoholic also. I could experience the alcohol going into the body and at the same time see and know how everyone else involved feels, thinks, and knows mentally, emotionally, physically, and spiritually. There would be no sides to take because I would be all of it at once and know that all of it is a part of God and the universe. Pam C. I believe I am a hologram, but it's hard to let in what that means. It unlimits me because it means, 1. I am not separate, I am always in connection with the whole. In fact, I am the whole. 2. I can take whatever form I need to at any given moment. In fact, I am taking all of them all the time. 3. I am always in synchronicity with everything else that exists. 4. I am not restricted to my body. I have access to all the information in the universe, past, present, and future and other dimensions. I can be anywhere at any time. In fact, I can be several places at once. In short, it makes me very big and very connected. I am the whole as well as the parts. Roseanne F. If I am a hologram, then I am not a part of the whole, I am whole. It unlimits me in every way, as I am not only connected to all things, I am all things and therefore am unlimited in my potential for understanding, knowing, seeing, learning, being, and doing, and much more, I'm sure. In the inverse of I am a whole as a hologram, I am also in and of all else, so there is a balance of my unlimited self with all other things and beings. John M. This is a scientific metaphor for Christ's statement I and the Father are one. It suggests for me that I am not an outsider, that even as the prodigal son, I have held the fullness of the universe within me, or more accurately have had that fullness flowing through me. This thought reminds me of a sense of peace that has underlain my most scary and uncertain moments. It's as though, as I imagine the immensity of the whole, it looks back at me with something resembling a human face. The thought of myself as a hologram gives me courage and hope. Marge M. In this way I can see myself as everything that is. I need to learn to access those aspects of myself that I wish to access. As a hologram, anything is possible, all knowledge is accessible, and it is a matter of allowing this to happen. Lori K. It gives me the wings with which to go and be anywhere I want at any time. It gives me creative responsibility in knowing who I truly am and, in that, changing the entire world. It provides me with unlimited access to all knowledge, all understanding. It frees me from the shackles of dualistic disharmony and propels me into a world of light, of unity, of knowing. I am inseparably connected to all. Sue B. I found this hard to do because my mind says, I am not. Instead, I find it easier to imagine myself as part of an interconnected web. When I do this, there is no me and not me, but I am. Time and space in this sense do not exist because I am everywhere at once. Jason S. Imaging myself as a hologram seems to unlimit me to the extent that I allow it to. At some point it gets a little scary. For instance, when I imagine it, I feel somewhat more detached from my personality and life path and see all of it more as a series of interacting patterns. It gives broad vista to my view of myself. On the other hand, on the micro level, I can see each aspect of my daily life as a full expression of who I am. I can see how I am Jasoning through my life, with my talents, perspective, lack of perspective, problems and strengths, all fully formed in every aspect. As someone who can get very detached as it is, I don't especially like the feeling of detachment when it gets too strong. I do like the feeling of all one time I get from looking at my life that way, though. As a healer, when I look at patients that way, I feel the possibility of being completely in touch with their past, present, and possible future. It makes the moment of healing transcend this present moment. The holographic experience requires expanded awareness. It requires great sensitivity to what is, both personally and interpersonally. It is possible to develop this expanded awareness in a step-by-step manner, as we shall see in the progression of this book. The holographic experience is the experience of the healing moment. When linear time and three-dimensional space are transcended in the ways described above, healing automatically takes place. This is the true nature of the universe. I'm sure such experiences as these are familiar to you. What we haven't done yet is learn how to bring them forth when they are needed and how to integrate them into normal life. Our real challenge is how to put them into everyday life in a practical way. In order to do this, we must understand holism better. So let's take a closer look at holography. The origins of holism and holography. In 1929, Alfred North Whitehead, a well-known mathematician and philosopher, described nature as a great expanding series of occurrences that are interconnected. These occurrences, he said, do not terminate in sense perception. Dualisms like mind/matter are false. Reality is inclusive and interlocking. What Whitehead meant by that is everything is relational, including our senses. We use our senses to get information about any given situation. Our senses affect the situation we perceive. The situation affects the senses with which we perceive it. In the same year, Carl Lashley published the results of his research on the human brain that showed that specific memory is not located in any one place in the brain. He found that destroying a portion of the brain does not destroy memory located there. Memory could not be located in specific brain cells. Rather, memory seems to be distributed all over the brain, probably as a field of energy. In 1947, Dennis Gabbard derived equations that described a possible three-dimensional photography that he called holography. The first hologram was constructed with the use of a laser in 1965 by Emmett Leith and Juris Upatiniks. In 1969, Dr. Karl Pribram, a renowned brain physiologist at Stanford University, proposed that the hologram worked very well as a powerful model for brain processes. In 1971, Dr. David Bohm, a well-known physicist who worked with Einstein, proposed that the organization of the universe is probably holographic. When Pribram heard of Bohm's work, he was elated. It supported his idea that the human brain functions as a hologram, collecting and reading information from a holographic universe. What is a hologram? So what are these men and their research saying? To understand their ideas, let's examine how a hologram works. No doubt, you have seen a hologram. It projects a three-dimensional image from seemingly nowhere into space. As you walk around this image, you see the different sides of it. It takes a two-step process to create the three-dimensional hologram image. Figure 3:1 shows the first step. The beam from a laser is split in half by a device called a beam splitter. One half is focused through a lens onto an object such as an apple, then is reflected by a mirror onto a photographic plate. The other half is simply reflected by a mirror and focused through a lens onto the same photographic plate. A specific phase relationship is set between two halves of the laser beam. A photograph is taken. The result is a photograph of an interference pattern that the two beams produce when they come back together on the photographic plate. This interference pattern looks like indiscernible squiggly lines. The second step, figure 3:2, is simply to remove the apple, the beam splitter, the second mirror, and the second lens. If you now take the laser and focus it through a lens and onto the photographic plate, you will find a three-dimensional image of the apple suspended in space. What is more surprising is that if you simply cut the photographic plate in half without changing anything else, you still get the image of the apple suspended in space, although it is a little hazier. If you cut another portion of the plate off, you will still get the whole image of the apple in space. This continues with smaller and smaller pieces of the photographic plate. You still get the whole apple, but it becomes a bit hazier each time. The holographic model and 7 premises about the nature of reality. As we enter the holographic era, we prepare for many changes. This era rests on the foundation of 7 basic premises about the nature of reality that fall directly out of the holographic work and upon which the holographic model is based. Premise 1. Consciousness is the basic reality. To arrive at the premise that consciousness is the basic reality, let's follow Dr. Pribram's analysis. Dr. Pribram says that basic reality is the energetic signature that the brain picks up through our senses. Our brain then interprets the signature into the shape and color of an apple. What he means is that true reality is like the energy in the laser beams that carries information. What we see as reality is more like the projected three-dimensional picture of the apple in the hologram. The true reality is to be found in the energy that our senses pick up rather than in the objects we define as real. Pribram states that our brain acts like the hologram that projects the true reality of the energy beams into an illusory apple. Our brain, using our 5 senses, picks up the energy field of whatever we bring our attention to in the moment and translates that energy field into an object. What this means is that the object we perceive represents the secondary reality. It is but a signature of the deeper reality, the energy beams, from which the projection of the object comes. Pribram says that all our senses act together in a way to create the illusion of our world around us, much as a set of stereo speakers gives you the impression that the sound comes from the center of the room or a headset makes the music come from the center of your head. So far, only the hologram using the visible sense, light from the laser beam, has been built. Probably someday, holograms using the kinesthetic, auditory, olfactory, and gustatory senses will also be built. Clearly, Dr. Pribram's research relates to our model of the human energy field. On the level of the aura, the basic reality is energy. However, if we go deeper, we find our intention, which results from our consciousness, upon which our energy flow is based. And even deeper than that, we find our essence in the core star level, the foundation of all reality. We have arrived at the M3 metaphysics. Implications of Premise 1 for our health and healthcare system. 1. Probably the most profound implication for our health is that our consciousness, expressed as intention, and the energy in our auric field that results from that intention are the most fundamental factors in our health or disease. This means that our intentions, both conscious and unconscious, and how they are expressed in our thinking, feelings, and actions are primary factors in our state of health. Any physical problem is only a physical manifestation of the true disease that is to be found within consciousness. Consciousness founded the materialized statement of disease. 2. Any science or healthcare system based on the physical world is based on secondary causes, not primary ones. Premise 2. Everything is connected to everything else. This connection is not dependent on spatial proximity or on time. An event in one location immediately, without time delay for communication, that is, faster than the speed of light and beyond Einstein's relativity theory, affects everything else. Since there is no time delay, what we call cause and effect occur at the same time. Therefore our idea of cause and effect, which is so useful in our material world, is not applicable or valid in the primary reality. Implications of Premise 2 for our health and healthcare system. 1. According to the holographic view, it is impossible to take people, events, things, no things, or ourselves separately. The propagation of events works not only throughout their own specific areas of influence but profoundly affects other seemingly independent or unrelated areas of life. Our everyday experience, our science, our psychology, and our politics all point to the reality that nothing exists separately. An event, be it political, psychological, atomic, or subatomic, can never be taken as an isolated occurrence, affecting only the immediate surroundings. Our science and our politics clearly show that whatever occurs now has an immediate effect everywhere. The development of nuclear weapons clearly shows this, as does the work of environmentalists. 2. Everything we do, say, think, and believe about health and disease affects everyone immediately. 3. By healing ourselves, we heal others. By helping heal others, we also heal ourselves. Premise 3. Each piece contains the whole. If we use the model of the hologram, we get a view of the nature of reality very different from the way our Western culture has described it in the past. Since the whole three-dimensional image of the apple is still produced no matter how small a piece of the photographic plate is left, the hologram clearly demonstrates that each piece of the holographic plate contains the whole apple. Implications of Premise 3 for our health and healthcare system. 1. Each part of us contains the whole pattern of us. This can be expressed in the physical world in our genes. In them, each cell contains our whole genetic makeup. Eventually, it may be possible to clone ourselves from a single cell. 2. On the energetic level, the energy pattern in the auric field of each cell contains our whole pattern of health. We can then tap into this health pattern to regain our health. We only need one healthy cell left to do so. 3. We are all that there is. Or another way to put it is, all that there is within each of us. By exploring our inner landscape, we also explore the universe. 4. By healing ourselves, we help heal the earth and the universe. For further information and deeper understanding of how this works, see What Can I Personally Do for World Peace, channeled from my guide Hyoen, in Chapter 13. Premise 4. Time is also holographic. Each aspect exists everywhere all the time and always, that is, both at all times and in all times. Each moment is whole, complete, and alive and coexists in a knowledgeable relationship with all other moments. Each moment is self-knowledgeable and self-intelligent and has access to all moments. Implications of Premise 4 for our health and healthcare system. 1. We now also know that an event in the past can be found broadly threaded through the tapestry of our present world makeup. What we do affects a broad range of people, perhaps much broader than we suspect at present. Our actions affect not only those around us but those at a distance, because these effects are not confined spatially or temporally. They are holographic, that is, these effects are not dependent on time or space. They act outside of such limitations, because in the primary reality, time and space do not exist. 2. On the personal level, each of us in this now has access to all other moments. Or, we are everywhere all the time, always. 3. Each of us is connected to the I that was very healthy before sickness and after getting well. We can access that experience of health and bring it into the now for healing. 4. In reverse, we can each continue to be connected to the lessons we learned from any illness to maintain the wisdom gained from the experience. 5. By entering into complete wholeness, it is possible to immediately heal ourselves. Premise 5. Individuation and energy are basic to the universe. Each aspect is individual and not identical to any other aspect. There is an experiment that proves that light is a particle and is also a wave of energy. However, another experiment shows that particles do not act like things. Rather, they are more like individual events of interactions, which are also basically energy. Therefore, every aspect of the universe is either a wave of energy or an individual particle of energy. Implications of Premise 5 for our health and healthcare system. 1. Each of us is composed of energy. By replacing our thoughts and assumptions that we are solid matter with the idea that we are light, we can change much more easily. So can our bodies, which are made of light. Our bodies are constantly changing. Each second, we have a different body. 2. Each of us is unlike any other being. What happens to each of us and what we experience is unique. It cannot be determined by a probability based on past statistics without the factor of creation, as stated in Premise 7, coming into play. Premise 6, the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. If we reverse the process and connect the pieces of the photographic plate back together one by one, we get an increasingly clearer, more defined picture of the whole apple. Some of the major points that fall out of the sixth premise are: 1. Each aspect exists within a system greater than itself, which also exists within a system greater than itself, and so on. 2. Each aspect and system has knowledge of all other systems. 3. By connecting and integrating the smaller parts to the whole, we get a better, clearer understanding of the whole. Implications of Premise 6 for our health and healthcare system. 1. In holism, we say, as we connect our parts or selves together, we connect to and get a clearer picture of our greater, whole self. 2. Any group of people together create a greater whole that has more power, love, and creativity than each of those people taken separately or than the sum of their individual efforts. 3. Any individual within a group can tap into the power of that group. Each group within a larger group can access the power and energy in the larger group, and so on. This can be done for healing as well as for other creative endeavors. 4. We each, personally and in groups, have access to all the healing knowledge and power there is, ever was, and will be in the universe. Premise 7. Consciousness creates reality and its own experience of reality. The seventh premise is based on Karl Pribram's model of the holographic brain. Pribram states that the brain processes data consistent with what it is used to. That means you will experience according to your expectations based on your beliefs and your heritage. Since reality is created by consciousness, it also creates its own experience of reality, since that is part of reality. Implications of Premise 7 for our health and healthcare system. In healing work we say, we not only create our own reality and our own dis-ease, we also create our own experience of that reality, including our experience of our health or dis-ease. This is a very controversial statement. The interpretation of this must be done very carefully, because it is fertile ground for misunderstanding and misuse. Having responsibility for a given situation is very different from being blamed for it. The latter implies that we have become ill because we are bad. On the other hand, if we accept the idea that we create our own experience of reality, it puts us into the powerful position of being able to find out how we created it the way it is, change our ways, and recreate another, more desirable one. There are two big catches to this. The first is, from what level of our being is this creation stemming? From the divine essence, the consciousness level of intention, or the personality level of mind and feelings? The second is, who is the we that is doing the creating? From the holographic view, we are all interconnected, are all connected to the greater creative power in the universe, and all affect each other always, everywhere. People who constantly put themselves in stressful situations in their lives obviously have a great deal to do with creating the resulting heart disease on the personality level of the energy field that corresponds to thoughts and feelings. A great deal of personal choice is involved, and a lot of the creative energy is from the individual. However, these people are also products of their culture, which produces a great number of people with heart disease through stress, diet, and emotional lacks within the culture. On the other hand, a baby born with AIDS certainly didn't exercise the same type of individual human choices on the level of personality that the above patients did. The creation of AIDS in a newborn can only be looked at from the holographic view, that this individual has arisen out of the collective whole of the society into which it was born. The we that is doing the creating here is all of us. We collectively have created a situation that gives rise to the condition of AIDS that is then expressed in some individuals in physical form. The condition of AIDS is expressed in all of us in some way. It may be expressed in our denial of its presence in our society or in our relationship to it, in our fear of it, in our negative reactions of wanting to get away from it, and even in our denial of the possibility that we could get it. The condition of AIDS in us may be expressed in our relationships with those who have it in physical form. The major expression of the condition called AIDS that we all have is in its challenge for us to choose love or fear. Each moment that we are faced with our condition that is called AIDS, which we have all created, we are faced with the challenge to choose love or fear. Now, of course, one can include the deeper spiritual world of essence and intention within this metaphor and consider that before birth, an individual may have chosen to be born with AIDS as a gift to humanity. This gift challenges us to choose love rather than fear. We certainly have a great deal to learn about love in this age. For myself, all of these statements could be true and helpful in the healing situation when used appropriately. The creation of one's reality needs to be explored on all levels for a complete healing. Summary of a holistic healthcare vision. The basic reality in the universe is essence. It includes our personal individual essence and the essence of everything else combined, which is called universal essence. All creation comes out of that essence, our consciousness, mind, feelings, and matter, including our physical body. Our health is a result of bringing our true unique essence through our consciousness, mind, feelings, and physical body. Our health or disease is created by us through this process. It is us. Disease is the result of a distortion in our consciousness, our intent, that blocks the expression of our essence from coming through all the levels into the physical. Disease is an expression of how we have tried to separate ourselves from our deeper being, our essence. What we create arises holographically from both our individuality and ourselves collectively at the level of the groups to which we belong, from the most intimate to the universal scale. That is, our creations are not only our own doing but are strongly affected by and also arise, holographically, out of the people to whom we are most connected. Our creations are less affected by the people to whom we are less connected. The cause of any particular illness is so multifold that it would be impossible to make such a list here. There are cases where the group source is very strong indeed. There are many cases now being manifested, such as those dear sweet babies born with AIDS, that arise out of the larger groups of humanity. This is a sign of the changing times. It is a manifestation of humankind's conscious awareness of the connectedness of all things. AIDS is a disease that will dissolve national boundaries and show human beings that love is the answer. In this process of health or disease, we cannot divide our interior self or separate ourselves from each other. We are all connected. Everything we think, feel, and do about health and disease affects everyone else. By healing ourselves, we heal others. By expressing our essence, our uniqueness, we bring health to everyone by allowing them to express their essence. Each part of us contains the whole pattern, every cell of our body contains the pattern of our whole body, and we also contain the pattern of humanity. We can tap into this great health pattern of power and light for healing. This pattern is real and alive. We are this pattern. This pattern is in our auric field. We are energy, and we can change very rapidly. We live in a gelatinous body that is constantly changing and that is capable of great change. Time is holographic. We can move through time frames for healing purposes and to gain information about the past or probable future. We can tap into all the wisdom of the ages for healing. We are this wisdom, it is within us as well as all around us. Now let's rephrase those M1 statements about our health. See this page, into the holographic view. Instead of saying, I caught your cold, we would say, my cold is a signal that I need to balance myself. I've weakened my immune system, making it penetrable to a virus. Probably I didn't pay attention to what I needed. I need to take better care of myself. What do I need to bring back the balance? We are connected in that we both have created a cold. You probably need to take better care of yourself too. Instead of saying, I've got a bad back, we might say, my back pain tells me I'm backing out on myself again. Time to be clear about my intentions and keep in line with them. Out of these clear intentions will come a new relationship with my back that will include ways to take care of it as a good back. The more I stand by myself in my truth, the more others will. Instead of saying, my stomach is giving me trouble again, we might say, I'm being hard on myself again and putting all the tension into my stomach. Time to let go and give myself some TLC, tender loving care. Instead of saying, I hate my hips, they are too big, we might say, I keep dumping my hate into my hips and growing them bigger to hold it all. This new way of relating to disease does not stop us from having it treated by a professional. But it does put the emphasis on how we have been treating it all along and how that must be transformed to maintain a healthy state. It also opens new opportunities with which to gain the healthy state. Once we stop the old habits that are holding the disease in place and change our attitude, we automatically think differently about the problem in the first place. We are no longer an unconnected victim, rather, we had something to do with it in the first place. Thus we will, in our new freedom, make new avenues available to ourselves that we didn't have before. By doing this, we also help others open new avenues to themselves and others. The challenge of the holistic vision. The challenge with which we as patients and healers are presented is to accept the opportunities given by the holographic model, to understand what they are, and to learn to utilize them. Our true primary reality is the reality of consciousness and energy. Any science that focuses on the secondary or material reality of the physical world is based on illusion and is therefore illusory. If this is so, and there is evidence to support this theory, then our world is indeed very different from the way we surmise it to be from the three-dimensional definitions that we place upon it. It's going to take some getting used to because we are so accustomed to the definitions that we place upon our world. First, we must personally change in order to accept the holographic view. It challenges our sense of identity and necessitates self-responsibility in a big way. This demands that we take a great deal of responsibility for what we do, both to ourselves and to others. In the realm of health, it makes us very responsible for taking care of our health. And at the same time it gives us unlimited resources with which to do that. At this stage of our development, it is impossible for us to imagine the tremendous potential power, knowledge, and energy that are available to us within this primary reality. Revisualizing one's old diagnosis with the holographic model. The answers to what medical science calls spontaneous remission or a miracle lie in the holographic model. In the holographic model, a disease is equivalent to the image of the apple suspended in space that isn't really there. It is a signature of something else. It is a signature of the underlying unbalanced energies that created it. What traditional medicine calls the disease is a signature of the true imbalance held deeper in the human psyche. Or shall we say, from the healer's perspective, the disease is the physical manifestation of a deeper disturbance. In the holographic model, everything is connected. For example, we connect the inability of a pancreas to function properly to our inability to absorb the sweetness in other areas of our lives. The pancreas is related not just to the digestion of the sweets we eat but to our ability to maintain the sweetness in life, in our relationships and in our personal nurturance. This may seem outrageous at first. But when one observes the workings of the human energy field, it becomes patently obvious. In a person with a healthy pancreas, we can observe direct energetic correlations between the energy field of the pancreas and that person's ability to connect with energy fields that correspond to universal sweetness. When we think holographically, our symptoms are our friends. The true functional role of the symptom is to inform us that something within us is unbalanced. It is as if the symptom were the end of a string of yarn that is sticking out from under Grandma's couch. When we follow that string, we're led to the whole ball of yarn the kitten left there after playing. Within the ball is the cause of disease. Especially in incurable cases, patients need to be directed to focus on the deeper inner reality and their other creative healing energies rather than the diagnosis. From the holographic standpoint, each person's natural predilection is to stay healthy or return to health in a most natural way. I call this natural process toward health the balancing system. Everyone has a balancing system. Most balancing systems are very strong, but they can be ignored and interfered with. It is each individual's responsibility to listen and respond to his or her balancing system. 4. Honoring your balancing system. Within you is a wonderful system of checks and balances that is designed to keep you, your auric field, and your physical body in perfect operating order. I call this system the balancing system. This balancing system holds your personal pattern of wholeness. Whenever anything is out of balance in your energy bodies or in your physical body, it automatically seeks to regain balance. Most of this system runs beneath the level of your conscious awareness. The wisdom held in this area of your being is probably much greater than you realize. We are just beginning to learn how to utilize it consciously. In the past, we have not thought much about our balancing system, because it directly opposes the concept of entropy that falls out of M1 metaphysics. The second law of thermodynamics shows that systems are continually breaking down and deteriorating and that you can't get more energy out of a system than you put into it. If you leave a piece of iron out in the rain, it will rust. Wood rots, leaves decay, and we get old and die. Energy is always lost out of a system. You can't build a perpetual motion machine. Within the M1 system, we expect deterioration in everything. But if this law applied to the entire world, it would mean a reversal in evolution, which, as we can see by simply looking around us, isn't true. Biological forms are continually evolving into more highly developed, intelligent, and specialized systems. Rupert Sheldrake, Ph.D., a biochemist and author of A New Science of Life, The Presence of the Past, and the Rebirth of Nature, studied biological systems and developed the concept of morphogenetic fields and the theory of morphic resonance. His work shows that biological forms continually evolve through an underlying intelligent unified life field, the morphogenetic field. This life field automatically maintains health or seeks to return to it. This field is not only alive and constantly unfolding, but it has morphic resonance with all other life fields. That is, it is in contact with and communicates with all other life forms. What happens to one creature will be communicated to all other creatures through morphic resonance. What one creature learns will eventually be transmitted to all other creatures. Your balancing system is a morphogenetic field, based on the universal life principle of order that comes out of M3 metaphysics and the holographic model. Evolution continually builds more complicated and highly evolved forms of life with more intelligence and capabilities. This continual building requires more order and balance within each more complicated system. Within every living organism is a predilection for balance and order. In terms of energy fields, This means a predilection toward balance and coherence within your field. Plus, it means that your field naturally tends toward synchronicity with all life energy fields. Your basic nature is to be in sync with all life. On the physical level, your balancing system works automatically. If your stomach needs more acid, it doesn't bother to tell you about it, it just produces more. If you need more oxygen, your body simply breathes faster and deeper. If, on the other hand, the body needs something it cannot give itself, the balancing system works through your senses to let you know to take care of it. In the first level of the field, you experience all body sensations. If you are thirsty, it is through the first level of the field that you will know it. Since everything in the energy field can be seen in terms of frequencies, when you are thirsty, the first level of your auric field will be low in the frequency of water. In other words, a lack of the water frequency at the first level of the field brings about the feeling of thirstiness. When the first level of the field gets low in energy, say, from a lot of activity, its normal pulsations slow down and its lines get dull. You experience this change in your field by feeling tired. In this way, the first level of your field constantly tells you how to take care of your body. It tells you when you need exercise, sleep, food, and cooler or warmer clothes, when you need to change positions, clear your nasal passages, go to the bathroom, and so on. Feeling good, healthy, and energized corresponds to a charged, balanced, and coherent first auric field level. As I began to delve into these processes with my patients, it became clear that directive messages telling patients what needed attending to were coming from all aspects of their lives. Your balancing system helps you take better care of yourself on all levels. When you do, feel, or think things that are not healthy for you, your balancing system will send messages to you in order to convince you to make your behavior healthier for you in all aspects of your life, including your personal relationships, your profession, your environment, and your spirituality. These messages come from the other levels of your auric field and will, again, be from the simple feeling of discomfort. The type of discomfort will correspond with the types of life experiences associated with each of the levels of the auric field, as was discussed in Chapter 2. Psychological discomfort or pain will come from imbalance in the levels associated with your psychological functioning, levels 2 and 3. Pain or discomfort in relationship will come from imbalance in level 4, while spiritual discomfort or pain will come from imbalance in levels 5, 6, and 7. Keep an eye out for these different forms of messages from your balancing system. Stay tuned in and pay attention to how you feel in your various life situations. How do you feel about your psychological balance? How do you feel around the people you associate with? Do you feel spiritually connected and fulfilled? You can change the situations in which you don't feel good, no matter what they are. They are unhealthy. You may need more nourishment in some areas. You may wish to spend less time in other areas. You may choose to leave behind certain situations, let go and let your life change. Once you learn the stages you will need to go through to change your health and your life, see Chapter 7, and the true, natural human needs that you do have that will bring about health once they are fulfilled, see Chapter 8. The rest of this book will give you the specific and detailed information you can use to balance your life. This will bring health and joy into your life. How imbalance that leads to disease occurs in daily life. You may, however, convince yourself that it is easier to acclimate yourself to an unhealthy situation than to change it. Many people remain in denial about many areas of their lives because it seems either too difficult or impossible to change them. For some, the price seems just too high to take the chance of changing. It seems easier to convince yourself to accept less from life than you want or need than to pay a price that seems too high to take the chance of changing. This sort of denial can persist for years until life circumstances force a change. usually in terms of a personal crisis. Unfortunately, it is just this sort of thing that causes a great many of the physical difficulties that people have. How and when you respond to an imbalance, and therefore to the discomfort signals from your balancing system in your auric levels, has a great deal to do with your body's health. The more you are able to respond to these requests, the better shape you will keep your body in and the stronger you will keep your immune system to fight off any possible illness. To maintain your health, it is necessary to keep yourself aligned with your balancing system. If you find yourself in ill health, the work before you is to consciously align yourself with your balancing system, to reinstate its wisdom, and to follow its guidance. Most people ignore a great many of these messages when it is inconvenient to honor them. Let's look at a simple example of what happens when a message is ignored. If you do not give your body the sleep it needs when it needs it, your body will go into an overdrive state. Your adrenals will give you the extra energy to continue your activity. If you make a habit of this, you will begin to experience the hyped-up state of adrenal overdrive as normal. That means that you will no longer be able to recognize the "I'm tired and need rest" message coming from your body's balancing system. If you continue to run on overdrive, your adrenal glands will become worn out, and you may go into a burnout. What happens in a burnout, as a lot of therapists know, is that you simply lose most of your energy. And you cannot easily get it back. Even if you get a burst of energy, it will not last long, and you will have to rest. Sometimes it takes as much as 3 months to return to a normal work schedule. You have not only worn out your normal energy sources from your body's metabolic processes, but you have also worn out your reserve, which is drawn from the adrenals. Find out the amount of rest your body needs and when it needs it. Remember, there are general guidelines for sleeping at night, but everyone is different. When does your body like to sleep? Are you an early bird or a night owl? Do you need 7, 8, or 9 good hours of sleep at night? Set your own schedule. Give yourself a break during the time of day that you usually get tired. In addition to getting the full night's rest that you need, I have found that a quick 5 to 10 minute rest as soon as you get tired is a big help. This is a must for anyone with back problems. Most re-injuries happen when a person is either tired or hungry. Find creative new ways to rest for short periods of time no matter where you are. For example, you can do a little simple meditation if you have 5 minutes to sit alone in your OCE or even in the bathroom. Do this by sitting still, with back straight and eyes closed, and breathing deeply while keeping your mind focused on a light in the center of your head. It will do wonders, and no one will miss you. If you have an OCE door you can close for a few minutes, bring a little rug or even a large beach towel to work. At break time, close your OCE door, put the towel on the floor, heat down on it with your legs, bend at the knees, up on the seat of your chair. The chair should be high enough to just give a little tug on the back of your knees so that it very slightly lifts your back. Other ways to rest are to take frequent stretches or go for short walks. You will find your day going much smoother. If you are self-employed, then you have more control over your work schedule than if you have a 9-to-5 job. But even people with full, regular schedules can train themselves to rest on breaks. If you work as a healthcare professional or in consulting, be sure not to schedule appointments back-to-back for long periods of time. For example, I like to take a 30 to 45 minute nap right after lunch on the days when I teach long training programs. It completely refreshes me, and I come back to the work as if a new day were beginning. Most people do not realize how free they are to schedule these things. It's kind of like meditation or exercise. When you finally decide to do it, you have no difficulty finding the time. Your balancing system works with food as well. When you need nourishment, you get hungry. You have an appetite within your system. It works much like the thermostat on your furnace, which turns the furnace on and off according to the temperature at which you set it. If you have been able to keep in touch with your apostat in a clear way, you will be hungry only when your body needs nourishment. And you will desire the kind of food that will give you exactly what your body needs each time you get hungry. You will also know how much your body needs. You will stop eating when your body has had enough, rather than cleaning your plate, as if the food were more important than what it is for. Here's how your apostat works in terms of the auric field. You get hungry because you are low on certain frequencies in your field that can be found in certain foods that you are usually accustomed to eating, assuming you have a full, balanced diet. The lack of such frequencies triggers hunger for the specific foods that contain those frequencies. When the frequencies are replaced, you are no longer hungry for the food that corresponds to the particular frequency, which is now fully charged in your field. You may, however, still be hungry for the frequencies that did not get replaced. Therefore, it is important to find that type of food to fill your frequency needs. Why we ignore our balancing systems. Whenever anything needs extra attention and you ignore the message of discomfort from your balancing system, it will give you a louder message in the form of pain. If this message is not regarded as important, it will get louder still. How? The pain will get stronger. This will continue until you do something about it. Ask yourself, where is the discomfort or pain in my body? How long have I known about it? What have I done about it? If you ask yourself these questions, you will almost immediately be aware of discomfort within you that you have taught yourself to ignore, possibly for years. We all do it. The longer we ignore the messages and the symptoms, the louder the messages will get. The symptoms will become stronger. We even create disease by simply refusing to respond to these messages and take care of ourselves. So why do we stay in this denial? There is one major reason. It is our fear. Under our denial lies our fear. We fear whatever we will have to face if we come out of the denial. I call fear the internal tiger. Everyone has fears. What are yours? It is your fear that slows and blocks your responsibility to the messages from your balancing system. When you do not respond to your balancing system, you create more pain in your life. Your fear and your denial of it bring you closer to creating the very thing you fear in your life by blocking your natural ability to regain balance. This holds true for everyone, for all diseases, and even for people who don't consider themselves ill. Physicians have stated that there are usually many diseases going on within normal human beings who consider themselves healthy. If you accept that your denial of your fear blocks your natural healing and growth process, it will be easier to remember that your symptoms are your friends. They keep you informed about your state of health. How well are you able to respond to them? What is your responsibility? Denial can be a very costly thing. For example, a person came to me in a great deal of denial. She was overweight and wore very thick makeup, sunglasses, and a wig. I couldn't tell what she really looked like. She told me that she had just ended a relationship, lost her house, and had neither friends nor money. She had a large cancerous tumor growing in her jaw and throat area. It had been diagnosed 2 years earlier and treatment prescribed. She decided to heal it herself with no help because she had healed her cat. By the time she got to me, it appeared from my higher sense perception that the tumor was impinging on her spinal cord in the neck area. Her arms tingled from the pressure on her nerves. Obviously, she needed more than I could give her. The probability of my being able to shrink the tumor in time to stop damage to her spinal column was extremely low. She had come too late to me. She needed treatment from a physician, like surgery and chemotherapy, right away. I convinced her to go to another physician, one who worked with healers, but she didn't show for her appointment with him. Nor did she return for any more healings. I never saw her again. Most people do not stay in that kind of denial very long. Her fear was very great. Denial can postpone a solution to a problem for so long that when the solution comes it is drastic. A friend of mine experienced a sudden change brought about by strong denial on the fourth level of the auric field. She was in denial about the state of her marriage. Her husband told her to come home for lunch on the day of her birthday because he had a surprise for her. When she got there, he told her that he was leaving her for another woman. In fact, he had spent the morning moving half the furniture out. He left, and that was that. She had had no idea there was a problem with their marriage. It was a very painful crisis to live through. Obviously, the shock changed her life quite a bit. Why was she in denial? Because she was afraid that if she admitted to communication problems in her marriage, she would not be able to solve them. She feared she would lose her marriage. She did. It was hard. She may have been able to work it out with her ex-husband, or make the change in a less shocking way, if her denial had not been so strong and if she had been able to face her internal tiger. She is remarried now, in a much more communicative relationship. She is quite pleased with the final results. Believe in yourself. You're probably right. It is important to believe in your balancing system and at the same time to be open to input from healthcare professionals and friends you trust. If you get conflicting messages, keep pursuing an answer that will solve the conflict. If a physician says there is nothing wrong but your balancing system doesn't agree, get another opinion from another physician. Believe in and follow through on the messages coming from your balancing system. You will be grateful that you did. For example, a friend of mine was told by a physician that the tumor growing in her mouth was not malignant. He even took a biopsy. However, she continued to have dreams about black strings of waste that needed to be pulled out of her mouth. She even had a dream about having cancer removed from her mouth. She didn't know what to do about the two different messages she was getting. She finally went for another biopsy that showed a malignancy. Fortunately, she did go back before the cancer had metastasized. Unfortunately, it was 8 months later and radiation therapy was needed. It is several years now since her treatment, and she is fine. In my 15-year practice as a healer, I found that most patients know the cause of their illness when they come. They speak about it in the first few moments of their intake interview. Many times, they also know what is wrong physically. They may not know the technical name for their problem, but they do know something is wrong. Usually they know what body organs are involved. I have found that the balancing system will very often give information about a disease before it is bad enough to show up on many of the tests that our medical system uses for diagnosis. This means the patient knows about it long before it is provable in our medical system. Here are some good examples where people believed themselves, even though they were unable to get answers right away. David tried to get help for 6 years from many different physicians and healthcare professionals for his symptoms of exhaustion and poor digestion. All the tests, including blood, urine, and hair analysis tests, showed him to be disease-free. Many physicians told him that it was all in his head and that he should stop thinking about it and get on with his life. Apparently, his problem was what is called subclinical, meaning the tests weren't accurate enough to show it. David's symptoms of exhaustion and poor digestion persisted. Finally, he came to me. When he came, he was sure he had an infection in his liver, and he thought it was hepatitis. By examining his energy field, I was able to see that he had multiple infections throughout his abdomen. I was also able to psychically read a drug that would help his condition. David got a prescription from a physician who agreed with my findings. With a combination of the drug and healings, David's health was restored. A woman I'll call Ellen came to me after seeing many physicians for about 6 months. Again, her balancing system gave her information that was subclinical. They could find nothing wrong and told her she was a hypochondriac. That diagnosis, of course, didn't take her symptoms away. She continued to weaken every day. When she came to her healing, I was able to see psychically that she was being poisoned by fumes coming up through the floorboards of her home, and that she was also allergic to the dust from old carpets that had been there for years. I also read that she needed to take her children and herself to a psychoimmunologist to get checked out. I told her to get rid of the carpets and get the furnace inspected. It turned out that she had just bought the house and moved in about 6 months earlier. Then she remembered that she kept thinking that her illness had something to do with her house, but she wasn't sure what. She returned home after the healing and had the furnace inspected. It indeed was leaking gas in several places. She replaced the furnace, threw out the old carpets, and immediately started getting better. She is quite well now. After examining her children, the psychoimmunologist said that if the leaks had continued for only a couple more weeks, both her children would have been brain damaged and she would have been very ill. The holographic function of your balancing system. As I continued to delve into the processes of the balancing system with my patients, it became clear that the directive messages coming from all aspects of their lives had a similarity. These messages worked holographically. Their basic content was the same. If an individual was having problems with the pancreas, which plays an important role in the digestion of sweets, most likely they were having trouble with sweetness in other areas of their lives. And clear distress signals were being given in those areas as well. For example, people having trouble digesting sugar will also have trouble experiencing sweetness in other areas of their lives, such as in relationships to spouse or family, or in their work, or in their pastimes. Here we have another example of the holographic functioning of the universe. Let's look at this phenomenon from the perspective of the auric field. Sweetness in the first level of the field is experienced as physical taste. In the second, it is experienced in the sweetness of a good relationship to oneself. In the third, it is a sweet thought. In the fourth, the sweetness that comes in intimacy. In the fifth, the sweetness in clear divine will. In the sixth, the sweetness of spiritual ecstasy. In the seventh, the sweetness of universal mind. And beyond that there is the cosmic energy of sweetness threaded throughout the tapestry of the universe. Another way to look at the concept of a difficulty being threaded holographically throughout your life is to consider the relationships of frequency bands within the auric field. Since the levels of the head can be seen as frequency bands, each personal experience correlates to these energy frequency bands. A personal experience of sweetness can be seen as a different frequency or frequency band for each level of the field. These frequencies of sweetness of the different levels of the field relate to each other as harmonics, or overtones, do in music. If an auric field has difficulty metabolizing a particular frequency into the auric field on one level, it will probably have a similar difficulty metabolizing its related harmonics on the other levels of the field as well. Health requires that a person be able to accept and assimilate, that is, metabolize, sweetness into all the levels of the auric field. So now let us restate the basic questions from the holographic point of view. Where is the discomfort/pain in your life? How long have you known about it? And what have you done about it? The longer you have ignored or denied it, the more serious the situation probably is. Once you have found the discomfort, check all the other areas of your life and find how the same thread of discomfort is there, woven through your whole existence. You see, that is the real problem, that which is woven through your whole life. It injures you in all areas of your life, not just the one that shows it most. If you have back trouble, what other areas of your life are you backing out of? I immediately look for something the patient has always wanted to do and never thought they really could. This particular problem has a great deal to do with the deeper spiritual longing each of us carries within us. This longing directs our life from a spiritual level. It is usually on the edge of consciousness. Sometimes the person hasn't thought about it for years. Other times, they are just afraid to try, or they avoid it. Usually there are internal voices that say, "Who do you think you are?" or, "You're not good enough," or, "There's not enough to do it." One patient who was working for a large electronics machine company in sales was bedridden 80% of his time when he came to me. With HSP, I could clearly see that he had a lot of good inventive ideas that he was not putting forth to his company. His back improved to a certain degree in the healing work, but it didn't really get healthy until he put some time in on his special projects. The company is using them now, and he is much better. He was able to devote part of his time to research and design work. It was something he had always longed to do. If your legs are weak, how are you not standing up for yourself in all other areas of your life? Many times people with leg problems do not defend themselves. Or in other cases, they do not earn their own incomes. Sometimes, they just plain need to be taken care of, and this is the only way they can ask. When the original need or longing is filled, healing speeds up. One woman who was bedridden for 10 years after an operation had her whole family taking care of her. She finally had her fill and had the bright idea of hiring a dog walker to walk with her. It worked, and she is much freer now. If you have trouble assimilating foods, what else in your life that comes to you as nourishment do you have trouble assimilating? One particular patient, a middle-aged woman who had digestive problems, also had trouble receiving nourishment coming to her from friends. She was just afraid that whatever she received would be harmful. She had very bad eating habits and would simply not bother to have 3 meals a day. During her healing process, she found a good diet that nourished her body. With her strength growing, she was also able to allow others to give to her in ways she never had before. Her friends encouraged her to give herself things that she would never have bought for herself before. Her husband took her on vacations, something she had never done before. She got a new house and furnished it for the first time in her life. If you have thyroid problems, how are you doing regulating the energy in your life? The thyroid regulates energy metabolism in the body. Joan, a busy businesswoman, worked all the time, for years, until she overtaxed her thyroid. She was unable to regulate where she spent her energy in her life, splurging it all in her work. When Joan read Louise Hay's book You Can Heal Your Life, she saw that a statement related to thyroid problems is, "When is it going to be my turn?" Joan said she really related to that. She always had the next job to do and never had time for herself. Joan finally quit her job and now lives a much more subdued life. The liver is associated with how you live your life. I know a man who has a sluggish liver and the rest of his life is sluggish also. He never really got out there and did what he wanted. He has spent a lot of time smoking pot and wishing he could be a singer. If you look from the perspective that these people simply didn't know how to metabolize the energies they needed directly into their fields, their experiences make sense. Working with people in this way helps them find and stop the lies they are living in their lives and promotes a great deal of healing. Of course, one doesn't just tell somebody, "Oh, your legs are weak. You aren't standing up for yourself." This is not a statement of love. Rather, it is important to lead the person into self-knowledge. Healers not only fill in the missing frequencies in the field but teach clients how to metabolize them for themselves. The patients must learn that they are betraying themselves by not giving themselves what they long for in their lives. The healer shows them how their particular physical problem is much more than just weak legs or a sluggish liver. It is a dissatisfaction of the soul that they really wish to heal. The holographic model works well in such teachings. Disease is really a very simple thing. So is knowing its cause. But most people are not taught to recognize that kind of knowing. Healers are. I would therefore say that the main job of any healer is to educate the patient back into a state of familiarity with his or her balancing systems, that deeper place within us that remembers who we are, what we need, and how we heal ourselves. Part 2. The techniques of healing in our time. The real act of discovery consists not in finding new lands but in seeing with new eyes. Marcel Proust. Introduction. My personal perspective as a healer. I had a healing practice for some 15 years. I've been a healing teacher for 13 more years. One thing I know with absolute certainty is that healing and teaching must be approached with love, humility, courage, and power if they are to be effective. Healing and teaching must be done in the clear light of the deeper spiritual truths. Whenever a patient comes to me in need of healing, I am aware that the deepest need any person has is to find his or her way home, to the real self, the divine within. It doesn't matter what the presenting complaint is. The deeper inner need is always the same. In opening the way into the real self, patients heal themselves. All healers and teachers must walk their talk. It takes a lot of self-development and self-transformation and a lot of training in the healing arts to be an effective healer. Humility and meticulous honesty with self are of utmost importance. The hard part about healing training is not the techniques but the personal growth one must go through to become ready to learn the techniques. Then the techniques come quite naturally. For example, in my years of teaching, I have seen beginners try to learn advanced techniques before they are spiritually ready to enter into the deeper spiritual experience connected with the technique. What results is a lot of fantasy and sometimes temporary damage to their fellow students' energy fields. In other cases, I have seen people take a weekend workshop, get labeled or label themselves as healers, and begin a healing practice. Many times, these people give ineffectual healings and fantasy prognoses. Some even announce fantasy cures to very ill clients who end up back in the hospital. The heart of healing is not the techniques but the states of being out of which those techniques arise. For example, when I first began healing, I accomplished less in a 1.5 hour healing than I can now accomplish in a few minutes, because I can now enter into much deeper and more powerful spiritual states of being that transmit thousands of times more non-invasive healing energy that is extremely precise to what the client needs. Healers do not work miracles. All healing can do is what the human body can do. It can do a lot, and there are things it can't do. To my knowledge, no human being has ever regenerated a limb, yet. But I'm willing to bet that every illness that has been labeled as terminal has been healed or spontaneously remissed by at least one person. Terminal is the present state of the human condition. We will all die. That is, our physical body will die. But that doesn't mean we will die, as in cease to exist, or even lose consciousness for very long, for that matter. The hardest part of physical death may be the fear of letting go into the unknown, of letting go of loved ones and in some cases the physical pain associated with death. I say these things from life experience gained through what I call higher sense perception. Many people call it being psychic. I prefer the term higher sense perception, meaning the development of the senses beyond the ordinary ranges most human beings use. That's not as glamorous. All the 5 senses can be expanded beyond the normal ranges with good teaching and practice. As with any other skill, some people are more talented than others. When you develop seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, and touching beyond the normal ranges, a whole new world opens up. It takes quite a bit of getting used to, but if you give yourself plenty of time, you can integrate this new world into your life. Of course your life will change, but it always does anyway. When higher sense perception opens, a person can see energy fields surrounding and interpenetrating everything, including the human body. These energy fields are intimately associated with all life functions and change constantly in accordance with life function, including physical, mental, and spiritual life functions. The human energy field, or aura, is composed of 7 energy levels, as we have seen. Each level has constantly changing patterns of energy that pulse with the life force. Each level is composed of higher vibrations or pulsations than the one it surrounds and interpenetrates. These patterns change with health, sickness, and the dying process. When we learn about the human energy field and observe it for a while, a new idea dawns. The human energy field isn't just an energy field. It is the person. In fact, it is more the person than the physical body is. The levels of the human energy field are really energy bodies. They are you. You are energy. You are not in your physical body, your physical body is in you. From this perspective, then, when you die, something very different happens. I can see a person after they leave their physical body at death. People who just died still have some of these energy bodies. They are composed of the higher 4 levels of their energy bodies, without a physical body inside them. The lower 3 levels, that hold the physical body in place, dissolve in the dying process. To me, death is a transition. It is a great change. It is a rebirth into another plane of reality. Unless they have had a long-term illness, people usually look pretty healthy shortly after death. Usually in hospitals, they rest on the other side of the curtain that separates what we normally call life and death. To me, that curtain is illusory. It only separates our physical self from our higher spiritual self, which does not die at physical death. Taken in this light, we can look at it as a curtain that separates who we think we are from who we really are. These things may sound outrageous, but to stand by my reality, I must say them. It is real for me. If it is not real for you, then do not try to force my experience into your reality. You must build your reality out of your experience. In that building, consider the possibility that life is a greater mystery than you know, and whatever death turns out to be for you, it has the possibility of being a really wonderful surprise. Another aspect of higher sense perception is perceiving spiritual guides or guardian angels. This level of reality opens when one opens higher sense perception to the 4th level of the human energy field and higher. In the beginning, I just thought I was having a vision or making something up. I would be giving a healing, and an angel would walk into the room. I knew they were angels because they had wings. The ones who didn't have wings, I called guides. Soon they were putting their hands through mine as I worked on people. I could see and feel their hands working. Then they started telling me where to put my hands, and what to do in a healing. I still hung on to the idea that it was just a vision. Of course, people kept getting well when I did what they said. A big change came when I decided to ask the guides questions. They answered with things I did not or could not have known. Our interactions had become relational. I could see, feel, hear, smell, touch, and interact with them. They had become just as real to me as anyone in a physical body. This still takes some getting used to. It's not something everyone can do, at least not yet. If guardian angels and spiritual guides are not part of your reality, consider the possibility that they could be. You may be pleasantly surprised by how your life struggles become easier by allowing the possibility that you can get help by simply asking for it and learning to recognize help when it comes. You can do this, even if you can't see, hear, talk with, or feel them. It is a way to open a door to your eventually perceiving them. That is what I did, and it worked. After some time, I became friends with a particular guide who has been with me many years. His name is Hyoen. He says he does not have a gender, but I like to use he. I have spent many years healing with Hyoen and the guides of each patient who walk into the healing room with the patient. Now Hyoen and I teach the healing classes. I lecture for a while, then go into an altered state and channel Hyoen. That means Hyoen gives a lecture through me. This always lifts the whole class to a much higher level of spiritual understanding than if I talk to the class without channeling. In every class, new information, which builds on all that has gone before, comes through. Hyoen has contributed several meditations for healing that you will find throughout this book. If, on the other hand, guardian angels or guides are not a reality for you or are not acceptable for you, perhaps you can call the phenomenon of guidance getting information from an alter ego, mind reading, or simply psychic reading. For me, it is not the metaphor of reality that you use to describe this phenomenon that is important, but the usefulness of the information that is gained through altered states of consciousness. I'm sure, as this phenomenon becomes more understood, we will find better metaphors with which to describe it. From a holistic perspective, in which we all consist of energy fields in which our physical bodies live, what is healing? It is dissolving the veil between our personality self and our inner divine core. It is dissolving the veil between who we think we are and who we really are. It is dissolving the veil between life and death. If a patient comes to me and asks, "Am I going to die?" or, "Does healing mean I am going to get better physically?" I give the answer set within the context of the divine core within the patient and the spiritual reality I described above. One gets better whether or not one dies, and death is very different in the above context. If a patient asks, "Will I ever be the same again?" the answer is no, but it is given in the context of life as constant personal change. If the question is, "Am I going to get better?" the answer, within the above context, is always yes. For life is always moving toward unification with the divine whole. The answer to "Will I walk again?" is usually "I don't know, but it is possible." Nothing is impossible. Question: how do I deal with this terrible pain? Barbara: healing usually reduces the amount of pain, but don't feel bad about taking painkillers, they are also a gift from God. Doing relaxation and visualization exercises helps reduce pain. Self-rejection and self-judgment increase pain. Go easy on yourself. You are not at fault here. This is a life lesson. You are not being punished. Spend several minutes a day doing the breathing, color, and loving yourself exercises given in Part 4. Question: I am terrified. Help me. Tell me what to do. Hyoen, my guide, says, let fear be your ally. Fear has a great deal to teach you. Fear is the experience of being disconnected from who you truly are. It is the opposite of love. Fear can be an ally if you allow it to be, and just say, I'm afraid. In continually doing this, you begin to see that you are not fear itself, but that fear rather is a feeling. I am afraid becomes I feel fear. It is the reaction of holding feelings because you believe they are coming too fast. These feelings are based on a great many assumptions of what might happen. Most fear is not of what is happening now but of what might be. If you are able to stay in the moment, fear will not find you. Fear is the projection of something that has happened in the past, into the future, through a large magnifying glass. So when you are in fear, you are not in reality. But rather than deny that you feel it, just say what you feel in the moment. This act alone will bring you into the moment, and thereby out of fear. Question: how will my life be different? Barbara: because you are sick, you may no longer be able to function in what you thought your life's purpose was. It is necessary to change your self-definition. It is necessary to focus on inner values rather than outer goals. The outer goals will come again later. Now it is time to heal the inside. What your life is all about will begin to have a much deeper personal meaning to you. You will gain insights into the preciousness of life itself you never had before. You will gain love. That is always a lesson in illness. Your life will be affected in greater ways than you can imagine now. It is time to begin to surrender to the process of healing and let yourself be carried by your greater wisdom, which is connected to the divine. A patient often first goes to a healer, hoping to find relief from pain or a certain symptom or to be cured from a specific disease, maybe have a tumor taken away. And always the patient receives much more than that. The focus of the healer is not only to eliminate the leg pain or the tumor but to also work with the patient to find and heal the root cause of the original symptom or disease. That will be found on a deeper level of the patient's inner being. As a professional healer, I have been witness to healings of all kinds. At first some things surprised me. Later, I understood them to be part of the natural process of healing. As the inner corridors to the deeper self open within, the patient's experience of life changes. So does the rest of his or her life. We've all heard about people who, after experiencing an illness, change professions. They don't do so because the illness required it, for example, because they couldn't physically drive a truck anymore, but because they find a different purpose. They desire change. The simple healing of an illness can bring about dramatic change. Personal relationships change. Some healings bring about marriages, others bring about dissolution of marriages that don't nurture the partners. In other cases, an illness will be the completion of a whole stage of life. And the patient will change just about everything: profession, home, geographic location, friends, spouse. Some healings mend long-term splits among family members. Through the healing experience, people gain a much greater respect and trust for their own inner knowing. Many people refer to this as a rebirth. 5. What your healer will do that your physician or therapist will not. If you are considering going to a healer, it is important to know that healers work within a very different context than physicians. The two can be complementary if communication avenues are open and trust is created. Since I believe that in the future many physicians and healers will work together for the benefit of all, I've devoted the chapter after this one to that vision. Many patients come to a healer wanting the same services a physician offers. Most of us see disease according to the medical system established in this country. People have been so used to going to a physician to get rid of a particular ailment, they expect healing work to alleviate pain and cure a specific illness as well. The first thing healers must do when such a patient comes to them is to educate the patient as to what is being offered and what is not. To make this clearer, let's start with the basic structure of an office visit to the doctor, then compare it to what happens when you go to a healer. 1. The doctor checks the patient in an examination room. 2. The doctor orders tests to be done that will help figure out what is wrong. 3. After the examination, patient and doctor meet in another room, the doctor's OCE, where the doctor sits behind a desk, to discuss what the doctor might think is wrong. The doctor does what he or she can for the patient until the rest of the tests come back. 4. The patient schedules another appointment for after the tests are completed. 5. In this appointment, the doctor does more examination, gives the results of the tests, and gives a diagnosis. The doctor prescribes a method of treatment based on the diagnosis or orders more tests if the first ones are not conclusive. 6. Treatment is usually some kind of medication or surgery to get rid of the problem. When patients come to a healer, many times they expect the same 6 steps to be followed. They want a psychic examination. They ask the healer to take away, apparently magically, their problem, much as pills and surgery take away some physical problems. Many people expect to have a post-healing meeting in which the healer gives a diagnosis and a prognosis of how long it will take to take it away. Most healers do not use the 6-step structure when working with patients. Usually, there is very little talking, no tests, no diagnosis, no prescribed medications, and many times no explanation of what is about to occur before the healing, what is occurring during it, or what has occurred afterward. The steps in a healing session are very simple. 1. Healers usually begin with a short talk with a patient as to why the patient came. Some healers simply ask the patient to go in, take off their shoes, and get on the healing table or simply sit in a chair. 2. The healer works on the patient, either touching or not touching the patient, according to his or her healing techniques. The healer might give some explanation. There may be some discussion during the healing. 3. The healer finishes, leaves the room, and tells the patient to rest a few minutes before getting up. 4. There is very little discussion afterward, and the healer asks the patient to come back at the appropriate time. Many patients are disappointed by their first healing experience because they don't understand what happened. They feel more relaxed and probably better, and they want to know why. They may have even walked into the OCE with a whole set of questions, all based on the system of illness, and M1 metaphysics, that is accepted in this country. They may have questions like, what disease is this? Do I have a tumor? What kind of tumor? Can you take it away? How many healings will it take? How much will this cost? Is my fallopian tube blocked and preventing pregnancy? Just open it, please. The doctors say they can't. After a healing, people say things like, well, I don't really feel much different, just more relaxed. What did you do? Now tell me exactly what you did. How long will it last? Is it gone? Will it come back? Shall I come back? How many more times? These are all important and valid questions that need to be addressed, but they arise out of the present-day medical and healthcare system of this country. To answer them in a meaningful way for the patient, the healer must bring the patient into a different understanding of health and disease. Whether or not healers are aware of the scientific holographic context and M3 metaphysics explained in Chapter 3, their main focus is holistic, to help patients create health in all areas of life. They do this by clearing and balancing the patient's energy, by working to align his or her intent to heal, and by helping him or her connect to the deeper core of his or her being, creative force, and core consciousness. They direct healing energies into the patient's energy system. Many healers work completely intuitively, allowing their hands to move freely. They offer no explanation of what might be wrong with the patient or what is happening in the healing. That is why it is called faith healing. Others try to offer explanations that may not make any sense at all to the patient. Some have complete systems of knowledge worked out. These systems may be known by other healers, such as the system of acupuncture, while others may have been worked out personally by the healer and be specific only to him or her. They describe what is going on in the patient and how the healing is working. These can be difficult for the patient who isn't trained in the particular system the healer is using to understand. To educate patients, I first find a common ground of understanding within which to converse. Then I explain as best I can the healing process that is to be initiated by healings. I say that healing will continue to unfold within them and tell them how much it is going to affect their lives. I remember one session when a new patient named Liz, who had an ulcer and wanted to prevent surgery, walked into my OCE and said, "Now tell me exactly what you do." I stopped for a moment at the question and thought, I wonder if she asked her surgeon the same question, and what answer she got. It would, of course, take years to explain what exactly I do. A patient such as Liz would have to be completely re-educated in the holographic view of reality, the causes of illness from that perspective, the human energy system, therapeutic techniques, and healing techniques. So I asked myself, what is the deeper question Liz is asking? What does she really want to know? Liz was obviously trying to take responsibility for her health and her healing. She genuinely wanted to understand what to expect in the healings. She wanted to know what I could give her. Her question was, what are the possible outcomes of healings? She had no idea of how broad the effect could be. She didn't know how much all that depended on her and her acceptance of personal change in her life. She didn't know that the human energy field exists and affects the physical body. And most of all, she didn't know she could heal herself with her intention to heal, Herrick level, and with her creative force from within, core star level. My challenge was to cover a vast ground of knowledge in a few minutes' time. I searched for a simple analogy to start with and remembered how radio works. Of course, I would have time for more detailed explanations during the healing sessions that would follow. So I said, have you heard of the human energy field, or aura? No, said Liz. Well, there is an energy field that surrounds and interpenetrates the body. It is intimately associated with your health. When you become ill, it is because the normal functioning of this field has been disturbed. What I do is to realign this field, charge it, and repair it. It is a little like acupuncture. Have you heard of that? Liz said, yes, I've heard of it, but don't know much about it. Well, acupuncture is an ancient form of healing from the East, that works by balancing your energy field, which supplies bioenergy to the different systems of your body. This energy is very powerful. We actually bring more energy into our bodies through this field than we do by eating. Did you notice that on sunny days you have more energy than on cloudy days? That's because the sun charges the energy in the air. Then we take it in through our energy system. We don't think too much about it in our culture because we concentrate primarily on the physical body. But in China, Japan, and India, it is known to be most important to our health. Their systems are based on knowledge of these life energy fields. Liz replied, where does this energy come from? The source of this energy is inside you and all around you, I said. It's like radio waves that are always there in the air. You just need to know how to receive them to get the benefit. Turn on the radio and tune it to the station you want. Your energy field is like a radio. I'm here to repair it and help you learn to tune it better. I'll help open up and balance your chakras. My what? My chakras. Liz asked. The chakras in your aura are your energy receivers, I explained. They look like vortices of energy that, by virtue of their spin, pull energy into them like any whirlpool. After the energy gets sucked into your body, it then flows along the energy lines in your field to your organs. Whenever there is disruption in your field, your organs don't get the energy they need, and they become weak, eventually allowing access for infection or other physical problems. That sounds simple enough, Liz agreed. So you're actually saying that I could get this ulcer because my energy lines are weak? It is, of course, more complicated than that, but that's basically the idea. The way you react to stressful situations can be seen in your field. You habitually distort your field in a way that pulls healthy energy out of the stomach area and draws improper and therefore unhealthy energies to your stomach. When we've rebalanced your field, you will be able to feel what proper healthy energies in that area feel like. Now what you experience as normal for you is not healthy. What do you mean by that? Just bring your awareness to your stomach now, I said. It feels like it usually does. After the healing, it will feel different, I said. Then you will understand what I mean. It's something you need to experience. It is a subtle difference, but a very powerful one as far as health goes. Eventually you will learn how to keep the proper balance of energies in your system, and you will be able to maintain a higher level of health. So when I rebalance your field, the energy flows properly to your body systems, and you regain your health. You will be able to tap into the energy fields all around you. I call these energy fields the universal health fields. They are there for everyone. They are not only available for your physical health but for your emotional, mental, and spiritual health as well. So now, when I work on your fields, we will also work on your emotional, mental, and spiritual aspects that relate to your having an ulcer. You see, it's not just a physical thing. Not only that, but whatever is healed for you personally will also heal whatever aspect of your life it is connected to. What do you mean by that? Liz asked. What connections do you mean? From the healer's point of view, I went on, everything is connected to everything else. It is the holistic view. It means that your ulcer, which is a result of overacidity in your stomach caused by your reaction to stress, not only affects your digestion and your nourishment but is a sign to me that you most likely have stress in every area of your life that concerns digestion of personal nourishment. In other words, even when someone gives you something, it must be hard to take it in and let it make you feel good. Sounds familiar, but I don't see how that could be connected to an ulcer, she replied. Yes, well, let's just start where we are now, and let your experiences unfold. We'll take care of the connections as they come up. I'll make it clearer then. How long will it take to regain health? She asked. How many sessions it takes depends on how well your system responds to the healing, how much change you can take, and how long you are able to hold that change. Change isn't always so easy, you know, because it affects all areas of your life, as I said. It takes time to integrate changes. You see, we want to go for the deeper cause of the ulcer, not just the ulcer. We want you to be able to take in and enjoy what you receive. We want to find out why you may not think that is okay. I think it's fine to receive, she said. But it's true. I always feel that I owe the person who gave me something. I don't like to owe people. Wow, I didn't know there was so much to this. Does this stuff really work? Working with the human energy field is actually more useful in some illnesses than our regular medicine, I said. I usually get the people with diseases that our medical system isn't very successful with. People with cancer, colitis, immune disorders, viruses, migraines, and so on. Well, I'm glad I'm here. This sounds interesting. Let's go for it. Liz really wanted to know what the healing process was all about, and we were able to communicate clearly. This helped her as she went through the healing process. As we continued through several weeks, her ulcer disappeared and she regained her health. Not only that, she also changed her profession and began a new relationship. The skills of a healer. I gently coaxed Liz into the holistic view by describing it in simple terms. As a healer, I work from a broader view to deal with disease. I agree with physicians that an infection due to a microorganism may occur and that usually a medication will remove it. But from my perspective, the microorganism is not the cause. Healers know that a weakness or imbalance in the patient's physical energetic system allowed for the microorganism invasion that developed into a disease. The microorganism invasion is also another symptom. The cause must be dealt with from the holistic or holographic point of view before true health can be restored. The healer is more concerned with the underlying balance of energies, intention, and consciousness that support health or that become unbalanced and eventually allow for disease. Healers must have the ability to work with all these aspects of a patient's human makeup. They focus on healing the physical body and seek to heal the patient's emotional, mental, and spiritual aspects as well. The tools and training of a healer are very different from those of a physician. Although most highly skilled healers probably are capable of accessing information about an illness, perhaps even naming both it and an appropriate medication that would correspond to a physician's diagnosis, that is not their primary concern. Healers regard that information as part of the description of Primrose apple, not the primary reality and not of prime importance. Indeed, it is quite illegal for them to give such a diagnosis. That right has been reserved for those courageous and dedicated souls who have graduated from medical school and passed the state boards. Liz did not ask me for a diagnosis, rather, she told me what it was when she came in. She filled out my client intake form that asks for the patient's disease history. I checked the information she had given me. With HSB I could see that part of the wall of the stomach tissue was worn away, and that the tissues that remained in that area were inflamed. They looked red. With that HSB information, I too would conclude that she had an ulcer. Yet I do not, as a healer, diagnose, any more than you do, when you can simply look and see that someone has just cut themselves or broken an arm. How healers work with the human energy field. There are specific healing techniques for each level of the human energy field. I usually concentrate on the lower levels of a patient's field when I work, starting on level 1. The work includes sensing, cleansing, balancing, repairing, and charging the field. Most of the time, each layer has to be treated separately to make sure that all levels are healed. A full healing must include healing all levels of the field, or all the energy bodies in addition to the physical. Therefore, I move through levels of patients' energy fields that correspond not only to their physical, emotional, and mental nature but to their spiritual nature and their basic beliefs in reality as well. All need to be balanced. To do this, the healer taps into the universal health field held in the holographic universe. If this is not completed, the patient may very well recreate either the same or another disease. Healers are usually born with a talent to be able to learn to perceive and work with the energy field. This talent is no different from another person's talent in music, math, or business. Most healers have had training, like other professionals, to develop these innate talents into a healing art. This training teaches the healer to develop higher sense perception, with which to sense the levels of the human energy field and eventually the levels of the hara and core star beneath the aura. It will probably also include training in channeling. By diligent practice of many exercises designed to increase the sensitivity of their senses, healers learn to use those senses beyond the normal range of human perception. Many healers can feel, hear, and see this energy field, as well as intuit other information about it. In addition to sensing the field, the healer also must learn a great deal about how to work with the field to heal through its levels, as well as about human anatomy, physiology, psychology, illness, and the ethics of healership. With higher sense perception, healers distinguish the many levels of the human energy field. Since each layer of this energy field also penetrates inside the body, healers also sense the field inside the human body. Well-trained healers also develop the ability to sense the energy field of the whole body, of a single cell, and sometimes even of smaller particles. With the use of HSP, healers can access a great deal of information to utilize in the healing process. Above all, healers' greatest tool is love. All healing is done in the context of love. I believe that love is the connective tissue of the universe. It holds it together. Love can heal anything. Healers not only work from a place of love, they teach patients to love themselves. As we move through this book, it will be more and more apparent just how important loving is. Loving the self is a full-time job. Most of us have a lot to learn in this area. Liz's healing slowly progressed through the levels of her aura. Her third chakra, located in the stomach area, was torn. I repaired it, and her ulcers began to heal. On the emotional level, that chakra is associated with connecting to other people and being able to receive nourishment from them in a healthy way. Her relationships became closer and more fulfilling as we worked to teach her to maintain a healthy balance of energy in that area of her body. On a deeper level of the psyche, that chakra is related to who you are in the universe, your place on earth and in this life. As those levels of her field became stabilized in a healthy way, she also became more self-confident about who she is. The mechanics of a healing session. The mechanics of a healing session are quite simple from the physical point of view. Of course, they vary with each healer. The mechanics I describe here are those followed by the men and women who have graduated from the Barbara Brennan School of Healing. If you choose to have a healing with such a graduate, you will first be asked to fill out an intake form, usually listing your history and presenting your complaints. The healer will interview you to make you feel comfortable and find a common ground of communication within which to speak. A main question will be, why are you here? What have you come to accomplish? From your answer, the healer will not only find what you want but will begin to find your level of experience with the healing work. While the healer listens to you and finds a common ground of understanding, the healer is also using HSP to scan your energy field to find imbalances, tears, stagnations, and depletions. She watches your constantly changing flow of energy as you talk. She correlates those changes with your psychological state as you describe your problems. She reads your physical body with normal vision to discover the psychological environment of your childhood from your body structure and body language. She also scans your physical level with HSP to check internal structural alignment and organ functions. The healer usually takes about 10 to 15 minutes for this scan to find the major areas of difficulty in your body and energy system. She will sometimes share this information with you if she is sure of it and if giving it to you will not interfere with your healing process. In other words, she will speak in ways that do not frighten you, stop your energy flow, or decrease your ability to intake energy. All this information integrates into a holographic model, since all the levels of functioning affect each other. After getting the overview, the healer will ask you to take off your shoes and socks and he on the treatment table. Nothing else needs to be removed. Sometimes some jewelry or crystals may be interfering with your field, and she will ask you to remove them. The healer simply proceeds to put her hands on your feet and sense energy through your body. She slowly moves up the body, placing her hands in key positions and using various healing techniques, depending on what HSP revealed about your condition. Of course, with HSP, the healer is always observing the effects she is having on your energy fields. She also carefully observes and regulates her own field, a very important part of healing training. The healer continues this HSP scanning to see how well you are receiving the healing and to get more detailed information about the changes occurring in your field during the healing. With use of HSP, the healer can make sure that all necessary changes are accomplished and that nothing is missed. As the healing progresses, the healing gets much stronger. More energy is poured through your system, and you will probably go into a very deep state of relaxation, which helps the healing process a great deal. At this time your brain becomes synchronized with the healers. Both are in strong alpha waves, 8 Hz, the healing state. Other information obtained with HSP will include diet, vitamins, minerals, herbs, or even medications that could later be prescribed by a physician if appropriate. The HSP also reveals psychological problems that helped cause the illness. It reveals childhood traumas, your images of how you think reality is, and ultimately your belief system, which is the basic cause that keeps your illness intact. The healer directly works with all these through your energy field. During the healing, the healer will also use HSP to receive guidance from spiritual teachers, guides, or guardian angels. This guidance comes in many different forms. The guides may tell the healer what to do next, they may tell the healer where to look for your physical difficulties, or they may even name the disease you have. The guides usually tell the healer the cause of the problem from both the physical and the psychological perspective. The guides may speak directly through the channel of the healer to you. When this occurs, the conversation that ensues is usually a very tender, personal one that brings you into a deeper understanding of what is going on with yourself, why it is going on from the perspective of cause, and the deeper spiritual and life lessons involved. These conversations are always supportive and truthful and make no false promises if the channel is clear. The guides also work directly through the hands of the healer to heal you. Other information received through HSP is either written down or taped for your further use. It usually takes several sessions to get down to the cause in the belief system. By the time the healer has progressed through all layers of the field and brought closure to the healing, you will probably be in a state of deep relaxation and serenity. Many healers encourage you to rest on the table for 10 to 30 minutes to allow the fields to stabilize. This allows you to take full advantage of the healing and allows it to integrate into your energy system. The healer usually answers a minimum of questions at this time, because in order to ask a rational question, you must go out of the healing alpha brainwave state and into the rational beta or fast brainwave state, which will stop the healing process. When I was practicing healing, I always warned my patients before the healing started about this very important post-healing quiet time and encouraged them to ask all the questions in the beginning of the healing before the alpha link-up occurs. Later, the healer will ask you to come back at the appropriate time and will assure you that the rest of your questions can be answered next time. Common questions and answers. Can a patient resist a healing? If so, how? Many times people resist the healing process by trying to control the situation with an overactive mind. This is easy to do. All the patient needs to do is force a very active mind and refuse to relax and allow the healing to take place. If patients force their brains to remain rational, they will not go into an alpha state, 8 Hz, the healing state. Rather, they will stay in normal waking brainwave patterns, beta waves. Patients, of course, can do this anytime, whether or not a healer is present. If they continue to stay in such a state, they will interfere with the normal healing processes in their body. When patients' rational minds get out of the way and their brainwaves go into alpha, they are able to surrender to their natural healing process as enhanced by the healer. How are healing sessions spaced? Healings are usually scheduled once a week, to last 1 or 1.5 hours, for several weeks. Sometimes, especially for back problems, I would only work with people if they could come twice a week. That is because there is so much strain on the back from normal daily activity that inevitably patients would get tired, have low blood sugar, do one last lift, and restrain their backs again before a week was up. I found that diet was also very important for back problems. People would only strain their back again when they were overworked and hungry, with low blood sugar. I would instruct them to carry a bag of nuts and dried fruit around with them, to eat more often, and to eat complete meals. It is amazing how many overstressed, undernourished people our rich society produces. The spacing of sessions for cancer patients who are on chemotherapy or radiation therapy should be at least weekly and always right after a treatment, even if that treatment is daily. Chemo and radiation cause debris in the physical body as well as the energy field. The debris from chemo is composed of the chemotherapy itself, as well as from the tissues it kills. The body must get rid of both. Chemotherapy causes low frequency, mucousy, dark, thick bioplasma in the auric field that does not support life. It slows and interferes with the functioning of the auric field, causing a great deal of discomfort in the client. Radiation also causes debris in the physical body because it not only kills cells, it alters the normal biological processes that occur in many cells around those that are killed. This produces a lot of waste products that also must be gotten rid of. Radiation burns the auric field, much like putting a nylon stocking into a flame. This damage needs to be repaired. Radiation also causes the auric field to splinter like glass, thus causing a lot of debris in the field that needs to be cleared. The sooner the healer clears the debris caused by chemo or radiation out of a field, the fewer the side effects will be. How long does it take? How long a series of healings lasts depends on the seriousness of the problem, on how long the patient has had the problem, and on the long-term effects of the healing. Usually the patient strongly feels the healing effects for about 3 days. Then the energy system will begin to resume its old habitual distortion to a certain extent. How much and for how long the energy system of the patient can maintain a clear, balanced state is completely individual and depends on so many factors that it would be impossible to enumerate them all here. Of course, the severity of the problem, the patient's life circumstances, the patient's self-care and ability to carry out what activities or diets are required, and the skills of the healer are all factors. With each succeeding healing session, the patient's energy system regains more and more of its original healthy configuration. The old habits of distortion are gradually dissolved. How fast permanent changes can occur is completely individual. So see it to say that some patients will finish in one healing, others in many months of healing. As the healing process unfolds, it becomes easier and easier for the healer to know how long it will take, because the healer observes the extent of the changes and how long they hold each time a healing is given. Sometimes a more advanced healer will give the approximate length of the healing series through guidance in the beginning session. The healing process can continue, perhaps over weeks, months, or years. How long it lasts, in many cases, depends on what degree of health the patient accepts. The spiritual healer's greater purpose. Many patients wish to continue the healing process long after the original presenting complaint is gone because what they settled for as health before entering a healing situation is simply no longer acceptable. This occurs because healing not only educates patients but helps them make much deeper connections to their internal longings. In this case, the process of healing becomes one of personal evolution and release of creativity. It becomes a spiritual experience. From the holographic point of view, this means the healer will be working on the connection between the individual within a system, that is, within the greatest system, the universal being. On this level, an unacceptable state of health is seen as an apparent disconnection from or imbalance with the whole or the divine. That leads to questions. What is the patient's relationship with God, Goddess, the cosmos, or the universal being? How have her beliefs led her to the experience of disconnection from her essential connection with the universal being? How has he forgotten who he is, and how has his way of living that arises out of that forgetting led him into imbalance and vulnerability to infection? Healers work directly with the energy field of the patient to balance it with the highest spiritual reality to which the patient can expand. Healers' greatest purpose is to help their clients connect with the greatest spiritual reality possible. They do this in very practical ways, stepping on each rung of the ladder from basic physical humanity, through the personality level of the human energy field, through the hierarchic level of intentionality, and to the divinity within each human being, the core essence. The healer first looks for the precise nature of the patient's energy field patterns that express the different aspects of his or her being. Since they act holographically to affect each other in the physical body, the healer's line of inquiry covers the overall physical and energetic patterns that correspond to the emotional, mental, and spiritual health of the patient. The healer helps the patient deal with his or her intention toward their health and their life's purpose. One of the main jobs the healer is faced with is to help patients find the cause of their illness. How do patients cause this illness in themselves? All of these areas of inquiry and healing are necessary to restore full health and to prevent another occurrence of the disease, or the possibility of another disease. The healer and patient work together to explore these areas. Ultimately, the healer and patient come face to face with the ultimate cause of the patient's dis-ease. Healers ask, what are the patient's beliefs about divinity that help hold this dis-ease in place? How is God seen as a negative authority that would punish rather than love? How has this individual then taken upon himself the punishment that he thinks God has ordained for him? How does this patient mete it out and assume that God is doing it to her? We are speaking here not only about that which individuals create for themselves as punishment, but about how they meet greater cycles of events that do not seem to be immediately connected to their individual creation. These greater cycles are the long-term effects put into motion in times past, or karmic cycles, as well as those events that come about as a result of the collective creativity of humankind. Each individual has the choice to meet these experiences with expectations of punishment for some terrible past deed, rather like a lesson chosen by the greater self, for the purpose of learning and soul growth. The healer helps clients open a corridor to the deeper creative energies of their core, from which they create their experiences of reality. Ethical limitations of a healer. We are left with this one very practical question of ethical limitations. This question has a broad range of aspects, and its answers depend on the healer involved. Here are some. Untrained people who call themselves healers. First, it is very important that healers be aware of their level of ability and be straightforward about it. One of the worst things I have seen happens a lot: very ill people go to a healer or a healing circle and are told that they are cured. The healers jump to this conclusion because they felt so much energy and got such a spiritual high from the healing that they assumed it meant the patient was cured. At times, such people even get guidance that says this is so. They may even advise that patients stop treatments that the healers know nothing about. They are completely convinced that this is right and their guidance is true. These healers are out of reality. They are not in touch with their patients or their conditions. They have blissed out on their own energetic high and have disconnected from the patient in the process. This is very serious. It is a Pollyanna escape into denial because such healers cannot deal with the reality of life, pain, and death. It is a misuse of spirituality and healing for denial of their own fear. There is nothing wrong with a healing circle that brings love, hope, and support to people who are isolated in fear with their disease. But it is important to stay in reality about the amount of love, hope, and support that is needed for such a person. It is not a one-shot deal. It is a long ongoing process. The support groups and workshops of Bernie Siegel, MD, and Louise Hay attest to the strong positive effectiveness of such groups. To charge or not to charge. I have found that there is a worldwide issue with people thinking it wrong for healers to charge money. This prejudice can be found in Great Britain, Russia, Europe, and Southeast Asia, as well as in the United States. I believe there are two ways to go with this. It depends on the healer's training and expertise. If healers are trained in a religious tradition like the Christian charismatic movement, the healings are done in church service, and often donations are accepted. From my perspective, that seems appropriate. If, however, healers have gone through a meticulous long-term training, at least 4 years, in my opinion, healers have the right to charge. This type of training includes anatomy, physiology, psychology, ethics, and professionalization of a practice, as well as the development of HSP and healing techniques. It is through this type of training that healership will gain its rightful professional role in our healthcare system. These healers have the right to charge normal professional fees just like psychological therapists, massage therapists, home care nurses, physical therapists, and physicians. These fees should be in the same range as those of any therapist. A no-fee policy for such a person is simply prejudice. If these healers didn't charge, they would have to work all day in a job for financial support and then give whatever is left to healing. That would simply keep badly needed healing services to a minimum. No diagnosis, please. Healers should not diagnose and cannot prescribe drugs. They have not been trained to do so. A healer may, on the other hand, receive guidance as to what drug may be beneficial. The patient can take that information to a physician to check out. See Chapter 6 for a fuller discussion of healer-physician cooperation. Are healers responsible to tell all they know? This was a question that really disturbed me in the beginning of my practice. At first, I simply gave all the information I received through my channel to the person involved. I figured it was not my job to discriminate. If I got it, they got it. I got into trouble right away with this one. I freaked people out. They didn't really want to know, even though they claimed they did. They weren't ready for the answer. I remember in 1978 I was at a healing conference in Washington. A member of the audience knew I had HSP and could see his neck vertebrae. He followed me the whole weekend, endlessly asking me to tell him what his neck looked like. I finally sat down on the steps of a large corridor in the hotel and drew the misalignment in his neck. He became very quiet and left with the picture. I saw him 2 years later at another conference, and he told me that he had been very upset for days after the incident. He had never seen a picture of how bones in the neck become misaligned, and he didn't understand the meaning of his misalignment. I had not taken the time to tell him how to take care of the problem and that it was not serious. In another case, one of my best friends, Cindy M. from Washington, D.C., was studying in New York City for a few weeks and decided to have a healing. Her presenting complaint was that she had a little pain in her chest. During the healing I looked down into her chest with HSP and saw a black gunmetal gray shape like a three-dimensional triangle. At the same time I saw this, my guide Hyoen leaned over my right shoulder and said, "She has cancer and she is going to die." I had a private argument with Hyoen. I was outraged that he could know of an imminent death and, even worse, that he would tell me about it. Needless to say, I kept it quiet. Right after the session, I went to a birthday party. I was so upset, I had to leave early. I didn't know what to do. Was my guidance off? Was it possible to be told of someone's death? Would I help her create it if I thought about it in that way when I was giving her healings? What should I tell her to do? Later I checked with advanced healers I knew to see if such a thing was possible. They said it was. I did the only thing I could do. I told Cindy to stop school, go home, spend time with her husband, and get her chest checked out by a doctor. She came to 2 more healings before leaving New York. In each healing, I would see the same dark form in her lung, and Hyoen leaned over my right shoulder and said, "She has cancer and is going to die." I kept asking her to go home. I didn't tell her the specifics of my guidance. She finally did what I asked her to do. The tests were clear. I assumed my guidance was wrong. But she kept getting worse. 4 months and 3 CAT scans later, the physicians at George Washington Hospital found the spot, same size, shape, and location. They said it was a blood clot. Again, I thanked God the guidance was wrong. She didn't respond to treatment but got worse. They opened her up and found mesothelioma, a lung cancer they did not know how to cure. She died 8 months later. About 3 days before she died, when I was in Washington helping Cindy separate from her friends, she called me into her room right after she had gone to the bathroom. She said, "I just pissed out a half-truth for you." What was it? I explained why I hadn't told her what I'd seen when she first came for a healing. She said, "Thanks for not telling me sooner. I wasn't ready. It's okay now." What I learned was that, as a healer, and like any professional, I can access privileged information. This information must be handled professionally, under a code of ethics that includes the right person and the right timing. I now only give privileged information that comes through guidance when the guidance says to do so, and to whom guidance indicates. When healers should disqualify themselves. All healers encounter circumstances in which they should disqualify themselves. This is very important for both healers and patients to understand. This means any healer you go to may have to disqualify herself. One sign of good healers is that they make sure that they are qualified to treat you before taking you on as a patient. They may not openly discuss this with you if there is no problem. But usually by the end of the first session, they will know and tell you if there is a problem. The two major reasons for healers to disqualify themselves are their previous relationship with a patient or patient's spouse and because they are not qualified to handle the case. In the first case, many people think they can go to a healer who is also a friend. This is fine, as long as both people know that it will change their relationship permanently. The two must make the decision of which is more important, the healing relationship or the personal one. Because healing is such a deep process, if the two try to maintain their personal friendship as it was, they will rather rapidly reach a point where the healings are jeopardized or the deeper healing process is compromised. In cases where a husband and wife want to go to the same healer, again, if the healing process continues over any length of time, relational problems may occur because of the depth of personal change involved in the healing process. For this reason, I recommend that healers use the same guidelines as therapists, who do not take both people in a marriage for individual counseling. Healers must be able to know if they are qualified to handle any particular case. This may also have to do with the level of expectation from patients. If patients expect miraculous results, the healer must inform them that the probability is very low. Only 1% of cases heal instantly. Some healers may not be able to handle certain illnesses or types of cases. They may react to certain illnesses that affect their energy system in ways that make them sick or give them pain. They may not be able to handle someone who has received a terminal sentence and, if it happens, go all the way through the dying process with someone. They may not be able to work with the physicians involved. They may know someone who could do it better. If they are prejudicial about a certain treatment the patient is on, they need to deal with it honestly and let go of the prejudice. If they can't, they should refer the patient elsewhere. I had to disqualify myself from a case several years ago with a young man who was paralyzed from the waist down. I could see what was wrong in the energy field, but I had absolutely no effect on it after trying for an hour and a half. I didn't charge him for the session and sent him home. I said I would call him if I found a way to help him or if I found someone who could. Several years later, I found someone to whom to refer him. How to get straight information about expected results. The best way to get straight answers is to ask straight questions. Ask the healer whatever you want to know. It's their job to find a way to answer from their framework of healing. It may not be the answer you want, but you ought to be able to get one. Even ask them about their cure rate, if you want to know. They must answer honestly. How many patients has the healer treated with this disease? What were the results? Healers must be clear as to what they are offering. This way you, the patient, can be clear as to what results you can expect and therefore what you are paying for. Of course, your healing is dependent on many other things, but you have the right to know about healers' experience and results, as well as how long they have been practicing and how well they are trained. 6. The healer-physician team. As you consider working with both a healer and a physician, it is important to interview both to see if they are open to working together. Let both the healer and physician know how and with whom you are working. If they have not worked with each other before, talk with them to find out if they will cooperate. Let them know how they can help each other in helping you regain your health. The physician or healer may be too busy to spend much time consulting with the other. In most cases, not much consultation time is really needed. If either one will not be in goodwill with the other, I suggest that you find another person to do the job. It may come about that, in your treatment, there will be directly opposing points of view. Then it is very necessary for the two to converse. At such times, goodwill and understanding are of extreme importance. Your health treatment depends on it. In my experience, two directly opposing points of view or conflict between physician and healer happens very rarely if both of them are in reality and open-minded. However, many people still carry the negative image that healers and physicians are opposed to each other. If people learn how the two systems complement each other, this negative image, fortunately for all, can be cleared. There are 5 major ways that the healer-physician team works best together to gather a broader, deeper, and more useful set of information about a patient's condition and what to do about it. The 5 major objectives are: 1. To obtain a clear understanding of the disease process going on in the patient. In healers' terms, this is called a disease description. In physicians' terms, it is called a diagnosis. Each is made in a different context. The healer uses higher sense perception to describe the energy field and physical body function or dysfunction. The physician uses standard medical procedures to obtain a medical diagnosis. 2. To bring about the patient's health on as many levels as possible. The healer works through the process of directly laying on of hands to balance and repair the energy bodies and the physical body. The physician primarily works to restore health to the physical body. 3. To obtain a broader, fuller, more informative, and more meaningful disease history. The healer-physician team does this by combining information from the history of life experience that the healer obtains through the use of HSP with a standard medical history taken by the physician. 4. To assist the patient to find the deeper meaning and cause of the illness. Many physicians help patients deal with the mental and emotional causes of illness as well as the physical by listening to their patients and giving advice. Healers help the patient deal with their illness on all levels of their being: the lower 3 auric levels that correspond to physical sensation, emotional, and mental, the 3 upper spiritual auric levels, the heric level of intention, and the core star level of the creative source. 5. To create more effective treatment modalities, to reduce the time it takes to heal, to reduce discomfort, and to reduce the side effects from harsh medications. Using HSP, the healer will obtain information on diet, herbs, homeopathic remedies, and other substances or techniques the patient can use. When specific medical techniques or medications are received through HSP, they can be given to the patient's physician for consideration. During the years of my practice, I regularly received, using HSP, specific medications or changes in dosages for patients. Their physicians later concurred with the information, and when prescriptions were changed, the patients recovered. As we begin to develop the healer-physician team, much of the information from the healer may not make a lot of sense to the physician because it is not within his or her domain of expertise. In time, by working together, bridges of communication will be created and much more understanding about the body, the energy bodies, and the healing process will emerge. All 5 of these areas greatly facilitate the healing of the patient and will also help the physician gather more information about what is going on in the patient. Let's examine, in more detail, each type of information the healer can obtain. Objective 1. Getting a clear understanding of the disease process. When working with a physician or a group of healthcare professionals, healers will describe the disease process occurring in the patient's physical and energetic bodies. She shares this description with the professional team for the sake of clarifying the disease process in the patient. To do this, the healer will use HSP to analyze the patient's condition. She will begin by checking the human energy field as follows: the patient's overall energetic pattern, with its balances and imbalances. The pattern, in more detail, for each level of the auric field. The healer then focuses on the physical level to describe the unhealthy or unbalanced physiological processes going on in the patient's body. These, of course, are the result of the energetic imbalances she first described. To do this, she uses HSP to sense the functioning of the organs and the tissues on the physical level. The healer proceeds in several steps, checking the general state of the human energy field, the general functioning of each organ, the general functioning of the organ systems, the interactions between organ systems, a more detailed functioning of each organ, the state of the tissue of the organ. This disease description will, in many ways, correlate to a physician's diagnosis. All the senses can be used in the HSP mode. I will discuss the three most commonly used by healers: visual, auditory, and kinesthetic touch. But the language will be different depending on the sense used to access the information. The language will most likely not be technical medical language. The healer's disease description using visual HSP. When the healer uses the visual type of HSP, the organs of the body have particular colors that correlate to health and other colors that correlate to disease and dysfunction. The healer simply looks at organs in the body to see if they are weak or strong, underactive or overactive. When she finds the specific organs that need more attention by using this general type of scan, she can then focus on a more detailed examination of each dysfunctional organ. Let me give some examples of how the visual sense works. When viewing the liver, the healer can first focus on the entire liver to find its relative size and to discover whether or not it's enlarged. She can also observe whether it looks too dense for its normal functioning. She can change her resolution, as you do when scanning a newspaper column, then focusing on one sentence, to find out whether certain portions of the liver are underfunctioning while others are overfunctioning, by simply watching the liver in process. If there are areas of the liver in which waste material is accumulating, the auric color of that waste material tells if the waste material is too acidic or too alkaline. The healer can see whether this waste material is too viscous to move out of the liver. She does this simply by looking at the thickness of the fluid and watching it move through the liver. For example, many times I have seen an accumulation of stagnated green or yellow fluid in portions of the liver. This means toxins are piling up in the liver and there is an excess of bile. Sometimes the yellow color is left over from some drugs the person has recently taken that the liver has a hard time processing. The auric perception of hepatitis is always a band or layer of orange color. Sometimes, if someone has taken drugs for hepatitis, it shows in the liver as an area of thick, brownish mucus. Chemotherapy for breast and other cancers always appears as green-brown gunk in the liver. If the chemotherapy is given intravenously through the arm, the aura of the arm also turns brown-green. I have seen configurations that remained in the auric field as long as 10 to 20 years when no healing was given. The healer can view the effects of particular foods or drugs on the liver. Many times a combination of drinking wine and eating thick, gooey cheeses like brie causes a great deal of stagnation in the liver. It looks like stagnated mucus. That decreases the natural healthy life pulse of the liver and thereby reduces its ability to function. To gather more information, the healer can increase her resolution and focus down to the cellular level so that she can view the cell condition. Many times the cells will be enlarged or elongated. Or the cell membrane may not be working in a way that is chemically balanced so that certain fluids that are not supposed to move through that membrane do. For example, long-term smoking usually breaks down the cell wall, making it flaccid so that the cell becomes enlarged and misshapen. The pollutants from smoking also form an acidic layer on the outside of the cell membrane, which then changes its permeability. With high or microscopic resolution, the healer can also view microorganisms inside the body and describe their appearance. All the information obtained through vision type HSP will be described in terms of pictures using visual terms. All of this information is given in the healer's language in simple descriptive terms, as above, not in the technical terms to which a patient or physician may be accustomed. The healer's disease description using auditory HSP. The healer can also use auditory type HSP. There are two major types of auditory information: sounds, or tones, and words. The body, organs, and tissues all produce sounds that can be heard with HSP but not with normal hearing. These sounds give information about the health of the body and organs. A healthy body produces a beautiful symphony of sounds that all flow together. Whenever an organ is not functioning right, it gives off a discordant sound. By developing her sound vocabulary, the healer will be able to describe health and dis-ease within the physical and energy bodies in terms of sound. For example, using auditory HSP, the healer may very well hear a high-pitched squealing sound coming from the pancreas of someone with diabetes. She will also see, using visual HSP, a dark vortex of energy over the pancreas that makes the squealing sound. These two pieces of information will tell her immediately that the person has diabetes. The healer will, in turn, use sounds or tones for healing, as we will see later on. The other form of auditory HSP is the reception of words. If the healer is proficient in auditory HSP, she may be able to directly access the name of an organism, disease, or even a drug to be taken, including the amount and time. Most medical terms are quite long and complicated, making them very difficult to pick up through HSP. I have been able to do this only a few times. Most of the auditory information I get comes either as simple directives or as long discourses on the deeper meaning of existence or the way the world works. A few examples of auditory directives will pop up in the text as we move along. The healing meditations given in part 4 of this book are good examples of channeled discourses that are very useful in the healing process. The healer's disease description using kinesthetic HSP. Each organ has a pulse. Certain organs pulsate faster than others. Using the kinesthetic, feeling sensation, type of HSP, the healer can feel the pulse from each organ. First, the healer would feel the entire body system in general and find out general imbalances within organs. Then she feels within organ systems, and then cross-organ systems. For example, using kinesthetic type HSP, the healer will check on the organ pulse of the liver to find if it is higher or lower than normal. The healer will then feel larger areas of the body to find if the liver pulse is synchronized with the other organ pulses of the body. If the liver is abnormal, the healer finds how its abnormal functioning affects organs in its vicinity and other areas within the body. One typical question that arises in the disease description given by a healer is, how does an underfunctioning liver, abnormally low pulse, denoting hypofunction, affect the pancreas? My answer, from information taken with kinesthetic sensing, is that a hypofunctioning liver strains the pancreas and makes it work harder, which causes the pulse of the pancreas to increase, causing a hyperfunctioning pancreas. Eventually the pancreas will become too weak from overwork to function properly, and its pulse will also drop down below normal, causing a hypofunctioning pancreas. Information gathered kinesthetically from infertile women who are trying to get pregnant is very interesting. In healthy bodies, the ovaries pulse synchronically with each other, with the thymus near the heart, and with the pituitary in the head. In many cases of infertility, the ovary pulses are unbalanced with each other and the other organ pulses. The ovaries have to be balanced with each other, the thymus, and the pituitary before they are able to produce a ripe egg and release it at exactly the appropriate time. When they are not pulsing synchronically, the egg will be released at the wrong time in the menstrual cycle. It may be premature or overripe, or not released at all. To re-establish balance, the healer sends energy to re-establish a synchronic pulse among all of these three endocrines. This is done through a series of techniques and laying on of hands. I have been able to assist many previously infertile women in this way. They are mothers now. Of course, in some cases, other organs might very well be involved with this, so the healer would feel them and then balance them also. A good example occurred several years ago, when I was still practicing healing in New York City. The client, Barbara, wanted to get pregnant. She was 42. Barbara had clinically died from hemorrhaging after giving birth to a daughter 15 years earlier. She told me she could remember leaving her body and visiting her deceased father, who told her to return to Earth. He said that she could bring all the love and peace to Earth that she felt there with him. She could then feel herself being pulled back into her body. A doctor stood over her and said, "She's gone." The next thing she was aware of was a big nurse leaning over her, pumping her chest, screaming, "Breathe, damn you, breathe." After a long road of recovery, raising her daughter alone, then finally getting married again, Barbara wanted another child. There was a lot of concern about this. No one had ever found the source of the hemorrhaging, so it might happen again. Plus, Barbara had had cervical cancer 4 years before getting married. Her physicians were concerned that, because of the surgery, the cervix would not be strong enough to hold the fetus for 9 months. She had tried to get pregnant with no success for 3 years before she came to me. A brief inspection of her energy field showed a large tear in the second chakra. Her ovaries were not functioning properly, and they were not synchronized with the thymus or the pituitary. She would ovulate infrequently, and when she did, it was too late in the cycle for the egg. I also saw her weakened cervix in another place within her womb where an old wound had been. This was the source of the hemorrhaging. First I cleared and cleaned the wound and restructured the first level of its field so it would heal. I then rebuilt the energy field of the cervix to make it strong. I made it extra strong so it could hold the fetus. Next, I repaired all the damage in the second chakra, then stabilized it. I then synchronized the ovaries with each other, then with the thymus, and then with the pituitary. As each system in the body began to function, Barbara's energy increased. This took one session in February 1984. I called up Barbara in September 1990 to see how she remembered the event. Barbara said, "You found a black energetic hole at the source of the hemorrhaging, and you found also an energetic dysfunction at the cervix. You found both of the sources of prior medical concerns." Then I became pregnant in March. It was a miracle. Another interesting sidelight was that I came back to see you in my 9th month because Annie was in a breech position. You turned her. Another interesting piece of this was that you prepared me for a cesarean. I can remember feeling your conflict. I remember trying to support you by saying it's okay, you can tell me anything that is going on here. Well, I did have a cesarean. After 24 hours of labor, my cervix just wouldn't dilate and Annie went into distress. When Barbara came for her second healing in her 9th month, I received guidance that she was going to have a cesarean. I didn't want to tell her in a way that would sound as if it would have to be that way. I wanted to leave plenty of room for the possibility of a natural birth, but I did manage to warn her that it was a good idea to accept it any way it came, that having the child was the most important thing, not doing it perfectly. As I remember, when I was working on her, it seemed that we had a choice between building a strong cervix and having a cesarean baby, or not building a strong cervix and chancing losing the baby. Later Barbara said, "This never would have concerned me anyway. I never had any mindset about how you are supposed to have a baby." I think most New Age spiritual women have a lot of gunk about medical procedures. They can't quite handle the duality between that and being spiritually responsible for our own healing. I never had any trouble with that. It is their duality, not real duality. I think there is a mindset with many people generally about those issues. It feels as though you have to make a choice between your taking self-responsibility for your spiritual and physical well-being and medical technical know-how, knowledge, and expertise. In fact, every time you make such a choice, you are limiting reality because there really is no need to choose. It is only when they work together that it is complete. What we are all trying to do is to heal that duality on the earth. Using the visual, kinesthetic, and auditory HSP together to describe dis-ease. Now, using visual, auditory, and kinesthetic HSP together, let us focus on visual term, tune into, auditory term, and connect to, kinesthetic term, the pancreas to see, visual term, what information we can get, kinesthetic term. In people with problems in digesting sweets and sugars, the pancreas will look weak. Instead of being a bright, clear, peachy brown color, the pancreas will have a very faded peachy brown color. The pancreas may be enlarged due to its inability to function properly. Using visual HSP, the healer can see this. By increasing visual resolution, the healer may also see piles of yellowish ember cells here and there in the pancreas. The anatomy book tells us that these are the islets of Langerhans. In some cases, there may be more of these piles of cells, or each islet may have more cells and be larger than normal, or each islet may be made up of enlarged yellowish amber-colored cells. The excess numbers of the islets of Langerhans are the body's effort to produce more of the secretion that they make. Auditory HSP or a physiology book tells us that this secretion is the hormone insulin. Using the kinesthetic sense, the healer finds that the organ pulse of the pancreas is also lower than what the healer feels to be healthy. The pancreas is under-functioning. Thus visual, auditory, and kinesthetic HSP together tell us that this patient needs healing work to re-establish normal pancreas function. When a weakened pancreas begins pulsating more slowly than its normal healthy rate, it usually begins to affect the pulsation of the left kidney, located directly behind it. Soon this kidney pulsates at a rate that correlates with the slower pulses of the pancreas. This makes the kidney drop sugar into the urine. The kidney looks darker than normal. From the healer's perception, the functioning of both the pancreas and the kidney is decreased. Even the connective tissue wrapped around the organs, called the fascia, begins to harden, contract, and bind the organs together. The fascia is the physical medium that carries most of the energy flow of the first layer of the auric field through it. When it hardens, its ability to conduct energy greatly decreases. This in turn decreases the amount of energy flow the organ wrapped in the fascia can receive from the energy fields all around us. I believe that this decreased conductivity through our fascia has a great deal to do with aging. When work is done to soften the hardened tissues, a great deal more energy flows to the organ or muscle surrounded by the fascia. That organ or muscle wakes up and becomes alive and healthy again. This type of work combined with healing energy work is effective even on very old injuries. It re-enlivens tissues that have been unusable for years. It takes lots of time and attention to repair old injuries, but to many people it is worth it. People who do body work or energy work that softens the fascia stay younger longer. Many such people look 10 years younger than their age. Healers use all the same HSP techniques mentioned above to describe problems in the Herrick and core star levels. This information will include description of any disfigurement or dysfunction in these levels. The Herrick and core star levels and the 5 objectives of healing will be discussed in chapters 16 and 17. Objective 2. Direct hands-on healing work. As was described earlier, the healer acts as a conduit for healing energies from the universal health field, or universal energy field, all around us. The human energy field must be regarded as no less real than the physical body. There are several levels of bodies. The healer will work on each. The first, third, fifth, and seventh levels of the auric field are structured in a way such that they contain all of the organs that we know about in the physical body, plus the chakras, which are intake organs that metabolize energy from the universal energy field for the area of the body in which they are located. These structured levels appear to be composed of standing light beams. The even-numbered layers are not structured. They look like blobs or clouds of fluid in motion. The fluid flows along the standing light lines of the structured layers. The healer's work on the structured levels is to repair, restructure, and recharge the energy bodies. The healer's work on the unstructured levels of the field is to clear stagnated areas, to charge weakened areas, and to balance overcharged areas with the rest of the field. All this has a big effect on the functioning of the physical body. Even if the physical organ has been removed, rebuilding it on the structured layers of the field and charging it on the fluid layers of the field have a very strong healing effect on the body. In cases where the thyroid has been removed, I have consistently seen a restructured thyroid on the auric level reduce the amount of thyroid medication that a patient needs to take. Hands-on healing work usually decreases healing time by 1/3 to 1/2 the normal time, decreases the amount of medications needed, and greatly reduces side effects of invasive modalities. A friend of mine who was highly allergic to drugs had a double cataract operation. She took drugs only during surgery. She took no painkillers afterward, did self-healing several times a day every day, and healed twice as fast as the normal recovery time for a one-eye lens removal. Simple problems like sprained ankles, which normally require 2 weeks on crutches, can be healed in 1/2 to 3/4 of an hour if worked on immediately. If it is not possible to give immediate hands-on healing, other healing methods developed in osteopathic medicine, structural integration, rolfing, deep tissue work, unwinding, or myofascia work will still reduce healing time to a few days. Whenever such an injury occurs, the body recoils and twists itself away from the injury. The fascia and muscles sometimes remain in the twisted position. These methods are very useful in healing injuries resulting in misalignments, sprains, strains, bruises, fractures, and injuries to the spinal cord. By holding the body in certain tension positions and following body pulses, one can simply follow the unwinding of the twists that resulted from the injury. Recently, a very heavy table collapsed on a healer student's shin and foot. We immediately picked her up and worked on her for about 45 minutes. She feared that her leg was broken. After careful visual HSB examination, we knew that it was not broken. It was badly scraped and bruised. We did laying on of hands techniques to restructure the energy field, and a structural unwinding technique simultaneously. At the end of 45 minutes there was no swelling, very little bruising, and a few scratches. She rested a few hours with ice on the area, and the next day she was walking normally. It looked as if she had bumped herself 2 weeks before. I have seen benign operable tumors reduced to not necessary to operate in a few laying on of hands healings. I have seen heart patients avoid open heart surgery, cancer patients reduce the amount of chemotherapy needed, early stages of diabetes turned around, colonectomies prevented. In a few cases, I have seen cancer disappear. I have seen many lives completely reformed into the way the people longed for their lives to be. The healer also does hands-on work on both the Herrick and core star levels. Once the healer has determined the state of the Herrick and core star levels, she can work directly on each of them. Herrick and/or core star healing is advanced work. It requires a lot of training and practice to do it. It will be discussed in chapters 16 and 17. Objective 3. Obtaining a fuller, broader disease history. The third area of work with the healer-physician team is the gathering of a disease history. A physician does this through the patient's personal and family health and medical records. The healer obtains historical information by psychically witnessing past events, which are both physically and psychologically related to the disease. The healer has the ability to go backward in time and to observe the sequence of events that have occurred to a particular organ, body part, or the whole body system on the physical or energy body levels. The healer does this first by kinesthetically connecting to the body part, then by consulting memory. It is much the same process as when you activate your own memory. You automatically do it only for yourself. It feels like simply rolling time backward to witness a past event. Try it for another person by first connecting to them and then activating memory. You will be surprised. You can access their past also. You were just brought up to believe that the only past you could remember was your own. On the physical level, the healer will use HSP to witness, in reverse sequence, the traumas that occurred to a particular body part. In my experience, most serious illness is not new. Rather, the disease configuration has built up over a long period of time and through several different forms and symptoms that are compiled into the present state. How you are now represents the sum total of your life experience. A common example is hip problems in older people. Most hip problems in later years are activated by structural misalignment in earlier years in the spine or knees. Dietary deficiencies may also contribute to the degeneration process, until the elderly person falls and breaks a hip. Many people notice that the same body part is repeatedly injured. Once an ankle is twisted and sprained on the tennis court, that same weakened ankle will most likely be sprained again. This misalignment in the ankle radiates throughout the entire structural system of the whole body and affects all parts of it. An early fall off a tricycle bumping the knee may lead to a later bicycle knee injury, which in turn leads to a jogging knee trauma, and so on. Each injury increases structural misalignment that then leads to more injury. Usually by the time a serious problem erupts in the physical body, that part of the body has been traumatized many times. A problem in an organ is a sign that the problem has sunk deeply into the body. Effects of old childhood traumas are enhanced, carried forward, and maintained through repeated bad living habits on the physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual levels. People recreate and repeat problems in their lives over and over from their negative belief systems. These negative belief systems are usually unconscious. Using HSP, these recreated negative experiences can be read in sequence. One patient named Tanya, who had the umbilical cord wrapped around her neck and had a forceps birth, repeated these neck and head traumas throughout life in different forms. In early childhood, she fell off a cannon in a park and landed on her head. Then she fell from trees more than once. Later, her brother accidentally hit her in the head with a baseball bat. She was standing behind him when he swung back to hit a ball. Each time she received a blow to the head, her neck also got worse. Her father repeatedly hit her whenever her mother reported that she was bad. She wouldn't know it was coming because the punishment came many hours afterward, when her father came home from work. Sometimes he hit her with a yardstick while he held her upside down by one foot. Next, there were repeated blows to the head from an abusive husband. This went on for almost 10 years. During this time there was a whiplash accident in a motel room, when a man tried to pull off her swimsuit. 2 years later, there was another whiplash and hairline skull fracture from a car accident. The continued neck and head injuries led to more and more structural misalignment that weakened not only the areas directly involved but the whole structural system as well. The whole left side of her body was weakened. She said it came from being married to a right-handed man. It's the left side that gets hit. Through laying on of hands and unwinding, she was later able to heal most of her injuries. Since organs all work together, chronic dysfunction in any particular organ will eventually affect all others. First, the other organs may overwork to make up for the loss of function in one organ. Then later they may underfunction because they are unable to carry the extra load. To the healer, who sees the body functioning from the holographic point of view, anything occurring in any part of the body is always related to the rest of the body. I witnessed an interesting case of earlier dietary deficiencies in a man who had shin splints. When I rolled backward in time, I saw that the cause was related to the fact that he drank a lot of milk as a fast-growing teenager. Milk was not the best source of calcium for his body. When his body grew bone cells, they became too hard and didn't allow the muscles to insert properly into the bone. Thus at the age of 40 he got shin splints when he jogged. Objective 4. Assisting patients to find the deeper meaning and causes of their illness. Through HSP, the healer helps the patient access general information about the patient's background on the psychological level. This includes information about possible childhood trauma, interaction with parents and the environment, the patient's mental attitude about life, and the patient's belief system. A healer will also use HSP to read specific information about the psychological history that correlates to a given presenting complaint. To do this, the healer connects to the diseased body part and rolls backward in time while tuned into the psychological level and witnesses the past experiences of the individual directly related to the physical problem. This also reveals a lot about the patient's personality, childhood psychological traumas, and reactions to them that create certain unhealthy life patterns that led to partial creation of the physical problems. This information, when handled sensitively, can greatly help the patient's personal healing process. It helps patients give up unhealthy habitual actions that cause imbalance in their energy system that eventually lead to disease in the physical body. The idea that one might create accidents in one's life as a result of one's beliefs and earlier traumas is, of course, interesting and controversial. Some accidents are clearly the result of intent. I'm sure you have all witnessed children hurting themselves directly after being confronted about something they shouldn't have done. Tanya's case is a good example. As Tanya worked to heal herself through hands-on healing and deep tissue work, she was able to find how she helped create her injuries, even the car accident in which she was not the driver. She connected with her intent to continue to be the victim of other people, which somehow, from the child's reasoning, meant she was good. This is what I mean by a negative belief system. In order to remain good from the unconscious child's reasoning, she had to keep being the victim. Her father hit her to punish her for being bad. To her child's reasoning, the punishment then made her good again. She also remembered that when her father hit her, she felt connected to him. Besides being terrified, she could also feel his pain and could feel that his hitting her actually relieved some of his pain. This is the basis of martyrdom. In the incident of the car accident, her abusive husband was driving. You might ask, how could she take the blame for that one? She didn't take the blame, but she connected with an intent to hurt herself the night before. It was a way to stop the intense pain of her life. She said that the night before the accident, she was extremely upset. Her husband was trying to set her up with an old boyfriend, and she didn't know what to do. She remembers repeatedly looking at the large plate glass window of her home, thinking how good it would feel to run across the room and hit it with her head. She said she felt totally crazy. She was finally able to leave the marriage and create a new life for herself. After all the work on herself, it was only a year or so after the divorce that she began a very healthy, supportive relationship with her present husband of 7 years. During the reading and the unfolding of past information, the healer is also working directly to clear the energy field distortion that is correlated with those events and with those traumas. Work is being done on both levels at the same time. The information is being brought to consciousness, and the distortions in the field from those events are being cleared. This has a very positive effect on the healing for the patient. The healer can then tune to higher levels in the patient that reveal thought patterns or habitual thought forms that take over and rule the patient's psyche at times. The healer will also eventually be able to help the patient find his or her negative, unhealthy belief systems that are the root cause of habitual unhealthy living patterns that create disease. As Tanya connected with her unconscious efforts to remain a victim and therefore good, she began changing her stance. She reached the Herrick level of intention. She intended to remain a victim so that she could remain the good one and also not have to go out into the world and take responsibility for herself. She aligned with a positive intent to change. It was necessary to connect with a deeper part of herself that already knows she is good, her core. From the broadest perspective, the cause of illness is forgetting who you truly are, disconnection from the core, and healing is remembering the true self, connection to the core. Thus Tanya began to remember who she is. She connected with her inner basic goodness by building corridors of communication to her core star. She didn't have to prove her goodness anymore through victimization. Objective 5. Creating more effective treatment modalities. The fifth major objective of the healer-physician team is to bring about new combined treatment modalities. The results from the first 4 objectives, the new disease description, information about the body's functioning, the changes in the view of the causes and deeper meaning of illness, and the strong positive healing effects of laying on of hands, bring about great changes in treatment modalities and new guidelines to help us maintain our health. Some major changes in treatment modalities are: 1. The entire approach to health and healing shifts into a new paradigm that includes all aspects of the broad expanse of human life experience. In this holistic view, where everything affects everything else, no area of patients' lives can be isolated as separate from health problems. Patients also are considered to have a lot to do with creating the problem. 2. By understanding how our life habits and our psychological environment affect our health, we change our attitude toward how to maintain health. We focus our attention in those areas to maintain our health. We develop healthy psychological habits and learn to automatically process old emotional blocks and belief systems that cause us physical difficulties. 3. The need for prescribed medication and surgery decreases. I have had several patients for whom surgery was not needed. When they went to their pre-surgical checkup, their doctors canceled the surgery. I have helped people shrink tumors and thyroids, wash aberrant cells from a uterus to avoid a D&C or even a hysterectomy, avoid removal of the colon, and no longer need open heart surgery. Many prescribed medications have been reduced by the physicians because their patients got well sooner. The use of painkillers has been greatly reduced in patients with chronic pain such as headaches, back pain, or pain in the ovaries. 4. Healers and physicians working together can provide more specific personal information for each patient as to which remedy or medication to take and as to exactly when to start and stop a particular medication. Healers can also provide information as to how much and when to decrease medication during the healing process. From the healer's point of view, no particular herb, remedy, or drug is bad or necessarily undesirable in and of itself. What is important here is for the patient to have the freedom to choose the method of treatment most useful and appropriate for him or her. As my guide Hyoan says, the precise substance, in the precise amount, at the precise time acts as an alchemically transformative substance for healing. The healer can read the effects that any particular herb, homeopathic remedy, or medication is having on the body of the patient. It is possible for the healer to observe the patient taking homeopathic remedies to see the effect on the energy field, because remedies have both immediate and long-term effects on the field. If it is the incorrect homeopathic remedy, there will be no effect. If the remedy is not potent enough, it will not penetrate into the field and have a big effect. A higher potency will reach higher levels of the field and may not immediately affect the lower ones. This information can be very helpful to the homeopath not only in choosing the correct remedy but in choosing where in the patient's energy bodies they wish it to have the most effect. I have found that healing will reduce the required amount of medication the body needs, even when a gland has been removed. I have experienced this many times with various people and different kinds of medications. It is an automatic result of the laying on of hands healing process. Reducing the amount of medication needed by patients going through the healing process is a step-by-step process. Normally, the guidance in the beginning is for the patient to continue on the medication they have. After some period of healing, perhaps only a few weeks, the guidance will suggest that the medication be reduced by a quarter. After a few more weeks or months, another reduction will be needed. Let me give an example. I was working with a young woman who had multiple physical disorders nearly from birth, many illnesses, many surgical operations. She was in her mid-20s. Her progress was slow, but she steadily gained health and energy. After approximately 6 months of healing, she reached a plateau of health. The healings didn't seem to be having much effect. I asked for specific guidance, using auditory HSP, as to why she stopped progressing. I heard the following words: tell her to reduce her thyroid medication by 1/3. At the time, I was completely unaware that she was taking it. In a rather embarrassed manner, I asked her about it. She confirmed that she was taking it. In the next few weeks, with the consent of her physician, she reduced her intake of the medication according to the guidance channeled and proceeded to regain more health. After 5 months it was necessary to make another reduction. Shortly thereafter, she left treatment, satisfied with her health, having decided to go to college. 5. Healers can help in choosing treatment modalities. For example, before Jennifer arrived in my OCE for her first appointment, I received information that said she should choose the type of chemotherapy that lasted 3 months and used 2 drugs, rather than the one that lasted 2 months and used 3 drugs. I had never met Jennifer and didn't know why she was coming to receive healing from me. When Jennifer told me her presenting complaint, she stated that just a week before, she had been given the choice by her oncologist of 2 different chemotherapies for her cancer treatment. One was to use 3 drugs and last 2 months, while the other was to use 2 drugs and last 3 months. She had come to me to help her make the decision. Needless to say, I already had the answer. 6. Working with a healer can help reduce the negative side effects of many harsh treatments, not only because less of the treatment is needed but because laying on of hands reduces the negative side effects during treatment. It also reduces or removes long-term deterioration of the body caused by chemotherapy and radiation treatments. Chemotherapy pollutes the liver and weakens the body's natural immune system. Laying on of hands enhances liver function. Radiation therapy breaks the first layer of the energy field into splinters, like broken glass. Laying on of hands repairs it. Many times, 10 to 20 years later, the radiated parts of the body will begin to dysfunction. One patient lost most of the use of her arms because the nerves deteriorated. She received very strong radiation treatments in the area of the brachial plexus, the area where the nerves that serve the arms come out of the spine, for Hodgkin's disease 10 years earlier. We found, by treating another patient with laying on of hands as soon after radiation therapy as was possible, that we were able to continually remove the fragmented auric field and rebuild it each time. That patient had very few negative effects from her radiation treatments. Another patient had had spinal surgery 10 years before I met her. When she came to healing, she was still primarily bedridden. She could only walk to the bathroom and back. I saw red dye still locked in her spine. Apparently it was used to view the spine with some hospital device. With healing treatments to remove the red dye, she became much stronger and started to walk again. Post-surgical healings effectively reduce pain and repair what could become long-term side effects. A patient named Elizabeth still had pain in her right ovary and the abdominal region of her body 1 year after her cesarean section. I could see that the energy lines of the first layer of the field were tangled and blocking normal energy flow to that area of her body. In one healing, I was able to untangle, align, and reconstruct the energy lines of the first layer of the field. Her pain immediately went away and hasn't returned in 2 years. If the distortions in her field had remained, she probably would have eventually had infections in that area of her body, since the lack of energy flow would eventually weaken the area. In the case of Richard W., see the transcript of the healing session in Appendix A. A vertical scar in his chest from open heart surgery interfered with the energy flow that served his heart and chest. Repairing it ensured longer health in that area. 7. Information on the long-term negative effects of harsh treatment modalities used today will change the protocol for such use. When we understand the long-term, negative effects that many harsh treatments have on our energy fields in our physical bodies, they will not be so readily used as they are today. I gave an example earlier of how red dye stayed in the spine for 10 years after treatment. I have seen other drugs still in the liver years after they were used for treatment of hepatitis. Many drugs are used in too strong doses for some people, who are more sensitive than others. When we can get more specific information as to just what dosage an individual can accommodate, we will be able to gauge the dosages better to suit the individual. In some cases, the amount of medication needed can be reduced drastically by healing methods. For example, I was working with another healer to help a young woman who received a liver transplant. We prepared her energy field before the surgery. After the surgery, we connected her energy bodies to the new liver by reconstructing all the energy lines that had been cut to remove the old liver. We could tell that the new liver was actually larger than her original one. We tried to warn the hospital staff that she would need less of the medication that prevented her body from rejecting the liver. Unfortunately, we couldn't get anyone to listen to us. They finally reduced the medication when she started having side effects. She is fine now. 8. Through HSP, completely new treatment modalities never used before have been discovered. These, of course, will have to be researched and tested. Some have been beyond the possibilities of present-day technologies. For example, I once received information that a certain substance be fed by drip directly into the spleen of a child with leukemia. Such technology did not exist. I have received information that describes machines to filter the blood of AIDS patients. Unfortunately, these machines do not yet exist at this writing. Someday machines will be built that send certain frequencies into the body to dissolve scar tissue. Other frequencies from the same device will explode cancer cells and not affect normal cells because of the difference between the normal and cancerous cell wall structure. Since the disease configuration always appears in the auric field before the physical body, we will develop treatment modalities and equipment that cure the disease in the energy field bodies before it has a chance to precipitate down into the physical body. This will prevent a lot of physical illness. 9. We will also become much more conscious of the physical environment we live in and how it affects our energy fields and our health. One of the most interesting areas that I have encountered when reading the functioning of physical systems with HSP is the highly sensitive chemical balances needed by the brain. Because of the pollution to which we are all subjected, many of these sensitive chemical balances within the brain are strongly affected. Many small groups of different kinds of cells, which I'm sure are well known to brain physiologists, produce various chemicals in the brain that regulate not only each other and different areas of the brain, but also the whole body functioning. Environmental pollution, such as food additives, extremely low-frequency radiation in electrical fields from high lines, and air pollution, disrupts these chemical balances. Over long periods of time, the slow accumulation of internal pollution increases these imbalances and causes a great deal of ill health in the body. This kind of information can be gathered through HSP and hopefully will someday be tested in the laboratory for proof. The life energy in food is also decreased by pollution. Because of the chemical poisoning of the soil, the plants themselves do not produce foods with high enough pulsatory rates to keep the human body healthy. Pulse rates of food intake must be within the range of organ life pulses, or they will drag the organ pulses down and the organs will eventually become unhealthy. We find many Americans taking vitamins and minerals because our foods are not full of the life force. Our physical bodies can, through eating healthy, uncontaminated food, maintain pulsations that are synchronized with the pulsations of the earth itself. This is one of the reasons why organic foods are so important. Remember, the earth as a whole has its own life pulses. One of these is the pulsation of the earth's magnetic field. It pulses 8 times per second, 8 Hz, or 8 Hz. Since we have physically evolved within that magnetic pulse, it is very good for us. Before it was contaminated, our soil carried the healthy pulsations of the earth. The natural food we ate was healthy because it was synchronized with the earth pulsations. Now when we eat a carrot grown in poisoned and polluted soil, the carrot does not enter into the body with the same vibrational energy as a healthy carrot grown in healthy earth synchronized soil. Many times such a carrot is poison to us, and we are better off not eating it. We have a great need for the health food industry. It is an attempt to give us the life force supporting food our bodies need and to re-establish the balance between us and the life force of the earth that produced our bodies. As healers and physicians do more work together, we will build bridges of communication. We will learn how to combine the information gathered by the healer through HSP with the information the physician gathers in his or her years of training and through the physical testing with advanced technologies. I'm sure that healer and physician will make a wonderful team. Eventually, physicians will develop their HSP, and healers will help in the laboratory to develop instrumentation that will verify and quantify the information healers gather. Someday we will have sensitive instrumentation that can do national screening of people's energy systems to prevent the imbalances in the field from being precipitated down into the physical body that later emerge as disease in the physical body. Part 3. The personal experience of healing. The birth and death of leaves is part of that greater cycle that moves among the stars. Rabindranath Tagore. Introduction. Time to take care of yourself. When I was regularly seeing clients, it became clear to me that all my patients had to improve the way they took care of themselves. That meant they each had to take a lot of responsibility to follow through in all the different areas of self-care they needed. They had to reprioritize their lives to put themselves and their health first. To do this takes a great deal of effort, because usually they gave priority to something else. For example, female cancer patients tended to have their priorities oriented around other people's needs, like husband and children. Many of them experienced a great deal of pressure from their families to get back into the house and take care of everyone as soon as possible. That this pressure was usually indirect or underground made it even harder for the client to see and deal with it directly. Family members would say, "We just want our life to get back to normal." People with heart problems and burnout had oriented their priorities around work. Some of these people had to learn to trust others and delegate authority. Their healing process included asking themselves why they needed the control so much. Usually they found they didn't feel safe without the control. They lived by their will rather than by their heart. To maintain your health properly, you must take care of yourself holographically, that is, in all areas and all levels of your life. The healing process requires great change. It does not work to go to a healer to get something fixed so that your life can get back to normal. Rather, expect to move into new territory, new ways of caring for yourself, new life priorities, new ways to relate to your intimate partners, children, and friends. They will not all take it so easily as you would like. There will likely be some rough spots to get over, some differences of opinion. But in the long run, it will all work out for the betterment of everyone. Your job is to keep sticking to your truth. You may say, "This sounds ridiculous. How can I do this when I am sick? Now I am supposed to rest." My answer is that this is the time you have given yourself to do it. In fact, you have everything that you need to do it. As we go through the list of levels of self-care and the things that need to be attended to, you will be able either to do them for yourself or to get someone to help you with them. Your exact care plans, of course, depend on how incapacitating your illness is in any phase of it. Just remember, this is your opportunity for great change. It is a time of reorientation, of overviewing your life and its deeper meaning. You now have the personal time to do it. How you do use this time is completely personal. You may just need to sleep for weeks to facilitate a deep connection to yourself. Sleeping gives you time to yourself that perhaps you could not manage any other way. You may spend the time asking for help. Perhaps you never gave yourself the opportunity before. You will definitely spend some of the time revamping your value system. The changes in your value system will thread holographically through your life and continue to create changes for years to come. As you begin your changes, it is handy to have a roadmap of what to expect in your personal experiences. To help you recognize your path, I will discuss the path of the healing process from the viewpoint of two different frameworks. The first is the framework of the 7 stages that you go through in your healing process. The second looks at the healing process in terms of the 7 levels of healing. Each level relates to a level of the auric field of human experience. 7. The 7 stages of healing. As I watched people through the healing process, I noticed that the process is never a smooth, even curve upward into health. Most of the time, people experienced an immediate internal improvement. Then later, patients seemed to regress. At this point, they often questioned the treatment. Many times they thought they were worse off than before they came. Their energy fields clearly indicated that they were indeed better. The imbalances in their fields were much less, their organs were functioning better. Despite their more balanced fields, however, they were experiencing the imbalances they had more acutely. Sometimes they would even have worse pain. What was happening was they were becoming less tolerant of imbalances that at one time felt normal to them. In short, they were in better health. I also noticed that people go through distinct phases during their healing process. These phases are part of the normal human transformation process. Healing requires changes of mind, emotion, and spirit, as well as physical change. Each person needs to re-evaluate his or her relationship to the issues involved in a personal healing process and set them into a new context. First, people must admit there is a problem and let themselves experience the problem. They need to come out of denial about the situation. I noticed that each time a person experienced getting worse, he or she was coming out of denial and into consciousness about another aspect of the problem. Many times patients thought they were angry because they were getting worse. Actually, they were angry that there was more to deal with. Most patients would then search for a way to make it easier. They wanted an easy out. Many would say things like, "I've done enough work on it," or "Oh no, not that again." Finally, if the person decided to go deeper, there would be the willingness to go the next round, expressed in statements like, "Well, okay, let's go for it." Healing, like therapy, is a cyclical process that carries a person on a spiral of learning. Each cycle requires more self-acceptance and more change as one goes down deeper and deeper into the true, clear nature of the real self. How far and deep each of us goes is entirely our own free choice. How each of us takes the spiral journey and what roadmap we use is also a free will choice. Rightly so, for each path is different. All disease requires change within the patient to facilitate healing, and all change requires the giving up, surrender, or death of a part of the patient, whether it be a habit, job, lifestyle, belief system, or physical organ. Thus, you as patient/self-healer will experience the 5 stages of death and dying that Dr. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross describes in her book on death and dying. They are denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. You will also go through 2 more stages, rebirth and creation of a new life. They are a natural part of the healing process. It is of utmost importance for the healer to accept whatever stage the patient is in and not to try to pull them out of it. Yes, the healer may need to lead them out of it because of a physical danger that may be involved. But it must be a gentle leading. To help describe the personal experience of going through the 7 stages of healing, I have chosen 2 cases where surgery was required in addition to laying on of hands healing. These cases offer a broader view of all aspects of healing. Of course, someone utilizing only laying on of hands and natural healing will also go through the same stages. Bet B, the first patient, is about 5 feet 5 inches tall, has dark brown curly hair streaked with gray, and has a very loving personality. She is a professional nurse and dedicated student of healing. Bet is 67 years old, married, and mother of 2 children. She lives in the Washington, D.C. area with her husband, Jack, a retired safety engineer. Bet had previously had pain, weakness, and tingling in the left leg that led to paralysis from her waist down in 1954. As a result, she had 2 lumbar discs removed. After 8 months of personal healing work, consisting of water therapy, physical therapy, and a lot of praying, she was able to walk again, something the surgeons didn't expect. She had another back surgery in 1976, during which another disc was removed, along with scar tissue and bone splinters. She went to a pain and rehab clinic for recovery. In 1986, new symptoms of pain, weakness, and tingling in the left arm and pain in her neck began. In 1987, Bet went for more surgery, this time in the neck. I interviewed Bet a few months after her surgery. Karen A., the second patient, is a tall, beautiful brunette in her mid-40s, married, with 2 stepchildren. She has no children of her own. Karen is a seasoned therapist. Her husband is also a therapist. At the time of this writing, they live in Colorado. Karen's illness occurred when they lived in the Washington, D.C. area. Her physical problems began very early in her life, around puberty. She had chronic pain in her lower pelvic region for years. Later it was diagnosed as uterine fibroids and endometriosis on the right ovary. She became infected, the pain got worse, and she decided to go ahead with a hysterectomy. The experience of healing led her into a very deep self-revealing spiral of inner growth. We will go through the stages one by one to find and explore the basic ingredients of each. The first stage of healing, denial. The need for denial exists in everyone at times. We all try to be or pretend that we are exempt from the more difficult experiences of life. We use denial to hold this pretense because we are afraid. We think we can't handle something, or we just don't want to. If you become ill, you will probably use denial or at least partial denial not only in the first stage of your illness or following confrontation, but also later on, from time to time. Denial is a temporary defense that gives you time to prepare yourself for acceptance of what will come at a later stage. Especially if you need harsh treatment, you are likely able to talk about your situation only for a certain amount of time. Then you need to change the subject to more pleasant things or even fantasy. That is okay, it is perfectly natural. There is something that you fear that you are not yet ready to face. In time, you will be. Give yourself the time you need. You will be able to speak comfortably and directly to some members of your family, friends, and healthcare professionals about your condition. And you will not be able to discuss it at all with others. And guess what? You don't have to. This has a great deal to do with your trust of each person. It is of great importance to honor that in yourself. It also has a lot to do with these people's feelings about illness, their own bodies, and your illness. You may be reacting to what is going on in them. It is always necessary for healthcare professionals to examine their own reactions to illness when working with patients. Their reactions will always be reflected in the patient's behavior and can contribute a great deal to the patient's well-being or detriment. Remember, denial is a completely normal mode of behavior. Do not judge yourself when you find it in yourself. We all do it, not only with illness but in most areas of our lives. Denial serves to keep us from seeing what we don't feel prepared to see or feel. It is a defense system that keeps us from going nuts. If your system feels that it can handle it, you don't have to be in denial. As soon as you are ready to handle it, you will come out of denial. Long-term denial can be very costly. Yet it needs to be dealt with kindly and compassionately. You will need love both from yourself and others to get through it. So it is important to surround yourself with people you love and trust. Open to their love and share with them whenever you can. Bette used denial by ignoring the messages coming from her body and her balancing system. I remember having pain in my shoulder and down my arm over the elbow and thinking, oh, you're just getting a little bit old and maybe you have arthritis. Just ignore it, it'll go away. When I was painting, I would have difficulty using my left arm. The difficulty with my arm would come and go. I think it went on like that for about 4 years. The last year and a half before I actually went to the doctor to have the surgery, my hand and my arm were definitely losing strength. For the first time in my life, I had to ask my husband to open jars for me. I denied this away by saying to myself, you've got a little arthritis in your hand. That's all it is. Don't get upset by it. I did ignore the weakness in my arm because that came and went also. I would get really panicky about losing the strength when it came to carrying packages in from the grocery store. But I wouldn't allow myself to feel the panic long. I would change from the left arm to the right arm and make the packages a lot lighter. I really believe, though, that part of this denial was almost necessary for the disease to get to the point where it was operable. At least, that's the way it seems to me today. I don't think it would have been operable at that time. I don't think it had gone far enough. Had I known earlier, I would have been terrified. It was easier to deny it than to run to the doctor because I always had a saying as a nurse that I should know what was wrong with me before I went to the doctor, rather than going in ignorance and saying, "You're the doctor, what's wrong?" I felt I had to know the answer first. As a nurse, we were always taught that a lot of things are in your head. My fear, I think, was that because I was a nurse and the doctor was God, he would tell me it was all in my head and that there was nothing wrong with me. That was a hard thing to overcome. As I'm saying this, I'm beginning to realize how important it was then for me to do this on my own, rather than having to go and get help from doctors. I think the purpose of this entire experience was to enable me to feel powerless and to be able to work with other people. I asked Bette what she meant by powerless. She explained that what she meant was that she needed to learn to surrender and feel safe. This will become clearer as we go through the stages with her. Karen's denial also took the form of ignoring messages from her balancing system that came in the form of pain. Being in the therapy profession, she spent a good deal of time working on the psychological issues involved. Unfortunately, it finally became clear that this was also a form of denial. Karen needed to deal with her problem on the physical level. She states, "I think I was in denial all along until I decided to have the operation. I was in more discomfort than I let myself know, and I kept telling myself that if I just worked this next piece through, then it would all be okay. I could heal it." The form denial took was in keeping me trying to work things through in therapy. What is under everyone's denial is fear. The fear is of things they will have to face and go through because of their illness. Karen was afraid that she couldn't heal herself. She was afraid of the hospital experience and of being physically helpless during and after the operation. She also feared that she might die during the operation, even though there really was no question about her going through it successfully. She avoided the treatment for a long time because of this fear. Betty's fears were similar. I was afraid of an operation, to be dependent on others because I was not healing naturally and had to do surgery. Another fear was that I would lose my creativity in my hands and not be able to paint. Painting has become such a soothing, wonderful, creative experience for me that to lose it terrified me more than not being able to walk. Many times we have fears that don't make any sense, but those fears feel very real and strong. Whether we label such a fear irrational or from a past life experience, as many healers do, these fears must be acknowledged and dealt with. Bet recalls, "I feared that if anything was wrong in my neck, I was going to have my head chopped off. This was very, very terrifying to me. It came out of no place seemingly and was really very, very frightening." I think there were 2 cycles of all these stages of denial/anger/bargaining/acceptance. One was prior to being diagnosed, and the other was after the doctor told me to go to the neurosurgeon. In fact, when the doctor first told me he was going to send me to the neurosurgeon, I said, "No, not that." I remember my husband saying to me, "Why are you so afraid of the surgery?" And I remember saying, "I don't know why. I've had 2 other spinal surgeries, but it's as though this were the vital part of my life." This was going to be terrifying because I truly believed inside me it was going to end my life. I postponed it and postponed it and postponed it. I was just simply terrified. I can remember the morning of the first appointment. There again was that fear of having my head chopped off. On the morning of going to the neurosurgeon, I remember getting up and crying bitterly to Jack, "I don't want to go. Let's forget the whole thing. This is more than I can handle. Why is this happening to me?" I was terrified and I cried for 25 minutes before I went to the neurosurgeon. In Betty's healing process, she was able to share these fears with her husband and friends. It was important for her to feel them in the presence of another person, whether or not they were realistic. It is this sharing that allowed the fear to be transformed. When she did this, her fear turned into anger and she entered into the second stage of healing. The second stage of healing, anger. If you go through the healing process, you will reach a time when you can't maintain the first stage of denial anymore. You will then probably have feelings of anger, rage, envy, and resentment. You may say, "Why me? Why not Joe Blow, who is an alcoholic and beats his wife?" Because this type of anger is displaced in all directions, you will probably project it onto your environment almost at random. Friends, family, healers, doctors, none of them will be any good, and all of them will be doing things wrong. When your family gets your anger, they may react with grief, tears, guilt, or shame and even may avoid future contact with you. This may increase your discomfort and anger. Bear with it, this is a stage. Your anger is easy to understand since you have to interrupt your life activities with some things unfinished. Or you aren't able to do things other people can do, or you have to use your hard-earned money for healing rather than the vacations or travel that you expected. Anyone going through the healing process will hit some anger. It will be different for each person. For some, it will be a big explosion like Betty's, especially if they haven't allowed themselves to be angry before. When Bet reached the second stage, her anger exploded and she went straight to the top. I remember being very angry. I was very angry at God because I thought, God put me through the paralysis of my legs and everything, and my legs still weren't back to totally normal. And I thought, you can't take my arms as well as my legs, because my arms are connected to my spirituality and my creativity. Anger, on the other hand, was just another emotion for Karen. Anger was just one of any number of passing feelings that went through me. I may have been angry off and on in relation to how uncomfortable I was, but it doesn't feel like a big stage that I went through. I think that at different times I had different feelings, like anger, that I wasn't healed by people who were supposedly there to heal me or at some of the different doctors I went to. I would move between being angry for a while and then trying to make a deal with God. Thus Karen moved back and forth between the second stage of anger and the third of bargaining. Be prepared to find that you are much more interested in bargaining than you may have thought. Everybody does it. The third stage of healing, bargaining. Since anger didn't get you what you wanted, you will probably, and quite unconsciously, try to bargain by being good and doing something nice so that you will get what you want. Most bargains are made with God and usually kept secret or mentioned between the lines, like dedicating a life to God or a special cause. Underneath there is usually an associated quiet guilt. You may feel guilty for not attending meetings of your religious choice more often. You may wish you had eaten the right food, done the right exercises, lived the right way. It is very important here to find and let go of that guilt because it only leads to more bargaining and eventually to depression. Find all of your should-haves, and imagine them dissolving in white light. Or give them over to your guardian angel or God. When you have completed your journey through the 7 stages, you will probably find a change you wish to make in your life, but it will not come out of fear, as this one does. Bet tried to bargain her way out of the illness by trying to get someone else, anyone but the surgeon, to fix it. I was trying to get my husband to fix it. It was kind of like I wanted him to soothe me and say, this is all going to get better. I don't think I actually realized I was bargaining, but I do know I said to myself, if you just meditate more, if you do more baths, if you massage yourself more, and if you continue to use the white light, this will all go away and you will not have to go for surgery. I wanted to dedicate myself to being a more devoted person to meditation and hoping that somehow this would get me off the hook. I also went back and forth between accepting that, yes, I would have to go to surgery and hoping that somehow someone magically would wrap my spine in the gold light and everything would be taken care of. I asked for healings, but was never able to schedule one. I can remember Ann, a fellow student healer who offered healings to Bet, saying that she would come over, and I used a million different reasons why Ann should not come to my house. I didn't trust her, I didn't trust anybody, simply because I didn't trust myself. For bargaining, Karen went straight to God. My bargaining took the form of my inner child that said, look, God. You make me better and I'll do anything if you let me get through this. Or if I live and get through this, which there wasn't much question about, I will make a deep commitment to give my life to the healing of this planet, in whatever form is required of me. The more I bargained, the more depressed I would get afterward. The 4th stage of healing, depression. Depression refers to the feeling state we experience when our energy is very low and we have lost hope of getting what we want the way we wanted it. We try to pretend that we don't care, but we really do. We are sad, but we don't want to express the sadness. We enter into a state of gloom and usually don't want to interact with others. Depression means depressing our feelings. From the point of view of the human energy field, depression means depressing the energy flow through your life field. Some of this energy flow correlates to feelings. Therefore, when we think of depression, we usually think of depressing feelings. There are 3 causes for depression. One is denial from bargaining, mentioned above. That is trying to heal yourself through avoidance and rejecting yourself for the way things are, rather than a truthful seeking of a solution. The second cause is depressing feelings of loss. All illness requires letting go of a way of life, a physical body part, or something like a bad habit. If you block your feelings of loss, you will get depressed. If you allow yourself to feel the loss and mourn it, your depression will lift. You will be in mourning, a totally different state. Mourning is an open flowing, a feeling of loss, rather than a depression of feelings. Whatever you lost, you need to mourn it. You may go through mourning at different times in your healing process. Just stay with the feelings of the loss whenever they come up for you. That will bring you to the stage of acceptance. A third cause of depression is harsh invasive treatments like chemotherapy, anesthesia, and surgery that imbalance your body chemistry and make you go into depression. When your body resumes its physical balance, the depression will lift. From the point of view of the human energy field, the harsh treatments and drugs stop, slow down, or clog the normal energy flow through your energy field. Thus you become depressed. When the drugs wear off, the energy flow resumes, and the depression lifts. Hands-on healing clears the field in about half the normal length of time, and patients come out of post-operative depression sooner. Betty's depression took the form of self-rejection. She withdrew into herself and did a lot of crying. I felt I was a bad person. If I had worked harder at the healing, if I had done my homework, if I had been a better God person, then I would have been able to heal myself. It was almost as though I had to totally give in and heal my powerlessness in order to allow someone else to do the work. What was wrong with me? I could never be a healer. That was very, very scary to me, because inside, I truly believed I was meant to be a healer, and I still do. But going through all this healing was very scary at the time. I felt I wasn't even a good wife anymore. It's really pretty ugly when all of this negative stuff comes up and you kind of go back to the old God that you knew a long time ago, and you feel you're being punished for something because you're not good enough. I had to let go of a lot of things. I simply couldn't do as much as I wanted to do around the house. I wasn't able to concentrate on the healing class homework. We had planned to go away, and I simply couldn't do it because I was in so much pain. I had to force myself in anything that I did. I had to force myself to get out of bed in the morning. I was uncomfortable in bed, but I was more uncomfortable when I got up. I really didn't know what to do. I didn't trust myself. I didn't trust anyone else. I had to go through a period of going for physical therapy to see if it would help, and actually the physical therapy made it worse. So I had to mourn the fact that that couldn't help before it was the right time for me to have the surgery. Part of me was hoping it would help and part of me kind of knew it wouldn't. There's one more thing, Barbara. I had to mourn the loss of my ability to paint during that time. That was really, really hard for me, because that had always been a way of healing for me. It had been a way to get through things and to still feel creative, to still feel spiritual. I was not able to do it because I couldn't see, and that was a big loss, another loss. I was very depressed after the surgery. I couldn't do any self-healing at all then. I just forced myself to listen to a few tapes. Karen's depression was also full of self-judgments and self-rejection. I just got bogged down under my own self-rejection. I felt I was failing at healing myself. I didn't know whether I would be giving up by going to a doctor. I just got totally balled up in that kind of thing. Finally, I woke up one morning and I had real bad pain in the right part of my abdomen, and I just felt like I can't take this anymore. I didn't know if it was psychological or physical, or what doctor to go to. I couldn't get in to see my gynecologist, and I just was over the edge, and so I called you. And when Hyoen talked to me through you, he reminded me about my self-judgment. I didn't even know I had been in self-judgment. That was the turning point for me. I reframed a lot around the operation at that point. I began seeing it as letting go of self-judgments and getting my needs met. That became the theme for me. After I talked to you, something lifted and I called and got an appointment with a doctor really quickly. I just decided to have an operation, and from then on everything just started moving. As soon as Karen let go of her self-rejection and made the decision to have the operation, her depression lifted and she entered the stage of acceptance. The fifth stage of healing, acceptance. When you have had enough time, energy, and focus to process the 4 previous stages, you go into a stage in which you are neither depressed nor angry about your condition. You will have been able to express your previous feelings, your envy for the healthy, and your anger at those who do not have to face illness. You will have mourned the impending loss that your illness demands. You may wish to be left alone or to communicate in quiet, nonverbal ways of being because you are preparing yourself for change. This is the time of really getting to know yourself better, of going inside and meeting yourself anew. You question the values you have lived by that have helped create your illness. You begin to feel your true needs and seek nurturance in ways that you haven't before. You gravitate to new friends and may separate from some old ones, who may not be part of the next phase of your life. You make the necessary changes in your life to facilitate your healing process. The process speeds up. You feel great relief, even though there may be a lot to do to complete your healing. Once Karen reached acceptance, things completely changed. Everything was then taken within the context of meeting her needs. Out of Karen's acceptance came a way to take more control of her life by focusing on her needs. She learned how to ask for what she needed, speaking the truth of my needs, was the thing that released me. Just my needs without judgment. The minute I began saying them more, they began being answered. Lo and behold. For Bet, it was the opposite. Rather than more control, for her acceptance meant deep surrender, something she had been terrified of before. As her healing process continued, the powerlessness that had been a symbol of weakness in Betty's old context became a symbol of strength in the new. It takes a great deal of faith and strength to surrender. What she thought was collapsing into powerlessness and neediness was actually a surrender to love and to the higher power within her and all around her. For her, acceptance came in stages. The first was before her operation. She recalls, I really sensed deep within me that it was important that I have the surgery. I needed to go through the experience. Number 1, to learn to work with other medical people, to work with any other people. As a matter of fact, I needed to not be so independent. I needed to change this value of doing it all on my own. Acceptance did not come permanently. It came in small, easy doses. It came as, yes, Bet, you must have the surgery. This is necessary for you to go through, and you've got to do it. The other part was actually going into the hospital. I went back and forth through almost all of the stages. I again went through some denial. I was angry. I didn't like anybody in the hospital except one nurse. It seemed they were all much too busy. However, thank God for my supportive friends. A large part of Betty's surrender was to ask for and to allow herself to receive a lot of support from her friends. The sixth stage of healing, rebirth. A time of new light emerging. Acceptance and healing lead to rebirth, a time to meet yourself in a new way. You will be delighted with who you find there. In this stage you need plenty of quiet alone time to get to know yourself. Be sure to give yourself this time. Perhaps even go on a silent retreat, or go fishing for a few days. You may need a few weeks or even a few months of private personal time. In the process of your recovery, you discover that you have uncovered parts of yourself that have been buried for a long time. Perhaps new parts you have never seen emerge. There will be plenty of light emerging from within you. Look at it, see the beauty, smell the fragrance, taste and delight in the new you. You find new internal resources that you were not able to bring out before. You may have always felt that they were there, but now they begin to flow to the surface. It can truly be a rebirth for you. You experience everything in your life, both the present and the past, within a new context. This is a time of rewriting your history. This is when you understand that you can actually change your relationship to past events to heal them. It happens automatically because you have changed your stance in life. You have changed the context within which you experience your life. This is what is meant by true healing. For Bet, rebirth began with humility. When I first became humble enough to ask for help, it was like becoming less and less defiant and accepting the need to work with my husband and my friends and to be dependent on them. And accept the fact that I couldn't do it all myself. It felt good to have the love and caring coming to me. It felt warm and comfortable and very reassuring. I attribute my healing to the tremendous surgery by the doctor, to my ability to heal myself, and to my friends in the spiritual community who helped me also. I'm not as afraid of being powerless anymore. Before, it was like being a ship without a rudder. So I had to be strong. I felt I needed to be isolated. I didn't trust my higher being or higher power to provide what I needed. I had to do it by my will. Now it is nice to know I can trust other people, and I don't have to be isolated. I feel safer trusting myself and others. It turned out that what I thought was to be powerless was actually the need for me to surrender to the higher powers, both inside and outside me. I know there is a universal power that is there to provide me with whatever I need. I am a part of it, and it is a part of me. Karen also placed old experiences within a new context during her rebirth stage. In the earlier stage of bargaining, she had been willing to give her life to whatever was required of her to heal the planet. But when rebirth came, she found that being required to give her life was coming out of a place of fear within her. It was like saying, God, you save my life, and then I'll give it up to save the planet. In rebirth, she found a deep commitment to first heal herself and then the planet. That is the way it works. Healing starts at home and then holographically threads through the rest of life on the planet. In healing the self, one heals the planet. These commitments came out of her love. Karen felt that the whole experience of the healing helped her to focus on what she wanted and needed to do next in her life. The outcome of the operation was that I really got more deeply committed in that way. I came out of it wanting to give my life over in service, but it didn't feel like the negative form of bargaining. What turns me on the most is helping healers find their unique mode of healing. It feels like a very important stage of looking at what I am about and taking a deeper level of responsibility for myself. The seventh stage of healing, creating a new life. All areas of your life will be affected as you move into health again. Many areas of change and opportunity that you have longed for, and that were blocked or seemingly unattainable, open to you. You live more honestly with yourself and find new areas of self-acceptance that you were unable to maintain in yourself before. You find more internal humility, faith, truth, and self-love. These internal changes automatically lead to external changes. They come out of your creative force and spread holographically throughout your life. You attract new friends. You either change your profession, or you change the way in which you approach your work. You may even move to a new location. All these changes are very common after a healing is completed. Betty's life has changed tremendously. At the time of this writing, it's been 2 years since her operation. In the first year, she spent most of her time healing herself and reorienting herself to her new attitude toward life. A lot of her fear was gone. During the healing process, she had related to the irrational fear of having her head chopped off with a past life in France, where she was guillotined. Of course this cannot be proven, but opening to and allowing the feelings around it dissolved a great deal of her fear. During the year of internal adjustment, Betty's personal life began filling in. Her relationship with her husband became closer. Her sex life became more active. At the ripe age of 67, she says her sex life is better than it's ever been. Her husband is delighted. About 2 years after the operation, in 1990, Bet started her healing practice. At first there were a few clients, then it slowly grew. I called Bet after her operation for a follow-up on the earlier interview. I asked her about her life changes that were initiated with the operation, and how her practice is. She told me, I had to go through it to get over that terrible fear that I was going to die. It all connected to that life with the guillotine when my head was cut off. Now I've lived through that terror. I've gained strength, and I can handle a lot more. When I was ready to help other people, they just started coining for help. Now they are coming out of the walls. As soon as I help one person, 2 of her friends show up for help. My artwork has taken a back seat, no time for it. But it changed in character. My paintings became a lot more spiritual. Everything is in a new dimension. It's as if when they cleared out my neck, it cleared out another layer of the, what did you call it, the shroud around my core. I'm in a whole other dimension. My life is changed, everything is beginning to fall into place. I think the greatest thing is that I am beginning to know why I am here, that is, to heal myself and to heal other people, to help other people get well. I used to feel there were lots of limits, and now it seems the limits are gone. There is no boundary. I think it is up to me to help other people realize that they are boundaryless. Karen's life changed also, but in a different way. She and her husband decided to end their therapy practices in the Washington, D.C. area and move up into some mountain land in Colorado. They spent plenty of time saying goodbye to their friends of 15 years, sold their house, and moved. They spent the winter months in Colorado meditating, reading, and simply being in a way they had never been able to in their very busy lives in the East. After a year of this personal internal reverie, Karen is now again starting a practice in Colorado. 8. The 7 levels of the healing process. If we examine Bet and Karen's experiences as they progressed through the 7 stages of healing, we find 2 primary ingredients that were keys to the unfoldment of their process. These 2 primary ingredients are required on the personal healing journey to get the most benefit from your personal healing process. The first ingredient is the reframing of the personal healing process into a personal life lesson. Many times, our experience of an illness is colored by our early childhood ideas that being sick means there is something wrong with us. It is important to distinguish between the old negative ideas of illness with which we were raised and the internal experience through which we live during an illness. There is a great deal to be learned from illness if we look at it primarily as a learning process. Since the experience of being ill challenges us to fall into our old images of the past, it is important to keep reminding ourselves of the new framework out of which we seek to live. We are remembering ourselves, or bringing back our original connection to the deeper self when we go through the healing process. Remembering is bringing our members, or parts of ourselves, back together. It's much like putting the smaller pieces of the holographic plate back together to get a clearer, sharper image. When we go through each level of the healing process, we will be tempted to fall back into the old way, the old judgments, the old narrow vision. A lot of the work of healing is to keep choosing to walk into the new framework, no matter how loud the old voices within us are yelling danger. The second of these ingredients is meticulous honesty with yourself with particular regard to personal needs. It is important to admit that you do have needs, to know that it is okay to have them, and to become aware of them. This requires searching for what those real needs are. Many of us are not aware of many of our needs. Finding our needs on all levels and meeting them is essential. It takes patience and self-search to uncover our real needs. Meeting our needs on each level of our being is very important in the healing process because our unmet needs are connected directly with how we got ill in the first place. Remember in Chapter 1, we spoke of the basic cause of all illness as stemming from forgetting who we truly are and acting according to that forgetting? Not meeting our true needs is a direct outcome of not living according to who we truly are. Part of going through the healing process is to retrace some of our steps to address real needs that were not filled, to acknowledge those needs, no matter how painful that process, and to find a way to fill them now. Wherever and whenever our emerging creative process is stopped, there are unmet needs and pain. Uncovering these inner psychic spaces brings life energy to them. Fulfilling the original positive creative intent that stems from the core of our being is what healing is all about. This dissolves the shroud around the core of our being, and we live in the truth of who we are. Meeting the needs of the moment brings us holographically to the healing of all past unmet needs. It brings us to our basic need, the creative expression of our core. Let's look at this process from a very practical working point of view, through the levels of the human energy field and the needs that correspond to each level. As I worked with people, I found that each of a patient's needs was related to a specific level of the human energy field. As stated in Chapter 2, the human energy field is directly connected to and expresses human physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual levels of being. Each level of the field is associated with a human level of life experience. See Figure 8:1 for a summary of the needs on each level. Remember, the first level of the field is associated with the functioning of our physical body and physical sensation. Our need on the first level is to enjoy a healthy body and all the wonderful physical sensations that go with it. The second level is associated with our personal emotional relationship to ourselves. Our need on the second level of the field is to love and accept the self as we are. The third level is associated with our mental activity and sense of clarity. Our need on the third is to have a well-functioning, agile mind full of clarity. The fourth is associated with our interpersonal emotional life, our I-thou connections. Our need on the fourth level of the field is to love and be loved by others, in many forms of relationships, such as friends, family, colleagues, and lover. The fourth level, associated with the human heart and loving, is considered to be the bridge between the physical world, expressed in the first three levels of human functioning, and our spiritual world, expressed in the three levels of spiritual functioning. The fifth level of the field is associated with the power of the word in the creative process. It serves as the template for all form on the physical level. It is the level at which speaking the word leads to creating form in the physical world. If you speak truth, you create truth and clarity in your life. If you do not speak honestly, you create distortion in your life. Thus, our need on the fifth level of the field is to speak and be in our truth. The sixth level is associated with spiritual feelings, such as the feelings of ecstasy you may have in a religious ceremony, or when you hear inspirational music, or perhaps when you watch a sunset, sit on a mountain, meditate, or look into the eyes of a loved one. Our need on the sixth level is for the spiritual nourishment that brings about spiritual experience. Your needs on each level of the auric field. First, simple physical comfort, pleasure, and health. We need to have many wonderful physical sensations. Second, Self-acceptance and self-love. We need to relate to ourselves in a loving, positive way. Third, to understand the situation in a clear, linear, rational way. We need rational clarity that functions in harmony with our intuitive mind. Fourth, loving interaction with friends and family. We need to give and receive love in many types of relationships, with our spouse, family, children, friends, and colleagues. Fifth, to align with the divine will within, to make the commitment to speak and follow the truth. We need our own personal truth. Sixth, divine love and spiritual ecstasy. We need our own personal experience of spirituality and unconditional love. Seventh, to be connected to divine mind and to understand the greater universal pattern. We need to experience serenity and our perfection within our imperfections. The seventh level of the field is associated with divine mind. When you bring your conscious awareness to this level, and it is clear, strong, and healthy, you know the divine perfection in all that there is. You understand all the pieces of the puzzle of your life. You experience serenity. This is the level that holds your beliefs, some of which are in accord with divine law and others of which are distorted. The negative beliefs you carry are the source of all your problems. From these negative beliefs or images, you create dis-ease on whatever level it manifests within your life, physical, emotional, mental, or spiritual. Our need on the seventh level of the field is to know serenity. Serenity comes from understanding the perfect pattern of life upon the earth. This comes from positive beliefs that are based on the truth. Using Karen's process as a framework to guide us, we'll discover that by filling the two necessary primary ingredients, to go through the process of honestly meeting our needs and maintaining the point of view that this experience is another life lesson or even a life adventure, then our healing experience becomes both a personal transformation process and later a personal transcendental process. The process of transformation is one in which we use introspection to find out how we are functioning unconsciously. It is sometimes a difficult thing to be meticulously honest with the self. To look at our shortcomings and find what is beneath them, and to choose to change, is just plain hard work. But it has great rewards. When we uncover the negative within ourselves, we also uncover the original positive creative force that was distorted into the negative aspect that we now wish to change. Thus, the transformation process brings us the gift of our original, true, clear, and loving self. After we have done a certain amount of transformation process, the released original creative energy automatically lifts us into transcendental experience. We can then use both the transformational and the transcendental processes for healing. Not only do we heal our bodies and transform our lives, we transcend into higher personal spiritual experience. When we transcend the mundane, we learn to incorporate higher spiritual values into the practical aspects of our lives. We spiritualize matter. We bring our spirit into the physical aspects of life. Here's what the healing transformational process looks like in a personal and practical way with respect to your auric field. To heal yourself on the first 4 levels of your being means to change your daily life in each of these areas. This requires going through a personal transformation process to change how you take care of yourself. First level of your auric field, how you love yourself. Second level of your auric field, how you bring clarity to your life situations so that you can understand it better. Third level of your auric field, and how you relate to others. Fourth level of your auric field. To heal yourself on the higher 3 levels requires the personal process of transcendence. You must transcend or reach up, out, or into these higher values and bring them into your life through an act of courage and faith. In both Bet and Karen's lives, it was the surrender to truth and the decision to live by it that helped them come out of denial. Each let go of the attitude that said, "It must be my way, I will do it by myself." Each was trying to prevent or avoid a particular life experience that she needed. Each needed to face something within herself that, because of fear, she had been avoiding for a long time. Calling on their higher internal power gave the impetus to let go of trying to personally control the situation and trust in the deeper cycles of life change everyone goes through. As soon as this surrender came, the separation of the self from the greater internal I am, which is associated with the source of life itself, ended. And healing began. As you come to the higher 3 levels of the auric field, your transformation process automatically moves into a transcendent one. That is, you will deal with levels of your being that relate to your spiritual nature rather than your material nature of everyday living. In the transcendent process you begin to recognize parts of yourself to which you may not have paid much attention before, or that you did not think were very important. You will find a whole new world in these areas of your being. You will find yourself to be much greater than you thought yourself to be. You will begin experiencing the universal hologram. This process is an automatic one and unfolds out of every individual. Each individual's unfoldment is different. Enjoy yours. The second roadmap for the healing process focuses on your process of healing as it relates to each of your needs, which correlate to a specific level of your auric field. As we move through each level of human experience associated with each level of the aura, we will clarify what needs are common for all of us on those levels of our being. Transforming your health and your life. The key element in the transformational process is to set a very clear and firm positive intent. This is the first step in taking responsibility for your self-healing. Clearly align yourself with your goodwill, or the divine will within you, to find and speak your truth and to follow it. Be sure that you give yourself time to be alone and meditate to do this. Do your meditation in a special place, and acknowledge the beginning of change in your life. Meditate to find the divine will within you as it speaks within your own heart. Make your commitment to your healing process. By doing this, you are aligning the lower levels of your field that relate your physical life to the higher spiritual levels of your field so that you will follow the blueprint of your higher power. You activate as above, so below. Once you have done this, you can begin work on the lower auric levels. In finding your needs, it is extremely important to not turn medicine away just because you are into hands-on healing. Instead, find the best way to use it. Let go of the judging of any particular healing path. Karen and Betty's experience illustrates the importance of this. Both needed surgery. Your judgments have a strong negative effect in stopping your healing. Carlos Castaneda quotes Don Juan when he said to choose a path with a heart. From the examples of both Bet and Karen, it has become clear that the very act of self-judgment removes the heart. All paths can have a heart. You put the heart on the path that you choose, but as soon as you put in the self-judgment about your choice, then you take out the heart. Acknowledging your needs, loving yourself, and meeting all of them takes away the self-judgments and puts the heart in the path. Yes, you are a human being and you have multiple levels of needs. If you fill your needs, you won't be as likely to let yourself sink into your negative expectations about what an experience, such as meeting your mother-in-law or receiving a particular type of treatment, like having an operation, may be like. Nor will you, with your negative expectations, react in the experience in such a way as to recreate another trauma. So you are really healing your negative image and your negative belief system, which are the cause of the problem in the first place. Karen made a delightful discovery once she decided to fill her needs. What I began realizing was that I had needs on every level. And as I decided to go into the operation, it got very clear that I just had to take all of them on. In deciding to act on what I needed, from the physical level on up, my needs got very clear. There were specific things I had to do in order to go into the operation and get the most out of it. I think that if people knew that they could still get their needs met in going into an operation, they wouldn't fight it so much. Especially the kind of spiritual people who know about healing. Sometimes the ethos is that, too bad, you have to have an operation. But from my end it doesn't have to be that. The more people can realize their needs, the more they can get all of them fulfilled. The needs are so much more creative and varied than I thought. The creativity's in solving them, but if you believe they can be solved, you can have a zillion needs, and it's fun to solve them. They're not problematic. Your needs on the first level of your auric field. First level needs are simple physical needs. It is important to regulate your environment and set the appropriate time and place for any activities so that you are constantly reminded of your internal personal transformation process. This places focus on the personal experience of healing as more important than the outer old definitions of sickness. If you need to go for tests or an interview with a physician, be sure to create the most appropriate way to do this. Present yourself in a way that is aligned with, supports, and maintains your internal life source. Take charge of the situation in a gentle way. If a fast is not required for tests, make sure that you have eaten so that you do not have low blood sugar. Choose your clothes to express who you are. If possible, choose the best time of day for you to go. Ask a friend to come with you for support, if you are going to hear test results and they are potentially serious. Choose the best healthcare professionals, clinics, or laboratories. You have many choices. Make good use of them. It is important. A prime need on the first level of the auric field is to feel comfortable. Surround yourself with things that will help you see reality from this new holographic viewpoint, even when there are not other people around or when you might forget. If you are in a hospital, bring books you like and that remind you of the greater reality. If you get scared, open one and just read something on fear. Emmanuel's book by Pat Rodegast is really good for this. If you like crystals or music tapes, have them at hand so if you forget your reality, you will have something to remind you of who you really are and of what is really happening. It will keep you focused on the deeper point of view. If you know what tapes get you into altered states, play them. You finally have time to lie around and listen. Those tapes can get you to some wonderful places. If the hospital has given you a mind-altering drug such as a tranquilizer or sedative, take advantage of it and have a free ride into deep relaxation. After Karen's friends reminded her that she had a choice, she decided that she wanted a private room and she got one. That was very important to her. Karen brought music tapes and crystals to her room. Since she was not on a special medical diet, her husband brought her food. This she loved. Everybody knows hospital food is really atrocious. I think I would have been really sick if I had eaten it. Ron just kept bringing me food from the health food store or the health food cafe. I don't know what I would have done if I'd had to eat hospital food. So that's just another important physical need that got met because I knew about it and could ask for it. After you leave the hospital and your treatment is completed, if you are still having healings or are in a therapeutic process, you may relieve the more invasive parts of your treatment. This is a good way to clear your field of any leftover garbage from the drugs or the physical trauma. This garbage slows down your healing process. Many people will go through the process of reliving the trauma many years later. Whenever it comes up is fine. What is important is to let it happen when you are ready. Karen did it right away, and quite unexpectedly, after I was home from the hospital, I finally ran out of Demerol. I went down to less and less pills till I went off it. I felt terrible the next day. Ron was helping me to breathe, and I went into a kind of primal state in which I relived the operation. As I started breathing and crying, this horrible feeling that I didn't want to see something came, and then I realized I was reliving the operation. I felt awful physically and awful emotionally. My body was reliving it. It surprised me. That felt important because I started healing a lot faster, which I couldn't have done if the pain of the operation was still in me, in my cells. Remember, if this happens to you, it is best to have someone there to support you. It is okay, you will be fine. Just let go and go through it. It will do you a lot of good. Here are some good questions to ask yourself. What kind of environment do I need to best suit my healing process? Is the atmosphere in my bedroom good for me? Is there plenty of sunlight and plenty of plants? Is my favorite music playing? Do I have pictures to remind me of things that I wish to be reminded of? What other objects would help me remember the positive aspects of my life? Perhaps certain pieces of jewelry, crystals, or some other favorite objects would help. Do I have reminders that will help all of my senses remember who I am? What can I see and touch? What odors help me feel better? What are the things within my diet that I could taste that would help me feel pleasure during this time? Your needs on the second level of your auric field. The needs on the second level are for self-acceptance and self-love. A big problem on this level is disliking the self, self-rejection, and even in a great many cases self-hatred. These are bad habits you will need to confront directly. What are your needs with regard to accepting and loving yourself? Make a list of the ways that you reject yourself during any given day. Begin to eliminate them one by one. Make a conscious effort to replace the self-rejection with a positive feeling. Write some affirmations stating positive feelings to yourself, and practice them several times a day. You can even post them where you can read them, like on your bedpost, refrigerator, or bathroom mirror. Some good affirmations are, I love myself. I love myself in my imperfections. I am a strong, creative individual with lots of love. I love my spouse, child, family, animals. I accept the life I have created for myself and can change the parts of it that I don't like. I can continue to love those I strongly disagree with and also not betray myself by forcing myself to agree, or pretending I agree. I am a beautiful, radiant being of light. I am full of love. I remember who I am. These small reminders of who you are help build a very positive attitude toward the self. Karen worked to clear her negative attitudes, and it helped her a great deal. I think the operation helped me to love my body. It forced me to incarnate in ways that I hadn't, and that helped me. I had to love and accept myself in new ways. I had to mean something to myself. I think probably one of the greatest pains people must go through in facing an operation is that they split from their bodies, and then this thing is done to their bodies. They just try to not be there and ignore it and wait for the body to recover, rather than being with it in ways that they can, loving your body, accepting it, talking to it about what is going to happen. Some good questions to ask yourself are, which parts of my body do I dislike? Why? How do I reject these parts? I hate X because it is X. How do these body parts remind me of my self-rejection? I hate my X because it reminds me of my X. How do I reject myself? Your needs on the third level of your auric field. Your needs on the third level relate to your mind and your need to understand the situation in a clear, linear, rational way. This means getting all the information about whatever disease process is going on in your body and not limiting yourself to one view of it. The first thing that you need to do this is to find out and clear your negative judgments about yourself and your illness. They block your way to finding solutions for your healing. We have a lot of negative self-judgments. Negative self-judgments are different from self-rejections in that they are mental conclusions based on the negative way we feel about ourselves. Negative judgments perpetuate a negative feedback loop that regenerates more negative feelings to the self, which then prove our negative judgments correct. Many of us do this to ourselves much more than we realize. Listen in sometimes. You will be surprised at the extent of these internal parental voices we carry within. When negative judgments come up, you can choose one of two major ways of dealing with them. The first is to express them aloud to yourself or to a friend. You will find that what you say inside to yourself is exaggerated both in kind and in time. Whatever the problem, you are worse than anyone else, forever. Such as, you deserve to be sick because you are a. The reason you are sick is because you always. Now that you are sick, everyone knows that you are a. Every time you try to do something, you mess it up, you idiot. You will never be a good, so just forget it. I knew you weren't going to make it. Just give up now and get out of everyone's way. You are a pain in the to everyone, so just shut up. Once you have said these things out loud, especially to a friend, you will see how ridiculous they are. Your friend will also know the truth about you and can help put you straight. It is surprising how silly some of our self-judgments sound, once we say them out loud so that we can hear them. The second way of dealing with them is to just allow your negative attitudes to be and quickly return to the positive as soon as you can, with no self-judgment. For example, if you say to yourself, "Boy, I'm stupid," you can just replace it with a positive statement like, "I'm smart," or "I understand." Maybe you catch yourself saying, "I'm not going to get better." You can replace it with, "I'm getting better every day," or, "My body is capable of healing itself." Choose the method best for you, depending on the situation you are in at the moment your negative self-judgments arise. Clearing your self-judgments will clear your way to find more ways to treat yourself, because you will be able to ask more questions. Self-judgments keep you from asking questions because you have filled in the answers with wrong information. Once you clear the wrong information, there is room for the right answers. This brings you to the next step, the search for the right modality of treatment. Find out what different treatment modalities are available from which you can choose. If you can't get that information yourself, then have someone get it for you. If you are going to have an operation or if you need to go through certain treatments in the healing process, read all about those treatments. Find out what they do and what their side effects are. Karen found out exactly what would happen with her operation. It was very, very helpful to her. I knew enough to ask a lot of questions, and my friends also helped me know what to ask. The surgeon was a woman, and she answered all my questions. She told me everything that was going to happen. She talked about being examined, shaved, drugged, and wheeled down the hall. She even told me what it was going to be like going into and coming out of the anesthesia. This was very important to me, because I had a lot of bad ideas about hospitals, being treated like a piece of meat, and what might happen to me. I could have very easily gone into my image of being punished because I'd rejected the feminine in me and therefore had to have my uterus taken away. As it was, because I kept meeting every need, I didn't do that. Rather, the operation was really symbolic, even though I was losing my uterus, of reclaiming that part of myself, of reclaiming my feminine. Of course, I also did go through a lot of grieving about losing my uterus. But it wasn't big, it didn't feel as if it was weighing me down or holding me back. Some good questions to ask yourself are, what are my negative ideas of what might happen? How can I find out what will happen step by step? What, if anything, can I change about this? What choices do I have of alternative treatments, if any? What will I need to let go of and grieve for? What is the possible deeper meaning in all this? Your needs on the fourth level of your auric field. The fourth level need is the need for loving interaction with your friends and family. The fourth level of the auric field many times is called the bridge between the spiritual and the material worlds. You need support from your friends. Call them. Tell them your needs. Initiate some kind of a support system so that you will be well cared for. Or ask a friend to get together your support system. If you are away from home and can use the phone, make regular phone calls to close friends, or have people call you. Of course, if you are weakened by your condition, you will want to place boundaries on those calls. You may want to limit the time friends visit. Choose the people who will support your healing process. Do not be afraid to set boundaries. It is essential to say no in the moment to people who do not enhance your healing process. Your friends and people in your family may be distressed by the situation or may not agree with how you are taking care of it. You must make affirmations that you can love yourself and love your family without betraying yourself. You are not responsible for their upset. You are not responsible for their hurt. Their fear with regard to your situation or your illness is most likely not grounded in reality. Their fears are usually unconscious and are mentioned indirectly between the lines of conversation. Notice how you feel after someone has been to see you or called. If you feel better, keep up the communication. If you feel worse, set up your boundary till a more appropriate time to deal with them. Just say no. See Chapter 13 for information on dissolving negative contracts with friends. Friends can bring things. If you are in a hospital and have difficulty with food, friends can bring you healthy food. They can also bring you those physical things, books, sacred objects, clothing, that you need to remind you of who you are. You need to be touched by friends. Ask for it if they hesitate. Karen got a lot of help from friends. She says, I just feel really blessed that everyone I knew who came to visit me is some kind of healer on some level. So they really knew what to give me. Friends would sit and meditate with me the first day. Pam came, and Sheila came and meditated. Ron was always there, on every level. Pam brought me homeopathic stuff. You know, for the rest of the week, everybody who came was really intuitive, and there were no people coming in and looking at me as if I were a person who was in a pitiable condition. Everybody would somehow pick up where I was and enable that moment to become a healing moment, all the way through the week. Some good questions to ask yourself are, whom do I feel comfortable with? Whom do I want to help me? How? Whom do I not feel comfortable with? How can I say no to them? Using transcendence for healing the 3 highest levels of your auric field. Your needs on the 5th level of your auric field. The primary need on the 5th level is to align with the divine will within you, to make the commitment to speak and follow your truth. The 5th level of the auric field is the template through which all physical form comes. It's like the negative of a photograph. On this level the power of the word is very strong. The power of the word carries the creative force. The 5th level of the field relates to standing up for what you know. It is a level of will. It means aligning yourself with the divine will within you and following it. The 5th chakra is related to speaking your truth and to giving and receiving. The need here is to speak your truth and live by it. It also relates to sound or using sound to create form. Karen related her experience of the 5th level. The truths that I kept speaking before I went into the hospital were all of the needs I had. I began saying them more than I ever have in my life. It forced me to my knees that way. I'll tell you the first thing that comes to my mind. I have a feeling that there is a connection between the blockage in my 2nd chakra with the uterus and the ovaries and my voice. Singing is a level of my core expression that is coming out now. It feels like it comes directly from down there, lower pelvis. I wasn't able to do that before. I had to go through the whole healing before I was ready to sing. Start talking, and continue voicing your needs and your truth. This is the time to access the deepest truth within you. It may not at all agree with what the people around you are saying. State your reality in a positive, loving way, and continue to live by it even though relatives or old friends may disagree. There will be times, especially if you are in a hospital, when there will be no one there but the staff, who may not know anything at all about the kind of reality in which you live. Make use of your reminders that are there to maintain your truth in a very positive way. Do not give space to others to voice their negative opinions about your reality. If they insist, tell them you will hear them later, after you are well, but not now. Do not let them use you to relieve their anxiety or guilt. You are not responsible for their discomfort. This will also help you to not fall into the negative fears that you have with regard to your illness. When you do fall into fear and doubt, use one of these 4 ways to deal with it. 1. Express it to the appropriate people to transform it. 2. Replace it with a positive statement to transcend it. 3. Find the tension in your body where the fear is, and infuse it with the rose light of unconditional love. 4. Pray for help and surrender. Let go, let God. Help always comes within 15 to 30 minutes. The fear will change into another feeling. What changes is your state of consciousness, not necessarily the outer situation. All of the above are speaking your truth. If you feel fear, your truth in the moment is that you're afraid. If you have doubts, that's the truth of what you feel at that moment. It is as simple as that. The feelings are only feelings. They will pass. By speaking your truth in those moments to the people who are able to relate to it, you fill another need on the 4th level. It is extremely important to express your feelings by speaking to those who can understand. Do not share doubts in an inappropriate situation, that is, with people who believe in the same doubts and have a stake in your maintaining yours. If you do, there is a good chance that those people will increase your doubts by telling you that, in fact, your doubts are true, that their way is better, and that you had better do as they say. Find ears that can hear and eyes that can see, and you will get the support you need. It is of utmost importance to speak your truth. Some good questions to ask yourself are, what is it that I need to say? What is it that I need to say to close friends who may disagree with me? What have I kept quiet about for many years? Why haven't I expressed what I believe? Your needs on the 6th level of your auric field. The 6th level is the level of divine love or spiritual ecstasy. By speaking the truth of your needs whenever they come up and filling them, you automatically move to the 6th level. The 6th level has to do with feeling more than with understanding. You will simply be in states of ecstasy at times. They come and go. They change daily because you are constantly changing. Music helps you lift to these wonderful states of being. So do pictures of things that remind you of the holiness of life within you. There are no good words to express the experience of spiritual ecstasy. Everyone has his or her own personal description of it, all usually quite far from the experience itself. Words like, living in the light, floating in the arms of the goddess, being with God, or being love have all been used. What are your words for this experience? It is from the 6th level of our being that we experience unconditional love. Karen shared her deeper feelings of the 6th level. What it meant for me was going to the deepest access I could find, my divine nature, and letting it lead me through this. I've felt a sense of my life task for a long time. It is simply to deeply love and accept and live out of the feminine and align the masculine with it. The masculine had been quite rampant and off balance before. In the last 2 weeks we said goodbye to over 80 people that we really love and had to separate from since we're moving to Colorado. We did it very lovingly. Even with all the reactions of those people, some of which have been very heavy, I've been able to keep open-hearted and be right there with it. You know, that feels like the higher feeling level of it. Some good questions to ask yourself are, what is the nature of my spiritual needs? Do I give myself time to allow for my spiritual feelings to surface? What is the nature of my spiritual feelings? When and how do I feel unconditional love? In what areas of my life do I need unconditional love? How much time am I willing to spend daily allowing for unconditional love to infuse that area of my life in meditation or visualization? Which music brings me to my spirituality? Your needs on the 7th level of your auric field. The 7th level is the level of the divine mind where you begin to understand the greater universal pattern. The divine mind brings you to the reason for being, the soul's purpose in life, the great pattern that is unfolding within you and all around you. Within this level there is a deep sense of the soul's purpose, a reason for being here, a reason for the experience you are having, a feeling of trust. There's a constant kind of curiosity about what's going on rather than a dread. When you enter these levels of spiritual awareness, the entire experience is lifted to a higher or transcendent reality. You will know that all is right in God's world. In serenity there is no blame, all is unfolding in the most appropriate manner, just as it needs to. We need to know and understand the divine pattern of all things, to see the perfect pattern held in gold light of all that there is, and to know that everything is perfect in its imperfections. It is from this level that we experience serenity. During the healing process, we can attain access to the 7th layer, and we are set free. Karen explains it this way: I have a lot available to me internally, even when I forget. I have a deep sense of the meaning of my soul's purpose and my being here for a reason. Whatever was going on, there was a learning to be had. For me, the essential, bottom line ingredient is knowing that there's hope. Hope gives a constant kind of curiosity about what's going on rather than dread. Well, now I'm feeling a kind of serenity around all of the dealing with my leaving clients and people. I'm able to remain at a level of seeing it all from a much higher perspective. Like, if I'm working with clients and I'm leaving, I can see that there's something that we have to do together in the time that we have left. That, no matter what it is, whether it's clients or anybody, there's just some terrific symphony being played out. If I just do each step as it's there, then it will all still be in harmony. I'm not frantic around things that I would have been scared or frantic around in the past. Some good questions to ask yourself are, what are the greater patterns threaded through my life? What is the nature of the deeper hope that leads me? What is my symphony of life? Part 4 will help you create a very practical healing plan for each of the levels of your field to include all your personal needs.